bunch of things to Twitter if you want to go check it out. My Twitter is kind of like getting some traction right now. Yo, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. We're going to start getting some people up here right now. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Let's get the next person up here real quick. Is it going to add this person? No, let me try the next individual. All right. Parker, what's your Twitter? It's in my bio. Yo, it's a pal to you?
Hey, Parker, I'm 48.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, of course.
Why so?
So there's a lot of reasons, but I just want to say that in my everyday life and online, everybody that seems to be supporting Trump seems like a normal, nice human being. And then all the people that are voting for Kamala just seem really obnoxious and horrible.
Do you think that, okay, so I could say the same thing the other way around. All my experiences with people who are Trump supporters, they're like delusional, crazy, insane. And all my experiences with Kamala supporters, they're not, right? They're totally legitimate. So like, is that a reason to vote for Harris? Obviously, you wouldn't think that's a good reason. Do you have anything related to the character or policy of either of the candidates that you think is relevant to voting for them?
I mean, I'm just letting you know kind of what I'm experiencing like on a day-to-day life, like people that look out for each other. Like I live in Utah and...
Well, I have a totally different experience. People who look out from each other typically are the left-wing individuals, not the right-wing individuals. The right-wing individuals typically don't care. That's my experience. So like, I mean...
I respect that, but I'm just saying growing up in Utah, it's been very different here, right? Like you see people that just seem to have really great values, that look out for each other, and they care about each other, and they're looking, and these people are like Trump supporters. So it's in my world, you can call it a bubble if you want. It just seems like all the liberal people are so obnoxious and like always talk down to us, and so that's why I'm voting for Trump.
I don't think that's a good reason to vote for Trump because it has nothing to do with Trump as an individual and whether or not like they would be a good president or a good leader or like would show good values and virtues for this country. So no, I don't think that you can say that because you've met a lot of people who are liberals, that means it's like, and that they were mean to you, that's somehow a reason not to vote for Kamala Harris. The same way that like, because I've met people who were like really rude to me who are conservatives isn't a reason for me to vote for Harris. Right, I'm going to vote based upon the policy and the character of the individuals.
Okay, can I ask you? Okay, are you very familiar with Utah's economy? Like Utah has an incredible economy, incredible infrastructure, right? We have it's one of the most popular states in the entire country, and it's run by Republicans. And so some Republicans must be doing it right.
Okay. So again, I don't think that you just saying Utah's a good place means that they're doing it right. You're saying good for who?
Well, look at the statistics. Like if you just go and do a Google search right now and just say what's the best place to live, it's almost always going to pull up Utah or a Utah city.
According to who? Best according to who?
I mean, multiple websites. Like
multiple websites. Okay. I mean, what makes their opinion better than mine? Of what's better?
Well, people are moving here like crazy. I mean, I'm a mortgage loan officer, and I know that people are moving here like crazy because I witness it every day.
Okay, so does that mean that Utah is like the greatest place? Can you give me like a quality of their economy that makes it better?
Okay, so can I ask what state you live in?
California.
California. Okay, so California seems like a cool state. But Utah is like crushing it. If you look at statistics, it's just crushing it like in every area, like quality of life, happiness, economy. But like since I live here, I can tell you neighborhood to neighborhood, like we don't have any like crappy areas. Like every area of Utah you would want to live in. And you can't say that about California.
So again, I don't think you can say everywhere in Utah you'd want to live. Would you want to live in the middle of nowhere in Utah? Like on the road, in the highway where there's nothing there but desert?
I mean, is that really a good point, though? Does that make any sense? Like,
no, you said you'd want to live anywhere, right? Obviously,
anywhere
that's not
that there's anywhere.
Obviously, you don't want to live anywhere, anywhere. Like what? That everywhere
well,
there are places where like you wouldn't want to live.
Any city in Utah that has humans, like the infrastructure, the houses are normal. You feel safe. It's like an incredible place to live.
Okay. So, yeah, can you give me like any reason why like Trump is a better candidate or worse candidate than? Well, actually, Romney. Is Romney voting for Trump?
No, he's
And what did
not.
Romney say about Trump? He says he draws a line at sexual like assault, right?
Yeah.
So then if you're gonna go based upon Utah, let's look at what Romney is saying, right? The 2021 or 20 fuck 2021 that was so off 2012 presidential nominee for the Republican side. Why don't you look at him? Why don't you say,
I
oh,
mean,
I'm
I
gonna uphold
respect.
those Republican values?
No, I do absolutely respect Romney, and when he goes and talks against Trump, like I definitely listen to that.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah,
How does Utah treat minorities?
Utah's a pretty racist state.
Yeah. So, I mean, earlier when you're talking about how good it is, that's the first thing that came to mind. And the reason that I asked that is because my family, my sister, has lived in Utah for the last 3 years. I go down there quite frequently to hang out with her. Although it is a beautiful state with a lot of attractions to do with natural beauty, such as the arches, Utah has vehemently terrible social views. And like seemingly you'd be able to concede to that. Utah's stuck about 30 to 40 years in the past. The LDS Church has overtaken the state. If you are not a member of the LDS Church, if you are not a member, you have systemically limited opportunity. And then when we start having the discussion of how minorities are treated, not just not being a Mormon, but being, say, black or a woman, then the conversation gets even worse. It's an incredibly bad state to live in if you are not a well-off Mormon white man.
Yeah, that's a good point. So recently, Nicole Shanahan and RFK Jr. have supported Trump, right? And these two people, there's definitely plenty of red flags, but they seem to be talking about the things that are revolutionary. And it seems like we need something revolutionary to change our country because,
Like what? Can you give me something in specific?
well, let's look at the housing. Okay, so housing has gotten very expensive, and
What's Trump's solution?
well, Trump's solution is to bring on Nicole Shanahan to help solve some of these issues. And if you
Like
look at,
like what? Doing what? What's the plan?
so she when I like listen to her on social media, she's basically saying, hey, these big corporations are buying up all the homes, and that's having a huge effect on supply and demand, right? And so she's saying we have to pass some legislation to make sure that corporations can't buy up all these homes, and we have to make other legislation.
So regulation?
Yeah,
So you're pro regulations.
yeah,
Who's
for
more
sure.
likely to put a regulation on a large corporation? The Republicans or the Democrats?
The Democrats.
Who's more likely to put a regulation on a large corporation? Trump, right, or Harris?
Well, normally I'd say Harris, but I would just say that Trump.
Okay. Well, so
Well, don't you feel like Trump has made some sort of major deals with RFK Jr. and Nicole Shanahan?
no.
I feel like he said, "Hey, if you drop out and support me, I'll let
You
you
have no
guys,
evidence to support that at all.
I'll let you guys fight the fight for these things that you care about."
And like, doesn't Trump, historically speaking, like not listen to people within his cabinet?
I mean, Trump's, yeah. Okay, let me ask you this. Do you think that, do you feel like Kamala Harris is going to fight the good fight for,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Kamala, is she going to fight the good fight for our food system, and is she going to fight the good fight for our housing issues? Do you feel like she is?
Way more likely to fight for those things than Trump is. She has a history of fighting for people who are in need, of fighting for people in terms of basic amenities like access to pharmaceutical drugs for cheaper costs, access to healthcare, education, housing. Right? She has plans for all of these things. Small businesses. Right? She's pro the American worker. Donald Trump has lost the idea of what it means to be pro the American worker. Right? He's pro his rich buddies. There, literally, can you name me one piece of legislation he influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
I mean, honestly, I didn't have a lot of love for Trump until he took on. I mean, I say took on, but I think you know what I mean. RFK Jr. and Nicole Shanahan, because they.
Is that all you know about Trump?
No, I know plenty about Trump, but they just seem to.
Why is that like
really,
a point that's so big? Like he
they
historically
really
speaking
seem to
does not
care.
listen
They
to his
really seem to
cabinet.
care about the average human being. Like they really seem to care about the quality of food.
And
the
Kamala
air
Harris
quality,
doesn't?
the water quality.
And why are they supporting a candidate that literally would give $110 billion of tax cuts to big fossil fuel companies for $1 billion to run an election? That's not very pro-environmental. What was his climate change policy? Healthcare,
I mean,
childcare,
regardless of Democrats or
food
Republicans
safety.
being in
What's his
office,
food safety policy?
regardless of Democrats or Republicans being in office, do you ever feel like we ever make really good progress with the things that are important?
Yeah. Bipartisan infrastructure bill, Chips and Science Act, PACT Act, Inflation Reduction Act. That's absolutely getting better, right? The largest investment in renewable energy ever, cutting insulin costs for people who are in Medicare, right? That's great for seniors. That's incredible. Now we need to expand that to the rest of the country.
But how did we let the housing market get so out of whack right now?
Again, that's totally related to global inflation, right? So, I mean, what we need to do for that is we need to build more housing, right? In places where people want them. That's what the tax credit's going to help us with. It's going to offset the increase for the individual who's buying it in terms of the affordability. And it's also going to produce a higher price. So there's a greater incentive for like different types of firms to produce housing in places where people want them.
So let's talk about California. So for years, housing has been very unaffordable. Why haven't they built more housing in California? Because people that are rich and that own a lot of properties are fighting against it, right?
Like building more housing. You could say people are fighting against it, but the point we're trying to say is that you literally put investments in the market and it will show up because people profit from it.
And then also the question I'd ask
Money.
you, would Trump's proposed tariff plan make it easier or harder to build houses? How are you going to import that Canadian wood?
Good point.
I mean, it just seems to me like both parties are so corporate. And if you don't have somebody that's really revolutionary, like say a Bernie Sanders or
one is more corporate than the other.
and that's really hard to
Bernie
say,
Sanders
right?
says that Kamala Harris is a progressive. That's what Bernie Sanders says. Who's Bernie Sanders fighting for? And who's Bernie Sanders fighting for?
Kamala.
Yeah, exactly. So again, the person who's been anti-corporation for decades, pro-healthcare, pro-workers' rights, who are they supporting? They're not supporting Donald Trump because he's anti-workers' rights, right? He quite literally tried to overthrow the government. He's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Appreciate the dinosaur. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Nate. He's fought for large corporations and fossil fuel companies. He's failed to put regulations and a healthcare policy on big pharma. You claim that he's so pro safety, but he has no policy on the big pharma.
I'm going to re-request on Matt's account. I'll be right back.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you make a lot of good points. It's just like when you hear people like Bernie or Nicole Shanahan speak, it seems like they're talking in such a revolutionary way that goes against the normal corporate type of speak that you're used to. And it just seems like Kamala and Biden and Trump and, Barack, they're all just like, they all feel like corporate picks, right? They all feel like they'll do a little bit for humanity, but not very much. Seems like we need something more revolutionary. It doesn't seem like any of our two candidates right now are very revolutionary. And
what makes you think that Kamala Harris is a corporate pick and Donald Trump isn't? When Donald Trump literally went to big corporations, fossil fuel companies, and said, "I literally will engage in collusion." Appreciate the hand art. Literally.
No, I do think they both are corporate picks. I just think that.
Wait, what makes you think
Trump got desperate?
Trump
he got desperate, so he teamed up with Nicole Shanahan and RFK Jr. And I think that he made some deals with them that could actually help the middle class.
Like which deals? Do you have any evidence to support this idea?
I mean, we don't, right?
Or is this just like an assumption?
Because Nicole Shanahan and RFK will say what they're going to do, but like, do we have proof they're going to actually do it? No, of course not.
Yeah. So again, you don't even know what they're talking about, what they're going to do. So you don't have any.
I know what they say they're going to do. I just don't know if they're actually going to do it. I know that like RFK Jr. says he's going to get mortgages at 3% for first-time home buyers. So I know what they say they're going to do. I just don't know if they're actually going to be able to pull it off. I don't know if they're going to be able to get the votes to pass, right?
So you don't know if they're going to be able to get the votes to pass what? Sorry?
Yeah, well, so RFK Jr. says that he's going to try to get 3% interest rates for first-time home buyers. That's a really big deal.
Okay. Interest rates relate to the Federal Reserve. That has nothing to do with the legislative branch. And actually, like, Trump tried to get the Federal Reserve to, like, lower the interest rates when he was in office in 2019, and they didn't do it. They try to stay nonpartisan.
Well, yeah, I know the Federal Reserve plays a big role in it, but I don't know. I guess I don't know enough about it. But so, so to go back to what we first talked about, living in Utah, like Republicans, other than being super racist, seem to be like really good humans and really like balanced and good.
You
with
can't just say other than that. That's like not even funny. You can't even just say other than that. And also like grape apologists, people who are voting for someone who has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing someone.
Well, yeah. Yeah, that's
okay. You're also voting for a guy who said he has sex in common with his daughter. He said he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He says he walks into changing rooms of semi-naked teenage girls because he quote-unquote owns the place.
Yeah, but Trump's daughter's pretty hot.
That is such a fucking gross thing to say, dude. I'm not even... I can't, dude. I'm just... Did you hear that, dude? Did you hear that?
Oh my god!
Did you hear that, dude? That guy's so weird.
Holy
That guy's so weird. They literally
shit.
prove our points. They prove our points in fucking real time. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
44.
You voting Trump?
I am voting for Trump.
And why is that?
Oh man, the lack of options out there is not so good lately. Biggest reasons
Why is Trump better than Kamala?
Immigration policy right now.
But then why did he undermine the
We got,
bill?
yeah, we got immigrants right now eating birds. You see that news? Good
No, I
Lord,
didn't,
eating the
but-
ducks.
Do you want to answer?
Check my repost videos.
By
Yeah,
the way,
they
do you
got.
want to know that people
more
also go to
beanies.
restaurants and eat duck as well? And also,
Well,
like,
I mean,
that's,
these are,
that's,
these are,
that you have
these
no
are
evidence to
birds
support
they're
that.
picking out of the
Can you give me a
back park.
source?
Yeah, they
Give
just got them on video.
Hey, can you give me one
They
source?
were arrested and they got
Oh
them
my
on video.
gosh! I know what he's talking about.
And they got B&E.
I
They
was-
also
I
got
was waiting-
increase in B&Es.
I was waiting for the first person to say this. By the way, you already got it wrong. I just want to let you know. So the propaganda isn't that it is Vietnamese individuals eating ducks. The propaganda.
By the way,
is
you take
that-
care of this. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some.
Okay. Is that it is Haitian individuals eating cats. Okay, so you already got the propaganda wrong.
It's both.
But I
No,
would
it
like
was
to.
both. There's
I'm-
two separate videos. Look at my repost video. It's on there.
Now,
I got
now I would just like
two
to.
of them.
I just like to clarify that that is Republican misinformation. Yeah.
Okay. There's actually three separate occasions. One was a seagull, one was a duck, and one was a cat. So, and they've actually
believe we're
arrested
having
the
this
one with the
conversation.
cat. Yeah, me neither. I mean, I can't believe that we've gotten so bad with our borders. We just let people flood in. And
Okay, well
Democrats are
let's
just
have this conversation.
just
Let's have
open borders.
let's have this conversation. So we're gonna accept everything that you're saying is true. So about 2 years ago, Donald Trump shut down bipartisan border legislation in the House and the Senate, proposed
Oh
by
man, I've
Trump
heard this
endorsed
crap
Republican.
before.
Okay, so you
Good
already know
Lord.
the fact that Trump is the reason that
So
we
he's
have a
he's
border
preached like
crisis.
100 different
So Trump is
times
the
of
reason that
other ways he
individuals
wants to
have
affect the
been
border.
eating cats and ducks.
That's the best you can figure out is because of one different policy when he's been talking about 100 other different ways on how to fix the border. I mean,
So
come on,
yeah,
that's the
this
best you guys got.
this one policy that you're referencing. Do you mind if I talk to
you
you, Chris?
you can't sit here and say that Trump's the reason the border is the way it is when Democrats have openly said over and over again they want open borders. I mean,
Okay. Yeah.
the fact of the matter is we're already seeing the increase in crime. We're already seeing it.
Okay, I'm waiting to be able to respond, but seemingly you've held the mic this entire time, and whenever I've spoken, you've interrupted me. So now please just wait your turn, and I'll give you the same respect. So you're saying that we're already seeing an increase in crime. That is false. In fact, violent crime rates have gone down year by year since Biden and Harris assumed office. And then second of all, you're asking me if this is the best I got. You're saying that, oh, Trump shut down one measly little border bill. This was the only piece of bipartisan legislation that has grazed the House, the floor, the Senate since Biden and Harris assumed office that would have legitimately addressed the issue. We have had one chance, one opportunity to get it right, to address the crisis at the southern border, and they did. Langford, a Trump-endorsed Republican, drafted the bipartisan border bill, and it was endorsed by the Democrats, and this would have put to an end, a very swift end, the border crisis onset by the expiration of Title 42. Okay? So, yes, this is Trump's fault that it failed. He did tell you to blame it on him as well. And any continuation of the crisis in which you observe could, at the bare minimum, be partially attributed to Trump for this reason. Second of all, right, you
we're
said
talking
that
about Haitians eating bird, and Parker went and got some chicken. Look at that.
Bacon.
Made him hungry.
It's bacon.
Okay, so seemingly you just didn't
bacon.
listen to a single thing I said. Could you repeat what I just said?
Yeah, I mean, you're basically saying the same thing you did before. I got it. It comes down to the same thing. That one policy, Trump busted it down. I don't even know the background on it. You know, I just know actions. Democrats have done nothing. They've been openly saying they want open borders. They've done nothing for their own cities. Their own cities are deteriorating.
So can you please give me an example of Biden or Harris
any
saying
other
that they would
city.
open borders?
Yeah, again, check repost videos. They're on there saying it. That's what they said. Kamala.
Olivia, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Here, so yeah, check your repost. What on your repost?
Kamala stated that she wants open borders.
Kamala?
Yeah, I'm not going to say that.
That's the name of it? Why can't you say Kamala? If you don't, I'll kick you from the stream.
Well, the other name I have, you'll definitely want to kick me for it.
Yeah, if you
Slang
don't
sweet
call her-
name.
Yeah, you're fucking weird. You're such a gross person. Where at? Which one?
All right, child.
Which one?
So which
genius?
one of your reposts does Harris advocate for an open
Yeah,
border?
seriously, I'm looking through your post right
I
now.
can't click off. I can't click off the live to go on there.
So you
Which
just
one? Tell
really
me,
don't
tell me.
remember.
Sorry, hold up.
Turn around. But go slower.
Dude,
Go
you
up a little
don't
bit more.
remember your own reposts?
No, go the other way. Go up a little more.
That's down, smart guy.
Like Charlie Kirk, by the way. Literally this guy, day ride stuff. Donald Trump, and that's it.
So which one of those videos does Harris call for an open border?
If it's not the one with the red in the background, it got taken down. But yeah, she's on there.
Oh, so she
said it more
did.
than once.
So she called for an open border, and you posted about it, but it obviously got taken down. Is that?
Yep,
Is that
yeah,
what
the
you're doing now?
Illuminati took it down off the internet already.
Yeah, already
it's-
the
it's-
Illuminati
it's
struck
pretty-
it down. Taylor
it's
Swift
pretty
and
public
George Soros
information.
struck again. No, it's
It
not,
is.
because she's currently advocating for good, common sense border reform insofar as the U.S. having quicker and safer legal ports of entry for individuals who want to come into our country, insofar as these individuals being documented and processed through this quick.
Yeah,
safe,
she's been.
legal,
She's been in office, and neither her nor Biden have done nothing. Got it.
And actually, Biden signed his executive order into law that decreased crossings by 55%. And once again, they influenced the bipartisan border legislation in the House and the Senate that failed strictly because Trump couldn't care less about the southern border, doesn't give a fuck about the American people.
So basically,
simply
they
wanted
just
to use the
continue to lie.
Hey, was I still
and don't
talking?
do
Yes, I was still talking, and simply wanted to use the continuation of the border crisis to win over the vote of more ignorant individuals come November.
Yeah, they definitely love to talk, but they do nothing. It's just like they talk about how they're going to improve their own cities, their own districts, and they do
Okay,
absolutely
you're saying that
nothing.
they haven't done anything? I bet I could name more things that Biden and Harris have done than you could name things that Trump did. Okay, let's play a game. Let's go policy for policy. I'll tell you a policy that Kamala
Oh, I'm
Harris
talking
and
about
Joe Biden
Democrats
signed.
over the last like 40 years.
Yeah,
I mean,
and we're going to
look at their-
isolate it down to
look at their
Biden and
own
Harris and
cities.
Trump. So tell me one policy that Trump influenced.
You weren't even
to get passed that
alive
you
back
like.
then.
Hey,
What are you,
hey,
like
Chris,
12?
Chris, for every single policy that you name that Trump influenced to get passed that you liked, I'll name 5 policies that Biden and Harris influenced to get passed. So go ahead. You start first.
Oh, I know. Y'all do this for a living, right? In this job, you got this stuff memorized.
You can't even name one.
Look
Name
at
one
this
policy,
stuff.
Chris. For every
Look at
policy
this
that you
stuff.
name of Trump's, I'll name 5 of Biden and Harris's. You're saying that they haven't done much. I will play this game with you all night. Are you stepping down?
Well, no. Look at common sense.
So then name a
Look at this stuff.
policy that Trump
Look
has
at the
passed.
cities. Screw the policies. Look at the
Where's
cities.
the policy? Wait, I thought that you said that.
Look
I
at
thought that you said they haven't done
San
anything.
Francisco.
What about the
Look
Chips
at
and Science Act?
Baltimore.
What about the PACT Act? What about the Infrastructure Bill? What about the
completely
American
run down.
Rescue Plan? What about all these policies, man? What about the Inflation Reduction Act? What about the $35
Let's see
cap on insulin?
actions. Let's see actions.
Every single thing I just named is in action.
Done nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing has been done. Tell me
What-
where. Show me damn photos where anything's been done other than the same Democrat damn cities.
Name one
Why do you think
policy
they're
that
losing
Trump
votes?
influenced to get passed. Why can't you answer my question? Tell
Why
me
do you
one thing
think they're
Trump
losing
did.
Democrat votes right now. In their
Wait,
own
Chris,
cities?
I just
They're
told
tired
you
of seeing
5
the
policies
same
influenced to get
crap
passed by
worse
Biden and Harris.
worse and
Name
worse.
one thing Trump
They're
did.
tired of
Name
the
one thing
drugs.
Trump did.
They're-
Hey,
now they
Chris,
got
name one
immigrants
thing
coming
Trump
in.
did. Why can't you
And-
name one thing Trump did? Did Trump do
And their own
nothing?
local funding is going to immigrants instead of their own people.
Hey,
their own
Chris, why
active
can't you name
citizens.
one thing Trump did? Did Trump do nothing?
So instead of that, they're going to have their
He
own
can't do
funding.
it. He can't do it. He can't name one thing Trump did.
$150,000 for trying to
You
get a
have
house. $600 a
nothing.
month. Free money on credit cards.
Yeah,
All
so
for
where's the
immigrants.
policy
For
that
what?
Trump
Those
influenced to get
literally
passed?
People
aren't
that aren't
federal
even from
policies.
here.
Those are not federal
Why would
policies.
they do that?
Chris.
Do they need votes?
Hey, Chris,
They
those
can't
aren't-
look in the grave anymore.
Chris,
So people that are
Chris,
unalive to find votes, now they got to find them
Chris.
skipping the border.
Appreciate this super. Thank you so much, Chris. Again, not only would that be for asylum seekers, but that's state policy, not federal policy. Did you know that? So now your point seems pretty ridiculous, doesn't it? And saying like credit cards, like you're talking about things that they would use for their, like specifically their children, like ensuring that they have food. Like that's
They're
what you mean?
illegals.
No,
supposed to
they're
come in here the
asylum.
right way.
They're seeking asylum.
Yeah, screw
if you want the asylum,
seekers.
if you want the asylum,
yeah, screw that.
if you want the asylum process to
Asylum seeker,
go
what?
fast,
What about our military vets?
saying
what about
screw
that?
the
What
asylum
are they trying to
process
put
is
off?
insane as fuck.
They want to set up all this crap for
Wait,
people who
would you
aren't
say
supposed
that
to
we
be
should
here.
get
What about our
rid of the
military vets?
asylum process? Chris, should we get rid of the asylum process?
We've got thousands of coming.
Okay,
I mean,
why can't you answer any questions?
The aerial helicopter photographs.
Chris, how come you're unable to answer any questions?
How do
Chris,
we not know?
We've asked
how
you
do we
so
not
many
know the
questions and you
terrorists?
haven't
How do we not know
responded
the
to
terrorists
anything.
are coming
So
through?
I'm
We don't.
gonna
There's no
ask
way
you
to
again.
know.
Should we get rid of the
If
asylum
this
seeking
happened
process?
right after 9/11, people be freaking out. Even your friends. You're too young.
Why
to
are you
remember.
willingly ignoring every single question that we ask you?
Because I've been on here before. I've heard the crap that y'all come over. It's like a broken record.
So
Hey,
should we get
y'all
rid of the
say same
asylum seeking
thing
process?
over and over again? But yet you can't prove anything that
Hey,
they've
hey,
actually
hey,
done.
Chris,
All you
should
can
we
say
get
is
rid of the
policy,
asylum
what they
seeking
said,
process?
And said this and said that. But as far as actually doing anything, they've done absolutely fucking nothing.
Chris, should we get rid of the asylum seeking process?
They need to come
Holy
through legally.
shit.
They need to come through fucking legally through the normal
Holy
fucking process.
fuck! Do you?
Jump
What
in the
question am
fucking
I
fence
asking you?
and coming fucking through? No, we don't know who they are. We have no idea.
I got him.
For all they know, they could have a fucking nuke on their back. We got no idea, or a biological
Chris,
weapon. We got no damn
Chris,
clue.
why don't you make that assumption for tourists?
Thank God that hasn't happened yet. But right now, all we've seen
I
is
don't think
them
he's an
stealing,
interactable
breaking into houses,
embassy.
and now they're eating.
Yeah. So, Chris, this is a conversation where we engage back and forth. If you're not going to engage back and forth, I'll go talk to someone who will. Is that fair?
Amelia, I really appreciate you
talked
for
to
the
me before,
$25 on
I don't give a
Venmo.
shit.
Thank you for the love, Amelia. W's for Amelia in the chat. Thank you
So-
for the $25 on Venmo.
So again, why don't you assume this for tourism?
Do what?
Why don't you assume this for tourism?
Assume they're coming in for tourism?
No, why don't you said the same thing? Like they could have something like attached to them. You could do the same thing with tourism.
Oh, I agree. The security sucks right now for people coming in.
Okay, so
Yeah,
then
no, it sucks.
why are you more scared of immigrants than you are of tourists?
Immigrants, I'm concerned about local crime. I'm concerned about break-ins.
thank you for $5. Thank you so much.
I'm concerned about
M
these
Sharp,
daughters.
thank you for the $25 at Venmo as well. W's for M Sharp in the comment section. Thank you so much for the $25
I'm concerned
at
about daughters getting
Venmo.
assaulted.
You're not.
That's what
Why
I'm
are you
concerned
only
about that.
assuming that crime is applicable to immigrants?
Come on, Parker. What do you think? What do you think they're going to do when they leave a prison? When they leave a prison, they come to the United States. What do you think they're
So
going to do?
I think what it is starts with an R. It starts with an R and ends with an M.
They're going to come to America and be like, "Oh yeah, I'm not going to commit crime. I commit crime where I came from, but I'm not going to do it here." How y'all think is unfucking believable.
What was unbelievable?
I don't know where the I don't know if it's
Hey,
just
Chris,
like
if you
y'all
were so
believe
concerned
in
about
the
people's
crap
daughters
that y'all are
being
fed through
hey,
social
Chris,
media,
if you were genuinely
because
concerned,
you're too young, you don't,
Okay.
you obviously weren't. You're probably what? How old were you during 9/11? Is that when you were born? Because
So, hey, Chris, if you were so
my
concerned about
friends were
people's
going to
daughters being
fight at that
assaulted,
time, so I still remember.
Hey, Chris, if you were so concerned about people's daughters being assaulted, then why would you be voting for someone who's assaulted someone's daughter?
He doesn't care. He literally
Bull
doesn't care. He's a
crap,
fucking
fucking
weirdo.
lies.
You're literally
Okay,
voting
so-
for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Instead, he walks in the changing rooms as semi-naked
You got
teenage
Biden
girl
on
because he quote-unquote
camera
owns the place.
sniffing damn
Says he has,
kids.
oh, you see how it never is
Yeah, I
addressing
don't-
that?
Oh, sorry,
Are you
I
ever going to
don't
address it?
believe-
Denise, thank
I
you
don't
for
how do you-
$7.77.
Democrats
Thank you
make
so
up.
much. Denise and Aubrey, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
So how do we know that?
Olivia, thank
how
you
do-
for... Oh,
Sorry, I don't believe the
Fine.
crap that Democrats.
Hey, Chris, so
make
how
up
do we
like
know that
you
some of
guys
these
do.
immigrants are rapists?
Because they've been convicted of it.
Oh, so
They've been
if you-
arrested and been convicted of them.
So if you're convicted of something in a criminal court, it means you did it. So do you accept Trump's
Yeah, so
34 criminal
Trump didn't do it,
convictions?
right? So Trump got charged, but he didn't do it, right?
Do you accept Trump's 34 criminal convictions?
No, I don't. None of it would have happened. If he wasn't running for president, it would have never happened. Period.
So if
Never
you don't
happened.
accept Donald Trump's criminal convictions, why should we accept immigrants' criminal convictions?
Oh my God! Because they're not running for president. He is. They're not. Democrats want immigrants for votes.
Do you see how ridiculous this
They
guy
want
is?
Trump out of office.
This guy's so ridiculous, bro. He said, because
Bro,
they're
I
running
know.
for president. They're running for
Okay.
president.
Okay,
Just because
so,
they're running for president, I'm assume that it didn't happen.
okay,
I
so
know,
you're
bro.
literally saying
For
because
real.
you're literally saying because it's Trump, it didn't happen.
Literally. Because if it was Kamala Harris, he would believe it for sure, bro. If
Oh,
it was Joe
man.
Biden, he would believe it for sure. But
Wait.
because it's Donald J. Trump, no, it couldn't be my
Wait,
dad.
actually, that
No, it
leads me-
couldn't be.
That leads me
That's
to a
what
good
you
question.
say.
Do you think that Kamala Harris should be convicted of felonies?
Do I think Kamala Harris could be convicted of felony? I
Do
mean,
you think she should be a criminal?
I think Hillary Clinton should. Absolutely.
Oh, I'm asking you about Kamala Harris.
Yeah, she's got troops unalived on her belt.
Wait. So, what evidence do you have to say that Hillary is a felon?
Oh God, where'd the emails go? Those
Oh, but she
missing
was running
emails.
for president at that time.
Yeah, remember she was a presidential candidate. Do you see this shit, dude?
Yeah, they tried. They tried at that time.
That was just the deep state attacking her. You're delusional.
Oh, no, they did. No, they did try at that time.
Yeah, would you
The
would you
emails
would you agree with us?
disappeared.
That, no, the emails didn't disappear.
Powers
The emails were
the
made up.
powers
By
The
the
that
deep
be.
state was attacking him there, but it's also
they
the
must
case
have
they,
paid
they
him.
forgot to on election
Yeah.
night.
I guess people got paid off as normal. Democrats.
people
are
got
great
paid
about
off.
that.
People got paid off to attack Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, they
All
love
the
paying off
indictments and the
judges.
litigation was bullcrap.
Rebecca, thank you for $2.
I
Thank you
think
so
the
much.
daughter of that one judge got paid off too. That was on Trump's case as well.
What was her name and what was the judge's name? And what case was it for?
Whatever I tell you guys, y'all are just gonna laugh and think it's deep state theory, anyways. But
We're
you
laughing
know.
Yeah,
at you
because you
because
have
of
no
what it is.
evidence and you believe things that are conspiratorial.
And you guys believe the crap that Democrats feed you, all the fake news.
We
and
believe the
everything
evidence.
else.
We believe
But
the
you're not
evidence.
even old enough to actually see
Wait,
the last
what
40 years,
fake
and they
news
haven't
do we
done
believe in?
nothing.
Last 40
Their
years, Chris,
actions
how old are you?
Nothing. They have not
Chris,
done
how old are
anything.
you? Chris, how old are you?
I just told you. You asked earlier. I'm 44.
So you've barely been around for the last 40 years, dude. You were 4 years old. What are you
I
talking
still
about?
remember Reagan. Y'all weren't even. When were you born? Like, when were you born? 9/11, if that.
I
Do
was
you
born in
remember that? Were you
2002.
like 3 years old?
I wasn't alive.
No. You look like you just like got a mustache in recently, or starting
So
to.
I have a
Is
question.
that how you feel superior to yourself when you're getting intellectually dismantled? Is that you just say that I'm like young or something? Does that mean just like someone who's even younger is still shitting on you in a debate? Like,
No,
what does
but
that make
somebody
you look
older
like?
has seen life, Parker. Somebody that's older has seen
okay.
life.
No arguments. Okay, so yeah, Joe Biden's
Joe Biden.
right. Joe Biden's older.
Joe Biden
He's
and
seen
Bernie
more life.
Sanders, right?
Oh yeah,
Jesus
he's
Christ.
so old. He's like literally got dementia. He don't.
Oh
remember
yeah, so
anything
he's so
now.
old. So he's like, what do you say that Joe Biden, right,
He's
is,
so
$60.
old he
Thank you
can't
so
walk.
much.
is more intelligent than Trump because
I
he's
will.
older?
He's so old he can't walk. He can't remember anything.
So can
You
he
see
answer
how
my
he just
question?
doesn't respond to anything? He's like an NPC, dude.
No, he actually is. He's
Like an actual MAGA droid.
interactable NPC. So is Joe Biden more intelligent?
Y'all
than
should
Trump?
love it. Y'all are getting more likes.
You understand that
Y'all
we have the same thing every day, right? Chris,
Same thing every
Chris,
day.
I'll kick you off right now, and we'll have more people
I don't
in the
give a
live.
shit. I gotta go to work anyways. Unlike y'all other fucking Democrats.
We're working right now. You know that,
We're
right?
actively.
No, I'm talking about
working
your
on it.
friends.
What? What
I'm
friends?
talking about Democrats in general.
Wait, Democrats literally
Democrats
have
in
more
general
college
have
degrees.
jobs. Yeah.
They have more college degrees and higher
Yeah,
paying
most of
jobs.
the ones
What
where
you
I'm at
yapping
are
about?
damn on unemployment and damn getting fucking food stamps. Want to be just like the fucking
Where are
immigrants
you
You
coming in here.
understand that? You understand like the big Democratic states like New York and California pay for Republican states. They pay more into the federal system than they take out from it.
Wait, can I ask you a question? Where are you from?
The South.
Like what state specifically?
I'm from a few different states in the South.
Where do you live right now where the Democrats right are disproportionately in like lower classes?
Wait, if you live in the South, wait, what state?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking, bro. He seemingly won't respond.
Any other questions?
Is it going to be a red state with a lower GDP per capita than most blue states? Like, I'm just asking, which one? Which state?
It's the one where crime is low because
Tell me which state,
we
which
all
state?
carry firearms
Which state?
compared to the other Democrat cities.
Can you tell me which
where
state?
Where firearm
tell me
laws
which
are the
state. Which
strictest,
state?
but yet crime is the highest.
Yeah, which state?
That one.
Which state? Can you tell me which state? Texas? Florida?
Emma, thank you for
Alabama?
the $1.
Great states.
Hey, I just wanted to put it out there. So I just chose a state, Illinois. So 49% of Democrats in this are 49% of people with six figures in like household earnings are Democrats. Meanwhile, 42% are Republicans.
That's cooked.
Yeah. Bethany, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo, and Olivia, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much, Bethany and Olivia. Y'all are awesome. So quite literally, what you were saying was false.
Cooked.
Y'all know how to work on a car, like change the tire?
Yes.
No.
My mother has owned a car shop and operated on it, right, over the course of the last
Dude,
couple
that's the
months.
most relevant fact to this guy right now.
Yeah.
Do you know how to like change a tire, bro? Yo, Chris, how many
Yes, bro.
consonants are there?
Yeah. Well, I gotta go do that for my wife.
Chris, how many
but
consonants are there?
I appreciate y'all having us on.
Chris, how many
Having me on.
consonants are there?
Get some more likes and coins there, guys.
How many
Appreciate
consonants,
it.
Chris? Chris, how many consonants? You see what I mean? These people are fucking like literal clowns, dude. Literal clowns.
That was a MAGA droid. Like that was actually
That
a
was
robot.
like an actual MAGA
we
droid.
just talked to a
You know
natural
how old are you?
robot.
What's
Are you
up?
voting
I'm
Trump?
21.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Oh, Parker. So, y'all were talking about the immigrant thing, and I'm actually pretty in agreement with that dude who was on here. I just didn't think he really knew too much about what he was talking about, if I'm wrong. But yeah, so it just seems to me, there's two sides to the coin, Democrat, Republican, right? The Democrats seem to be more welcoming of immigrants, and the Republicans
Like less racist and xenophobic. Yeah.
Well, it's not necessarily racist, is it? Like,
Yeah. I mean, I'd
there's a
say like
big
the idea of
underpinning
like
in many scenarios.
what like Trump
Like the
is
guy we were
campaigning
talking
on.
to earlier. Yeah.
okay,
Like Trump campaigns on calling everyone who comes into our country like a rapist, MS-13 gang member, pedophile.
Okay.
And he says that he wants to deport literally all of them through mass deportation, even though that serve as a economic travesty to the state of our country, and it's just practically infeasible. It's the constant demonization of these humans for political
Ella, thank you for the
purpose.
$5. Thank you, Ella.
okay.
Thanks for
So,
talking about the
see,
constant
Republicans-
demonization. So, you understand that, like, If he actually also if he actually cared about the border crisis, why did he undermine the border bill?
Donald Trump undermined the border bill.
Yes.
In what way?
A Trump endorsed border bill. He said, "Blame it on me if the border bill fails," because he called up people in Congress to not vote for the bill.
Okay. And was there a specific reason why he did that?
He didn't want Democrats to get a win. He also cited the appropriations, which the appropriations got passed later. It was separated from the bill, and then it also separated the border bill, and the border bill didn't get passed. So it was clear he just cared about reducing the border bill from happening, because it is the case that he wants Democrats not to get a win.
Yeah, and I can hear you out on that, Parker. I know I might have read something about that, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, some Republicans say that the reason that specific bill didn't get passed is because there was stuff lumped in with it, and I know both sides say that.
Yeah, I just referred to that, and I told you that that's not like the legitimate reason, because they split up the bill, and it still is the case that like the appropriations passed and the border bill didn't.
Actually, they didn't even split up the bill. The border revisions were just revised out. Like it wasn't even a split. Like it was literally Langford's bill, and they just took it out.
Yeah, okay. So that's kind of like still splitting up the bill, like like idea.
Yeah. So who took it out?
Like Congress did. Like so they went through revisions.
They took out. So they basically split out the border provisions, and then passed the appropriations.
Yeah. And then if you're curious for
and then there was a solo border bill.
It was Public Law 11850. It passed on August 24th, 2024. And it was Langford's border bill that Trump had shot down without the border provisions, just solely the funding for Israel, Ukraine, etc.
Okay, cool. So you're saying that bill that Donald Trump was directly responsible for shooting down got passed August, what date did you say?
August 24th.
August 24th, so fairly recently, right? So since that bill has been passed, I mean, do you guys have any statistics on how this is
April 24th.
April, okay. 24th. So a little bit longer ago. Yeah, has it gotten better since that passed?
Remember, that was just funding for like Israel, Ukraine, etc.
Oh, so that wasn't the actual border part. It was everything but the border stuff.
Because they removed the border provisions because Trump asked.
10-4, understood. So my question to y'all would be, okay, I hear you out on that. Donald Trump blocked this bill. Why is it that there's more immigrants just in general coming through the border in the past 4 years while Joe Biden and Kamala Harris
Title 42.
Title 42, yes, I heard about that expiring. Right.
Yeah, expiration of Title 42 caused an increase in migration. I look at the southern border like a river, and I look at Title 42 like a dam. When you dam a river, the water will backfill, and when you remove the dam, it will immediately rush through. So when we had a couple years there with Title 42 in effect, allowing essentially no migration across the southern border, I mean, we had people backlogged for years migrating from southern Latin American countries, right? Specifically because of the economic disparities onset in their own country, and as soon as that expired or became unconstitutional because the public health risk was no longer in effect, of course we were going to see people gushing through. That's when Congress turned around, drafted that bipartisan bill, tried to sign it into law, and then that's when Trump shut it down. And then soon after is when Biden signed in his executive order, which decreased crossings by 55%, putting us at the same levels that we saw at the end of Trump's term. So I think that they did literally the best and the most that they could. And Trump manipulated the situation to serve for his self-interests. Once again, another scenario where Trump has placed himself above the nation and everyone in it.
Yeah. But one thing in there you said, so it went down to, at the end of Trump's presidency, 55%. That was, about where we left off when Trump left office. I'm just wondering, has it gotten better than under Trump?
Yeah, the border crossings are lower now than what they were at the end of Trump's administration, according to the Customs and Border Protection.
Okay. So what was all that drama going on with, the clash between Texas and the federal government? Because I know Texas wanted to...
Yeah, Texas doesn't have jurisdiction over immigration, like how they carry through immigration as it relates to the border. It's federal jurisdiction, and they were getting in front of like federal border agents' ability to do their job at the border.
Yeah, but what was their job exactly at the border? Because from my understanding, Texas was trying to stop illegal crossings and limit them as much as they can. In some ways,
but the way they were trying to do that restricted the ability for federal border agents to do that inevitably.
It's simply unconstitutional.
Yeah.
Sorry, it was simply unconstitutional. It was essentially just state rights attempting to supersede federal rights when that's like constitutionally prohibited.
Yeah, what part of it is constitutionally prohibited, like in the state
The
looking out for
supersession,
interest?
the supersession of state rights over federal rights, state law over federal law, state rule over federal rule.
Well, doesn't a state have a duty to itself to protect itself, right? Like from threats?
And insofar as the constraint of not superseding federal legislation, like why did the Civil War happen?
Well, yeah, people debate that day in and day out with slavery.
The Civil
Right?
War happened because the Civil War happened because the states in the Confederacy wanted to own slaves, and the Union
Right.
had argued that it should be federally illegal.
Yeah.
And then inevitably, right after the Civil War had concluded, we instituted federal law saying that slavery was illegal, and given that amendment to the Constitution, right, no state that existed in what was priorly known as the Confederacy could thereby pass legislation making the ownership of slavery legal because state law cannot supersede federal law.
Right, understood. But can you really conflate slavery with the issue of illegal immigrants, flooding into the country? As you said, we had a backlog. Quite a few people were waiting to get in here, and they
And here
did.
I was being generous. Here I was being generous, just trying to explain to you the checks and balances offered to our country and to the states that preside within it due to our Constitution. And I gave you an example of where in the past state law has failed to supersede federal law and why that's the case. And you are seemingly not understanding. It's very simple. State law doesn't supersede
Right.
federal law. The conflict between the federal government and the state of Texas was nothing more than the mere fact that state law had attempted to supersede federal law.
Yeah, I agree with you in that state law cannot supersede federal law, but I do also hold the belief that if the federal law is directly responsible for, the potential destruction of a state or the potential
What federal
weakening
law
of a
was
state-
directly responsible for the destruction of Texas?
Well, I'm just saying, if the federal government really was trying to,
No, answer my question.
I am answering your question, right? Your question was repeated again, just so I'm 100% sure.
What
on
federal law was directly responsible for the destruction of Texas?
Okay, I cannot name a specific law, but from how I understood the conflict between Texas and the federal government, I don't know if it was a specific law. It was more so the actions of, federal border agents and state border patrol agents, or I'm not border patrol, like sheriffs.
Can we talk about someone else real quick? Like, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Once the appeals process is, all done with that, because I read he was looking to appeal that case. Yeah, I'd like to see it.
On
like,
what grounds?
That. I don't know whatever.
They don't
grounds he wants
appeal.
to on.
They don't appeal the jury determination.
Right, but they.
So if
can't
they don't appeal the jury
full
determination, then
verdict.
why don't you accept the jury determination?
Well, okay, so if a jury finds, let's say.
Oh, people want to know what's in the background.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, it's my dog's dog toy. She's chewing it. My bad.
No, it's fine. Don't worry. Just wanted to know.
Yeah. Like, say a jury finds OJ not guilty of murder, right? If that court case did get appealed, and he does get found guilty of murder, which one would you believe?
Which one would I believe?
Yeah.
Of like the appeal, like obviously if there was an appeal, well then I would have reason to think otherwise in terms of the legislation, but I wouldn't have reason to think otherwise in terms of the law. But I wouldn't have reason to think otherwise on the jury determination. So I still accept the jury determination.
You still accept the initial not guilty, even though he would be.
No, I accept the jury determination of being held civilly liable because the jury determined that he did it based on preponderance of evidence.
Okay, yeah.
Also, you just don't have reason to assume that Trump has grounds to appeal. Like, imagine if Jeffrey Dahmer was making an argument right now that he was going to appeal his convictions for like murder and rape and
Yeah, like that's
rape and
ridiculous.
whatnot. Like, technically speaking, Jeffrey Dahmer could appeal that right now if he were to be alive. So would you say because there's a potentiality that this could be appealed given Jeffrey Dahmer having that legal ability, would you say that you will not believe Jeffrey Dahmer is guilty?
No, obviously not.
Because he has no grounds to appeal. So very similarly, unless you could point out grounds for Trump to appeal the civil court that held him responsible for rape, you seemingly have a baseless argument. So what are the grounds in which Trump and his legal team have to appeal the findings of the court?
And I'll tell you what is what's your name? I know Parker's name, but
Really?
You can call me Dean.
Dean. Okay, yeah, Dean. I'm kind of drawing a blank here, but I don't. Oh, what I was going to say is, I don't have any basis on why Trump has grounds for an appeal. I don't know much about that whole situation, to be honest. I know he was convicted of a jury, held civilly liable for this, sexual misconduct, and I think that's very wrong. But given the fact that I also believe that politics is pretty nasty, and I wouldn't put it past either side to, I don't even know the right way to put it.
So you think the court case was politically motivated? If the court case was politically motivated, could you explain to me how E. Jean Carroll had medical records from the 90s indicating that Trump had raped her? Was he running for president then?
No, but he was also a very, influential person.
Do you think violent sexual offenders should be able to get access to guns?
No.
So Trump shouldn't be able to get access to guns, but should be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
Well, he already was president, and
Okay. And if a rapist already had a gun, I'd say take it away, never give it back.
Yeah, I can get behind that. I don't support violent offenders. Whether it's assault or grape, any of that stuff. They shouldn't have weapons. But Donald Trump, the thing about it is, man, it just seems awfully politicized to me. And I'd probably say the same thing if it was Kamala Harris being tried for something she did in court.
Awfully politicized? How is it politicized if there are literal medical records that go back to the late 90s?
Yeah, I can't speak on this court case being politicized. I'm talking about this whole election season. Everything regarding these two people is incredibly politicized, and
that doesn't change anything we just said there.
I'm sorry?
That doesn't change anything we just said there.
Okay, so maybe I'm not understanding. Sorry, I stepped outside so the dog toy wouldn't squeak anymore. I see people in chat talking about it, but so all I'm saying is, sure, he was found guilty of sexual misconduct by this jury of people.
No, like literally forcefully penetrating a woman.
Yeah. I don't want to get banned or get the stream in trouble. But yeah, that's what I mean. The jury found him civilly liable for that. He can't be held criminally liable because the court case expired or whatever. You were telling me that one time, right, Parker? Like it's been too long since that case.
Yeah, statute of limitations.
Yeah.
For criminal courts.
Yeah. So he can't be held criminally liable. I'm curious to see where the appeal goes. I mean, honestly, the Jeffrey Epstein flight log thing. There's a lot of people on that list, and I don't know. Maybe Donald Trump is a rapist like that, but that would mean all these other people.
Is it possible that it's actually not politically motivated and Donald Trump is just a bad person?
It is also. I will grant that.
What you're kind of telling people here is that they could go out, do some of the most morally reprehensible things known to mankind, run for president, convince their voter base that this is just the deep state attacking them because they're their savior, to further radicalize them to increase their chance of winning an election.
Right.
I mean, I think if you were to act in accordance with logic in this circumstance, right, you wouldn't deny the fact that Trump is a rapist. I don't think it's possible for the court case to be politically motivated when the evidence for the claim that Donald Trump is a rapist, right, predominantly would come from the 1990s before he was ever running for president.
Right, and I grant that. I can't say for a fact if he's like a golden goose in the sense he's a perfect individual or he's just a decent individual, actually, because you don't have to be perfect to not great people, right? We all know that. The thing I want to see is, maybe more evidence for the case against him, because I feel like if there really was a lot of concrete evidence, that would be harped on a lot. And I think
that's what we're doing. We do that every day. We really harp on this every day.
That's what y'all do. But what about?
Come on, bro. Dude, just because other people in the media are not harping on this does not mean it's not bad. That's such a ridiculous assumption because of this.
Well,
on, bro.
It's not an assumption, it's an observation. I see what they harp on. To me, the things seem kind of silly compared to what they could be harping on, according to y'all. And I feel like if there's very concrete merit to those claims, everyone would know about it. Everyone would be talking about it. That would be, Donald Trump there'd be like a wanted poster of him, like, this man is a rapist.
There are. I'm not talking to this guy anymore, bro. I can't, dude. That is so ridiculous, Chet. So ridiculous. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates, y'all.
Wee.
Yo, what's up? Oh,
Can you hear
yo, what's
me?
up, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 18.
Are you voting for Trump?
I'm going to be voting for Trump just because my parents are voting for Trump, to be honest.
What? So if your parents were voting for Hitler, would you vote for Hitler if you were in 1940 Germany? 1930s
No.
Germany?
But
No? Okay, so just because your
I didn't
parents
really-
are voting for someone doesn't mean you're going to vote for them, right?
yes. But here's I came to more debate about religion. I saw you on an edit. Someone
Okay,
showed.
well, I mean, we're not
Trump-
doing religious debates right now. If you want to come after the election, we can talk more about religion, but
All right, well, I know.
Damn, Charlie Kirk, is that you running from a religious? I'm just kidding.
I know, right?
I saw the little debate you had.
So
I
thinking of
didn't think.
$5.
I feel like I could have done better in the debate. On the religious aspect, I don't really know much about politics.
Charlie?
Huh?
Then Charlie?
On the religious part, yes.
Yeah.
On the political part, you guys probably know a lot more than I do about politics, to be honest. But I just know
Okay.
one thing. Didn't
Okay, so like
inflation-
that's interesting. So you think that he was bad at like portraying the Christian worldview?
I think he was. He said when you asked him about the part where you asked him, what'd you ask him? You asked him why can a perfect being, how can a perfect being love something imperfect, right?
Or yeah, how could a perfect being want something that is imperfect? Because that would imply that they had an imperfect desire.
Well, so God, so as humans we are imperfect, but because God is all loving, He loves us even though we're not perfect. But you could now that's
How could
where
you
the
love something
question
not
could-
perfect? That doesn't make any sense. Because again, then you have imperfect love.
No,
Yeah,
he's-
good
no,
point,
listen.
Parker.
No,
an
listen.
argument.
So He's all loving and He can love us even though we're not perfect. But then that begs the question: if He
Do we have
loves us,
perfect
even
love
though
with
we commit
God?
all the sin,
Do we have perfect love with God?
no, God.
No. Okay, so then how does God have imperfect love if He's a perfect being?
No. God perfectly loves us. We do not perfectly love God. There's a difference.
Maybe
Okay,
there's
so so we do have perfect love with God.
Maybe there's another way
Yes.
to spell this one out. Maybe there's
Sorry,
another way to
I
spell
didn't
this one out.
understand. I didn't understand what you meant when you
so
said
How
we-
can an imperfect being have perfect love?
Okay, so if you look at the crucifixion, so this
But
is
not
why the
other perfect
crucifixion,
things.
huh?
How does every imperfect being have perfect love with God?
So because God, okay, so when God created us, He created us in in His own image, and He loved us. John 3:16. So God forsake His only begotten Son, and I don't remember the verse exactly, but
Okay. You're kind of just stating that the Bible says it. Okay, I
Well,
want to
hold on
make
a
sure to
second,
give
hold
out
on
the
a second.
politics for everyone,
Well,
but
hold
you're
on.
just kind of just stating the Bible says it.
well, hold on a second. Just give me 1 second. So, when we break God's laws because we are imperfect, right? That's the whole point of the crucifixion. Because when Jesus was crucified, it's kind of like imagine I'm a judge, and maybe you broke the law, and so because you broke the law, now you have to pay for your crimes, right? And the thing is though, I'm the judge, but I'm also happen to be your father, so I still pardon you. But then, as a father, I take off the robes and I pay your
Taking
fees.
off the robes? Oh, okay.
No, like the robes they wear in court. I don't know.
Okay.
But, like,
all right.
still.
Well, Adam, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, man.
All right, have a good day.
There you go.
God's
Taking
really
off the
taking
robe.
off that robe.
Crazy, bro. Holy
We're
shit.
getting freaky, bro. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
I am. I'm
Bethany, thank
22.
you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Trista, thank you for the $5. So yeah, why are you voting for Trump?
A few reasons, mostly because I've heard Kamala wants to legalize abortion.
Kamala. And
Kamala, sorry.
yeah. What's the issue with that?
I think that abortion is murder.
Oh, okay. So do you think murder should be left up to the states?
Yep. No,
Yeah.
no, I think it should be federal.
No. So if it shouldn't be left up to the states, why are you voting for Donald Trump, who put people in office to leave it up to the states?
Because, well, I think that I actually don't agree with Trump. I think it should be federally illegal, but Kamala definitely wants it to be legal for everyone, so it's not really a comparison.
So do you think that women who are raped should be able to get access to abortion?
No.
What about children?
No.
So a
Okay.
10-year-old kid that gets raped, you think they should be forced to go through that pregnancy?
And what's the reason there? So why shouldn't a victim of rape, like a 10-year-old girl, be able to get an abortion, Tyler?
Because I believe that life begins at conception,
Me
and
too.
killing a person is murder.
Okay, yeah, but it's not more. It's more so about the idea that the 10-year-old victim of rape would have no obligation to let the fetus survive off of her bodily resources. Like Tyler, if you were a vampire and you walked up to me and stuck your teeth in my neck and you told me that if I forcibly remove your teeth from my neck and you stop drawing blood, that you will die from starvation, would I be doing anything wrong by removing you from my neck, even if it resulted in your death?
No.
No. So when a 10-year-old girl figures out that there's a fetus living inside of her fucking body, living and growing inside of her body, and the 10-year-old girl, this victim of rape, figures out that if she removes this fetus growing inside of her body, that it will result in the death of the fetus, would she be doing anything wrong by removing the fetus from her body?
Yes.
Okay, so
'Cause-
what's the difference between those scenarios of the vampire latching onto my neck and me removing them, resulting in its death and there being no wrongdoing, and a 10-year-old girl removing the fetus from her uterus and there being wrongdoing? What's the difference?
I think there's a few differences. First of all, it's a person, not a vampire.
The relevant, Tyler, the relevant differences.
Okay, relevant differences. I'm going to answer it like this. If a mother stopped feeding her baby, would it be murder? Would that be negligence
Yeah,
of the mother?
because the mother has an obligation to provide for the baby. It's parental
Why?
obligation. Why? It's
Why?
a societal contract in which is taken on given parents. Okay, what obligation does a 10-year-old girl have to provide to the fetus within her womb?
Because it's a person. We have obligations to keep.
Okay,
other
so
people
why
alive.
wouldn't I have the obligation to keep the vampire alive by allowing it to continue to suck on my neck?
Because this, I don't think it's the same thing. Because when you're talking
No,
about
answer
a
my question. Why
vampire,
would I
that is
not
a
have an obligation to allow the vampire sucking on my neck to continue to live?
It's this big thing about innocence. The vampire is attacking you, right? The baby
Okay.
The baby has not done anything wrong.
Okay, so if they're innocent, then it's not wrong. So if I woke up tomorrow and I was connected via IV to a patient that needed a blood transfusion, and if I disconnect, they died, but the patient that needed a blood transfusion didn't know that they had connected to me, would it be wrong for me to disconnect from them? As in, they are innocent in this scenario. Let's just assume medical malpractice.
So I'm just trying to understand what you're saying. You're saying that if
Yeah, like a hospital connected a patient that needed a blood
Bethany, think
transfusion.
of the $5. Thank you so much, Bethany.
Hospital connected a patient that needed a blood transfusion to the wrong person. Okay, right, and the patient needs this blood transfusion for the next 9 months to live. And if the person disconnects from the patient at any point, they will die. So this patient that needs a blood transfusion got connected to the wrong person via the hospital, not because of the patient. Would the person be doing anything wrong in this scenario by disconnecting themselves from that patient that needs the blood transfusion?
I think so. I see where you're going with this, but I think that
Okay,
why would
really?
you-
So if you woke up tomorrow, you were abducted, and you were connected to this patient that needed a blood transfusion against your will without your consent, you would be a murderer if you disconnected from them.
I don't think I'd be a murderer, but I definitely think it would be wrong. I see what you're saying.
Boom.
I see what you're
Okay.
saying with
So
this.
then, so what's the wrongdoing? If it's not wrong for the 10-year-old girl to kill the fetus by removing it from her uterus because she has no obligation to sustain its life, then what is the wrongdoing?
Again, I do think that we're obligated to sustain life. I think that all these weird scenarios and analogies aren't really the same thing. I think it's a unique thing, childbirth, compared to a vampire sucking on
Okay,
your
so
neck.
special plane?
What was that?
Okay, so special plane? Because the argument's very like simple. The 10-year-old girl, this victim of rape, that was forcefully penetrated against her will, impregnated with no consent via herself, has no obligation to maintain the life of the fetus with the use of her bodily resources, and is totally within her unprecedented rights of bodily autonomy and bodily integrity to evict and or remove the fetus from her womb. If that unfortunately results in the death of the fetus, so be it. It is still yet permissible due to her rights of bodily integrity and bodily autonomy.
I would like to say this. If the child is going to put the woman's life at risk, I think that's different. This is under the assumption, my view is under the assumption that the child will not be putting the mother's life at risk. I just want to put that out there. But
Discord.
I think that there's a few things I disagree with about, because I think that
I'm just waiting for you to tell me the obligation that the 10-year-old victim of rape has to sustain the life of the fetus in her womb. Why is it wrong for her to remove that fetus? Damn.
Because it's going to be killing the baby.
Because it's going to be killing.
Wait,
you,
a non-sentient embryo. Wait, do you think zygotes are people?
I think that a fertilized egg is a person.
Okay, what's the relevant difference between a sperm and a fertilized egg that means you value one but not the other?
One has the capability of growing into a human life.
The capability? Okay, well, if I'm engaging in intercourse with my girlfriend, well, there's also a capacity for that in the future as well. There's a potentiality for that. There's also a potentiality a zygote doesn't make it into a pregnancy because it might not implant.
But potentiality and reality are different. And when it's a fertilized egg, it's a reality.
Okay, you understand that it's also a reality that there's a living sperm cell, right?
Yeah, but it's not. It's different, because when it is fertilized, it's actually, if you were to foster it in the right.
You mean living?
Yes, it's living.
Sperm is living.
Yes, but if you leave a sperm in anywhere, it's going to just die.
If you leave a zygote anywhere, it's just going to die.
No, but if you leave a zygote,
if you leave a zygote on a table, is the zygote going to live?
No, but you need to.
Okay. So what's the relevant difference between a zygote and a sperm that means you value one but not the other?
Because if you put a sperm in an incubator, it's going to die. If you put a zygote into an incubator, it will grow into a baby.
Into an incubator.
I have the best question ever.
So you're just saying it's necessary conditions. If you engage in the necessary conditions for it to be in a future state, well, then obviously it's going to be a person in a future state. Both of them would be that. Like the same way that if you had the necessary conditions for a sperm to become a person. But yeah, go for it.
I'm about to cook so fucking hard. Tyler,
Chris, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
I feel so bad for you right now, Tyler. So I've been over here pondering. I've been thinking about what you told me earlier. So you told me that we have an obligation to save innocent life, no matter, right, what the circumstances are. If a 10-year-old girl
also,
gets
wait,
raped,
by the way, he literally just said that women are incubators, by the way. I just want to say.
That's insane.
I completely glossed over that.
I didn't even.
That's taking my words out of context.
I didn't even realize it was that crazy.
Way out of context.
No, that's what incubator would. What? What's an incubator? Like, can you do that with humans?
I'll cook them right now. I'll cook them right now on this point. Right, I'll cook them right now. So you're saying that you said earlier that the 10-year-old girl, right, has an obligation to sustain the life of the fetus growing in a room just because we don't want to see innocent life die. Doesn't matter the circumstances. It doesn't matter how the innocent life got there. It doesn't matter what its dependency is. All that matters is if she gets an abortion, it will die. Therefore, it's wrong. So my question to you would be, well, does our government have an obligation to save the millions, or maybe here in America, the hundreds of thousands of lives that die per year from starvation? Would you say that the government has a baseline obligation to provide to every single American citizen the bare necessities to live, such as food, water, and housing, insofar as preventing the unnecessary deaths of innocent American citizens? The same way the 10-year-old girl would have the obligation to uphold and protect the innocent life of the fetus growing within her uterus.
To the best of their ability.
So you think that you would advocate for UBI, universal income, you would advocate for universal health care and housing for all?
No.
Oh wait, why not? Because remember, the government would have the obligation to protect and preserve the innocent lives that are lost every single year due to things such as starvation or difficult winter conditions. So please explain to me why a 10-year-old girl that is a victim of rape would have an obligation to, allow to protect the life of the fetus growing in her womb. Yet a government doesn't have an obligation to protect American citizens from starving to death.
Well, I don't know. Let me ask you, I don't know if I understand. What were the things that you said that the government should,
Yeah, food for all, housing for all, water for all, right? Because when the government doesn't provide those things, innocent citizens die from starvation, thirst, and harsh winter conditions. The same way the fetus would die from being evicted from the 10-year-old's womb, therefore the 10-year-old must keep it in its womb. Citizens would die from starvation, thirst, and hard weather conditions, therefore the government must provide those things, such as housing, food, and water, right?
I'm not an economic genius or anything like that, but if there was the ability to prevent everybody from starving and prevent everybody from doing this, I think that's definitely something we should do.
Oh, so there is. It just put us in great debt. It increased the deficit, and it'd make a lot of people's lives much worse. So so this is something that you do? Because remember in the hypothetical, this 10-year-old girl that you're saying is obligated to sustain pregnancy, her life is going to be dog shit. She's now going to have to deal with the trauma not only of getting raped, but of maintaining pregnancy for 9 months at the age of 10, and then the lifelong trauma associated with going through that experience. So we could assume that providing the bare necessities to live to every American in our country, such as healthcare, food, water, and housing, would cause an economic travesty, Great Depression 2.0, and I still see no reason why you would say that we shouldn't have to do that, because you want to cause that travesty to every single victim of rape in our country. What's the difference?
You don't. Well, there's a great assumption here that's the baby's going to cause misery.
Oh, yes, that is a great assumption. Do you think that pregnancy doesn't cause misery to victims of rape? Cam, you think
Elijah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
A 10-year-old girl that gets raped, is she going to be so happy?
I'm not going to do what you're doing and assume everybody's reaction to it. I understand.
Oh, wait, so you're saying if a 10-year-old girl gets raped and she's happy about it, that it's therefore permissible?
No.
Okay, so what's the relevance of your point?
The relevance of my point is I know a lot of people who are very happy that they got a child they were having.
Please, give me a break.
They were forced to go through a pregnancy when they were raped that they didn't want to go through.
Yeah, what's homestead syndrome?
So much. I know people
who likes it if they don't want it. That makes no fucking sense. It's contradictory. I hope you know that, right?
I know many people who would say they would never want what happened to them to happen, and they never expected it. But the baby that they have,
can you just answer my question? Does the government have an obligation
they
to
should
provide
have been forced against their will to go through a pregnancy?
Does the government have an obligation to provide the bare necessities to live, housing, healthcare, food, and water to every American citizen? Yes or no?
I think to the best of their ability. I think that's their job, to the best of their ability.
Okay.
I think the best of their
so then
ability
you'd want
for
to vote for the
everybody should be to
Democrat
help
Party.
other people.
So you'd want to vote for the Democrat Party in comparison to the Republican Party, because Republican policy that doesn't necessarily benefit the low and the middle class compared to Democrat policy, in which we see incessantly benefiting the low and middle class more so than the ultra wealthy and the corporations, better provides to individuals that are starving, that are thirsty, that don't have housing.
Again, I'm not an economic genius, but I'm not as confident in my.
Wait, could you please take all the money out of your bank account and give it to homeless people on the street right now so you could prevent further unnecessary death and pain?
I would, but it wouldn't help much homeless people. It would probably help like 3 people.
Yeah. So why don't you go do that right now? Don't you have an obligation to do that because you want to prevent unnecessary harm, death, or pain of humans?
I think I have an obligation to help the people around me in my immediate community.
Okay, so would you be saying that you're doing something just as wrong as getting an abortion by not helping them?
No.
Okay, so then why so, right? Because what we'd be saying here is what obligation, right, would the 10-year-old girl have to provide to sustain the life of the fetus that you wouldn't have to provide and sustain the lives of those around you?
I think that the primary difference is that I think that this.
So why does a 10-year-old have more responsibilities than a grown fucking man? Please answer me that question. Tell me why, in this worldview of yours that is so contorted beyond all reasonable belief, that you are saying that 10-year-old victims of rape have more responsibility than you to provide for the people around them?
You don't know me. I could have kids, but I don't know. It's unfortunate. I don't think it's a good thing. Like, I feel bad for this girl. Like, I'm not saying it's a good thing. I just believe that there's an innocent baby. I believe that if this embryo was a baby outside of the womb, you guys would also
the $10. Thank you so much.
And I think that is the same thing in and outside the womb. And that's just my world. That's just what I believe. I believe it's a child. And I believe that if you were to kill a 1-year-old right now who would also die without the help of other people, that would be a bad thing. And I think you guys would agree with that too. I think the main difference here is that it is inside the woman, and you know, I don't think that's, I understand where you guys are coming from, and I'm not saying that you guys are ridiculous, and I understand why you think what I'm saying is ridiculous, but I just believe that it's killing a child.
Okay, so again, you did not provide me a relevant difference between a sperm and a zygote. That means you value one but not the other. You provided me no relevant difference.
I did.
Both of them had the potential. Both of them are living.
No.
Give me no relevant distinction. Because again, if they
did.
both had the necessary qualities to move on, they would be able to. And they would be a person in the future.
No, a sperm without an egg will never become a person.
A zygote without a uterus will never become like a person either under my worldview. Because again, the zygote, right, might not implant into the uterine wall, right? It might specifically be flushed out of the system.
Yeah, and that would be unfortunate, but
was that a person?
I believe that once the egg is fertilized, it has become a person and is in the stage of growth.
But you're not giving me a relevant difference between these two things. That means that one's valuable, but the other one isn't.
I already did. I told you. And I'm not talking about potential. I'm talking about reality. If you put a sperm in a uterus, it is never going to become a person. If you put a zygote in a uterus, it's going to become a person.
Yeah. Okay. So again, if you fulfill all the necessary qualities, then yes, it will be able to continue. You can do the same thing with sperm. If you fulfill with the necessary qualities, well, then it will likely become a future become a person in the future. Do you think women who have IUDs are murderers?
Can you I'm sorry. An IUD does this prevent an egg from getting fertilized?
No, it allows for fertilization.
Not only can it prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation, which means it prevents a conceived cell from implanting into the uterine wall. Do you think women who have IUDs are murderers and should go to prison?
I'm not going to lie. I don't know the science between what an IUD does. I just don't know what it does.
I just told you.
Can you explain it again?
Yeah, not only can it prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation, which means it prevents a zygote, a conceived cell conception, from implanting into the uterine wall, therefore killing the zygote. It can do both.
Then I don't think I'd be the biggest fan of an IUD.
So are women who have IUDs murderers?
I don't know. I don't know.
What? What do you mean?
But it's so clear. They're killing a morally valuable human under your review. It's the difference between a woman with an IUD killing a conceived zygote and a woman going to Planned Parenthood killing a fetus.
I mean, if yeah, I suppose so. I'd have to stick by my what I believe a zygote is, what I believe an embryo is. So I'd suppose so.
So they are murderers?
Probably not intentionally killing people, but maybe unintentionally.
So I think if they know the risks.
Yo, SJ, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for SJ in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for SJ. Oh my God, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Let's get some W's, at least 100 W's for SJ in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. That is incredibly nice of you. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
I'd say if they knew the risks of it, like killing this conceived zygote, that they're going to be just as culpable for murder as Jeffrey Dahmer, right? So like, there's a door in front of me. If I point a gun at it and I fire, knowing that there's a 10% chance it's going to kill someone, well, I'm going to be just as culpable for murder as someone that would intentionally go out on the streets and, unalive someone via other means, right? So what we'd say here is, even though it would only occur in some cases, right, if the mother would be aware of this, then yeah, I don't understand why, given your worldview, they want to be culpable for murder.
I don't understand what you said.
Okay, no worries.
Okay. All right, Tyler, is there anything else you want to talk about, or add? Think with that mustache. Thank you.
No.
I appreciate you coming up. All right, let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? Why did I say that? Thank you so much for the goose. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you want to support me,
Gabriella!
Cash App in the bio.
Gabriella, thank you so much for the $20 and the 24 cents.
W's.
I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Gabriella. You are so awesome. And by the way, guys, I'm going to be streaming the audio of the debate on YouTube. I don't know if, I'll face any repercussions for it. I don't know if Parker's going to join me because of the potential repercussions.
No, I'm definitely not. I will be here, everyone, not doing any audio or anything like that. I will be here, so you can chill here with me and Matt. What's up, Holiday, if you want.
What's the topic?
Bro, what? Are you voting Trump?
Yes,
Why so?
because he's better than Kamala.
How so?
Because he wants America first. He wants to take care of the country first. He doesn't want any new wars. He had lower prices. He had lower gas, no inflation. All you guys are arguing about.
How do you cause any of those things?
Listen, man, because my source is me. My source is
God.
me.
Sure, we got Mr. Doctor Scientist up here to give us his academic
give him a
review.
second. And why is you a reliable source?
Because I live in this country. Duh. I live in this
I live in
country.
this
Wait, am I a
too.
reliable source? Yeah, are we reliable sources because
Yeah, of
we live in
course
the
you
country?
are, but you have your opinions, and your opinions are biased.
Wait, so are
So
your
how do-
opinions biased?
Because you hate the orange man, and that's the only thing you stand on.
No, that's not the only thing I
Yes,
stand
it
on.
is.
That's,
Yes, it is.
Because
Yes,
I
it is.
stand on
Name
things,
one
that's
good
why I
thing
hate
Donald Trump has done.
Listen, Samuel, what you're not understanding is that hating the orange man is not what I stand on. What I stand on is the reason why I hate the orange man.
Okay, well,
That's
tell
what
me.
you're not
okay,
understanding.
Let's not be biased then. Let's say the little game you like to play. Name one good thing Trump has done.
Operation Warp Speed,
Name another.
First Step Act.
Good. You're on a roll. And America First is somehow a bad agenda?
Well, he doesn't actually uphold America First, because else
Okay,
then
who
he'd
does?
be specifically cutting military budget around the world, right, and bringing
No,
it
I
back
don't
here at
believe that
home.
for a second.
What he
I
would
don't
be
believe
doing
that
is
for a second.
he would be
No.
providing tax
No.
cuts to the middle class and people who need it, instead of tax cuts on corporations and then increasing taxes on the middle class by increasing tariffs. You have to know
And
what you're talking about. You said they
tariffs-
caused inflation.
tariffs are
Trump's
better than
policy for
corporate tax.
Trump's policies
Tariffs-
actually would cause inflation.
Okay, well, he hasn't been in office in the last 3.5 years, and inflation is out of control, so explain that.
Well, that happened globally. It happened in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, everywhere around the world.
Yeah, in
Europe.
which we were a key player in that game. Kamala, your
And why
boy
was it
Joe,
increasing at the same degree everywhere else at the same time?
That's not my problem. That's not your problem. That's not our problem. What we are
What?
concerned
That's
about
just
is
that's how
our
global inflation
country.
works. That indicates that it's likely not
Our
from the United States policy.
Our country should be priority. And all these talking points and bills which are not laws, they're just distraction, man. This is what a lot of you guys miss. Is this is all by design. This is all by
Bills are
distraction.
not
No, they
laws.
want us arguing over these points that mean nothing to them. This corptocracy, these people that are running this
But
country
vote for the
into
guy. Wait, so
ground.
you don't understand? Donald Trump is in support of the corporatocracy, right? He specifically wants to give tax breaks to billionaires and to corporations that are huge, and he wants to
He
increase
also wants
taxes
to
on
have
people
no
in the middle
tax on
class.
tips.
So
He
don't
also wants to have more tax, no tax on tips.
That's also something that Kamala Harris agreed with.
Yeah, because she stole that from him, man. I believe.
Wait.
that
So
this
did
guy,
he steal it from Ron Paul and from Bernie Sanders?
Okay, maybe, but the point is that it was never done.
Dude.
It was never.
Okay, it hasn't been done with Trump
No
either.
one
What-
ever
Yeah,
did.
why didn't
Trump do it? Why did Trump do it during his
You're
first term? Why didn't
missing
Trump
the
do it
point.
during his first term?
You are missing the point.
Why
You are
didn't
missing
Trump
the
do it during
point.
his first term?
You are missing the point.
He
Are you
can't
gonna
answer the
answer his question?
No, he can't.
What's the question? What?
Why didn't he do it during his first term? No
Why
tax on
didn't
tips.
anyone? Why didn't anyone?
Bro.
Because he's fighting the beast from within the belly. That's why. No
that
one
even
has
mean?
ever done it. This is an old talking point. No one has ever fucking done it. Excuse my language. No one's ever done
Also,
it.
I'm
No
just
one's
gonna stay
ever
here for the
done
debate,
anything
Parker.
for us. They don't care about you. They hate
Considering it
you.
more, bad idea.
They don't care about you. They hate you. They are never going to do anything for you. And as long as we're distracted by these talking points, abortion, trans
The
rights,
bipartisan
racism,
infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy, and the $35 cap on
why
insulin
do
for
we
seniors.
need an
They
Inflation
brought
Reduction Act if
legislation
there's no inflation?
right for the middle class, and they brought legislation for workers.
Yeah, but
Donald
there's
Trump
no
has not
inflation.
done that.
No, there's no inflation. According to Biden and Harris, everything
How
was
is the
beautiful.
inflation? Listen, Samuel. How is the inflation caused by the Biden-Harris administration?
How was it not? Trump's got 4 years.
It happened
of
globally.
experience.
I already told you this.
Trump
It
has
happened-
4. No. Let's argue resume.
It happened globally. Okay, let's stay on inflation. It happened in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, Europe, everywhere around the world. So for you to ignore that is unbelievable, and ridiculous.
I'd also like to ask him a quick question. I don't know if he's capable of a productive line of dialogue.
Gabrielle, thank you for the $20.24 for quieting the beast. Thank you so much. Thank you, Gabrielle.
Yeah. Samuel, is it possible that I could ask you a question? Like, actually, like, level with me here, man. Is it possible
He's got
I could ask you a
666
question?
followers, by the way. Oh,
Is it-
Samuel, you gotta click the profile picture in the bottom right, and then click your microphone.
Yeah, and please
the
tell me I
heading.
could ask you a question. Please don't interrupt me, Samuel, please. So your argument here is that because inflation happened under Biden and Harris presidency, they caused it.
that.
So the highest rate of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression at 14.8% happened under Trump's presidency. Did he cause that, Samuel?
I don't see how one man can cause all that.
How could two people cause inflation?
I
if
don't
one
see
man
how
can't
2
cause
people can
unemployment?
cause all that. I don't see how 2 people can cause all that. You know who I blame that on? My government. My government.
Okay,
I'm not
so
going to blame
if
that
Trump
on
didn't
one
cause
person
unemployment,
because I'm not
Biden and
stupid.
Harris didn't cause inflation, right?
Fine, I'll agree with that.
Okay, so talking point dead in the water.
Okay, so it is dead in the water. But the point is, the government is the one that's screwing us. The government's screwing us. You're trying to lay it at the feet of one person. Victory.
Okay,
or
so then give
loss.
us an argument that Trump is going to drive the government in a better direction than
I
Biden and Harris,
can't do
because as
that.
far as I'm aware, Trump
can't
literally
do
tried to overthrow our government with the use of
no,
a coup
he did
to
not.
rig a federal election.
No, he did not. You had a bunch of
sure did.
patriots go down there and
Lauren, thank you for the
peacefully
$6.66.
fucking
Thank you,
protest.
Lauren.
And never mind, Clinton was an election denier. Oh, Trump's an illegitimate president. Blah. She cried and pissed and moaned just like he did.
Did she
And it's
send false
perfectly
slates of
within your
electors?
rights.
Where's the
It's
dinosaur? Thank you so much.
perfectly within your rights to question the election.
Did she send false slates of electors to the electoral college to cast Trump votes when she
Hey
didn't
man,
win?
if you think that woman's
So real.
innocent, if you think
So
that woman's
real.
innocent, you're crazy.
We're
I never
comparing
said that she's
taking-
innocent, but what we're saying is that she didn't do those things, and she's not even our candidate.
Yes,
Yeah,
she
we're,
did do
we're
those
making a
things.
comparison
Yes.
between.
Oh, so she wasn't an election
we're making
denier?
we're making a comparison between questioning the outcomes of an election.
Paul, thank you for the
through
dinosaur. Thank you so much.
proper
Which is legit.
legal-
Which is legit.
We're
which is legit. Which you're
one
allowed
moment-
to do.
So what we're allowed to do is we're allowed to question the outcomes of an election
Damn
through
right.
the proper legal channels. What did Trump do? He did not question the outcomes of the election through the proper legal channels. He instead turned around, tried to pressure the DOJ into falsely announcing widespread voter fraud when there wasn't any, causing Bill Barr to resign one. And then he tried to send false slates of electorates to 7 different states to cast votes from states that he lost, saying that he won to Congress. And then he tried to pressure Mike Pence into certifying them as being whale. That is
Right.
not proper, and that is
Right.
not a legal channel. That is a attempted coup. There's a big
Lauren,
It's not
again,
an
thank you for the
attempted coup, that's free
$6.66. Thank you,
speech.
Lauren.
That's not an attempted coup. That's free speech. And let's go
free
abstract.
speech trying to
Yes,
overthrow a
absolutely.
federal
Absolutely. He can say
government
whatever
by
he
rigging
wants.
an election.
He can
No,
say
that wasn't
whatever he wants,
that wasn't
just
that
like
wasn't
Clinton.
that
He can say
wasn't
whatever
Trump
he wants.
saying
Hold
things.
on,
That was
bro.
Trump
Let's go
partaking in
abstract.
actions that
Let's go
violated
abstract.
federal law. No,
Let's
there's
go
a difference
abstract
between
for a second.
saying
Do
things
you agree
and
that the government
partaking in
has grown
actions.
completely out of control? Do you believe that the government has grown completely out of control? That the government is now telling you what your rights and privileges are, and that was
pivoting.
never meant to be?
Hey Samuel, you're pivoting, man. You're pivoting, man. We're
Of course I'm
particularly
pivoting.
referencing.
Of course I'm pivoting, because you guys got all these little talking points that you can throw up in my face and try to make me look bad, but you're missing the point that the
I
government
feel like you're
is
just
not
mad,
telling
Samuel.
you what to do.
Samuel, what you're not understanding is that you're not accepting facts or evidence. Right? You're not
Neither are
accepting
you.
logic.
Neither are
I
you.
am.
You're
I
not
am.
either.
What facts
No,
and
you're
evidence
not.
am I not accepting?
That the government has grown completely out of control and is now telling us what our rights and privileges are, and that is what the real problem is.
Wait, you understand that what defined our rights in terms of what's enforced was the government from the beginning?
1776, yes.
So, like, what's your point?
My point is that from 1776 to now, the government is telling us what to do and telling us what our privileges are. And as long as we're distracted,
like Trump trying to do so with women getting access to abortion.
No, you're interrupting. As long as we're distracted and talking about things that don't matter and don't affect the billionaires and the rich, they don't care. That's what they want.
Donald Trump is the pro-billionaire candidate. Trump isn't increasing taxes on billionaires. Trump is decreasing taxes on billionaires, while also increasing taxes on the.
Oh my God!
Neither one of us are billionaires, but it is the case that your policy for Trump literally supports billionaires and supports big corporations at the expense of people who are poor in this country. It shifts taxes from people who are rich to people who are poor. What?
Parker. Samuel.
Unmute Samuel. Wait.
Samuel.
They pass that down to us. We pay that corporate tax.
Samuel, listen.
Samuel, you're talking about an overreach of the government. Do you think that the government overreaches when they make pedophilia illegal?
They did that a long time ago, bro.
So here's a 16-year-old girl that you follow. I can't even show her posts because she's in a bikini. And
I don't follow any 16-year-old.
So this is. I just want to clarify. This right here is a 16-year-old girl that you follow. I can't even show her posts.
Wait, no, we shouldn't show this. Actually,
yeah.
That's not my name. That is not my name.
And this is coming directly. This is coming directly from your following list.
No, it isn't, because that was not my name.
I click on your following.
That was not my name. That was not my name. You're a liar.
Samuel, I can literally show you that you follow that person.
Again.
What's the person's name? Wait. What's the first letter of the person's name?
That was not my name.
A.
Yeah. You follow
second letter.
Girl. D.
And then is it R?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's right here.
No, it didn't. Let me see. I can't. Hold on. Let me see.
Dude, you were following a 16-year-old girl that post. Please,
fucking weirdo. You fucking weirdo.
That is literally not me. You're a.
Yes, it is. I was on your fucking. I was literally on your following list. I'm not trolling. I click on your following list right here. I click this. Look. I click this.
Okay, well, if that's fucking.
This.
If that's on there, and I have nothing to do with that. You can get followers out the ass. Just
no, that's who you follow.
You can get followers just from surfing porn.
Look at this.
Shit.
That's who you follow.
You fucking got caught, you weirdo.
Oh, fuck you. You're full of shit.
You're so weird.
That's who you follow.
You're shifting and pivoting,
You're
man.
so
You're trying to make
weird.
me look like a fucking pedophile, a weirdo.
Because you are.
Look
yes.
like one.
You. Nah,
look like one?
You follow her.
I did 10 years in prison killing fucking pedophiles. Fuck you.
Bro, what the fuck, dude? What is going on right now? I'm just gonna kick them. Dude, that person is insane, bro. Bro, that is so crazy. That is so crazy.
And what's crazier is that this 16-year-old is like literally like posted multiple posts of like her in a bikini and stuff, and this old man followers. And then his excuse was he said that he gets followers from searching up corn.
I know, that's so weird, dude. That's so fucking weird.
So he just literally admitted to being attracted to minors. I just want to put that out there.
That's like so weird, dude.
Why every single time? Why does this always happen?
That's so gross, dude. That's so gross.
Oh, do you have a background for the debate?
No, I don't.
You want me to make one real quick?
Yeah, you can make one if you want.
Yeah, I'll just think it ad. We got 10 minutes here.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
To be completely honest, that's how I was raised.
You weren't raised to vote for someone who is held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman. You weren't raised to vote for someone who tried to overthrow the government. You weren't raised to vote for someone who tried to restrict women's rights. You weren't raised to vote for someone who denies science as it relates to climate change.
No, I'm saying, like, I grew up in, like, a Republican household, and that's all I've never known.
So
Wow.
I grew up in a Republican household as well. That doesn't mean that you should stay Republican.
True.
That's true. But, okay, so it gets down to, like, things like abortion that I more agree with Trump on. But, like, and I just overall, sorry, I'm a little shook. I can't believe I actually got up here on this deal. But, because I watch you guys all the time. Because you guys actually have some solid points. So,
Hey, W.
no, anyways, like, but just the whole deal with abortion and stuff, like, I agree more with the Trump, and then And I honestly don't know a lot else about immigration stuff. Like, everybody says that immigration's out of control and all this stuff, but I don't know. Like, half of the time it's just media trying to push you one way, you know? So I don't ever know what to believe. But
Okay.
as of now, I'd say for sure I'd be voting for Trump, you know?
So, okay. So why would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Well, it's just the same reasons. Like, I honestly didn't even know that really until I started watching you guys. But just some of the same points of like abortion and stuff. He's tougher on it.
Okay,
But,
so he's tougher on abortion. Okay, so you think that you want to restrict women's access to abortion to a greater degree, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you want to restrict women's access to abortion to a greater degree, Christopher, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Then here be my question: do you think zygotes are people?
See, I've been hearing you
Conceived cells at
say this.
conception.
Yeah, I've been hearing you say this, and then I heard Dean and Parker talk about it on that Jubilee
Charlie?
video. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
You're good.
And I'm like, I have no idea about that because I've never thought about that. But
Do you think this is a person?
is that a conceived zygote?
Do you think this is a person? It's a
can't see-
microorganism.
I kind of see hope for this guy. I'm not gonna lie.
I honestly have no idea. It does not
You,
look
you
like
don't know? It doesn't look like one.
No,
So we'll-
not in that picture.
Okay, so I have a question: Is this a person? I'll show you a picture of this. Do you think this is a person?
I'd say it looks more like an egg or something than the last picture, you know?
But do you think this is a person?
You know, I don't know. I'm not like a biology major or anything.
You don't know.
Nope, I have no idea.
So this is a zygote. This is a person under your worldview.
Okay.
Okay. So you couldn't tell the difference between the other microorganism and that zygote?
Not from the pictures, no.
Okay. So do you typically mistake people for microorganisms?
No. But that's like people are walking around, you see people every day. I mean,
I have a question. If you were in a burning building and you could either save 2 zygotes or 1 newborn baby, which would you rather save?
a newborn baby because I'm pushing one around right now in the stroller.
Okay. So, but 2 is more than 1, right?
Oh yeah, that's a good. That's a good.
Okay. So then why'd you pick the 1 over the 2?
A newborn. Well, a newborn's already like okay. I was gonna say living, but that it doesn't.
Okay, you got Mega
Like, the
Mobile right now.
newborn's already alive. Yeah.
A newborn is already a lot.
Oh, you're starting to sound
Not
like
working.
Okay, so newborns are more valuable than zygotes. So why do you consider a zygote a person then?
See, that's what I was saying. Like I have no idea about this argument ever. I like never even heard about it or thought about it until I learned about you guys saying it. So I don't have a good argument on that at all.
Hey, Matt.
Hey, what's up, Matt? Yeah. So all right. Was there anything else you want to talk about, Rod? Dean, look at this too, bro. Actually, wait, no. I think I just sent the same one on accident. But yeah.
I also saw
Dude,
that's
wait, no,
probably
actually,
where you got
there's
the-
two different tweets.
I was thinking that's probably where you got all the followers from because they also like linked your Twitter.
Yeah, I know. That's probably what it is. All right, let's get this next person up while we wait for the debate. Everyone, here about 4 minutes. The debate is coming up.
I tried to make a cool background, but I failed, so now I'm just making a lame one. Oh, it was gonna be so cool, but it failed. Oh no.
Honestly, I kind of just like want the 2 pictures of them. That's really it.
Nah, that's what I'm doing. I was gonna do some cool shit. I was gonna be artsy and creative.
You got
That's
4
not-
minutes, buddy.
I'm almost there.
All right. Also, everyone, yeah, some of the fucking videos are going viral on Twitter. There's multi-million view clips of me. There's 3 that I found so far. So that's pretty based.
So based. Also,
the Twitter's popping off.
could I in these handful of minutes, could I have everyone do something for me? Please follow at it might be Dean. I want to get to 1,000 followers so I could go.
Do you want me to
tomorrow.
repost you or something? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I don't know if it's like possible. I can't think of a way to do that.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
Well, actually, I'm not voting, but I would just like to advocate.
So everyone, once again in the chat, can y'all just spam it might be Dean so everyone knows what the ad is? Just go follow it, please. Pretty please. Pretty please.
Watch this, everyone. Yo, Des, are you ready for Trump to get dunked on?
Oh,
Yeah, don't hold your breath.
Did you watch Charlie Kirk get dunked on as well?
I did. You know what I saw too? I saw your T levels get questioned.
Wait, did you see that? Where did you see that? Was it in the video?
Yeah, I saw when he said, "Yeah, my T levels are higher than Parker's."
I didn't know that was in the video.
I didn't know. I actually was looking for that clip.
I saw it.
I know, we were sad.
You know what, Parker? Let me ask you something, in Dean and Rocking Librarian, since you're talking about zygotes, right? And how they're not living beings, right?
No,
So
we
I've
think
asked
they're
you to-
living.
Okay, but you think, right, that you should be able to just get rid of them, and there's
Yeah, I
just
don't
not
think it's a
living beings.
person. I don't think it's like
Okay.
it's a person.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Dean Parker, Dean Parker and Rockin' Liberian. If your girls got pregnant, right, and I walk up and I kick your girl in the stomach, are you gonna high five me or are you gonna want me to be arrested? Because according to you, it's not a
Arrested
living
for
being.
assault and unjustified termination of
Wait.
pregnancy.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought it wasn't a living being.
Unjustified termination of pregnancy doesn't mean that it's
Wait.
like sentient,
Wait. So you'd be okay with
and they
it
would
then?
be charged for assault.
Wait. So you would high five me?
What?
Am I?
Why would
am
I
not- wait,
why would I
wait,
high five you for
wait,
assaulting
wait,
the person that I
wait.
love?
According to you, it's not a sentient being, right?
Dude, you just assaulted my girlfriend.
Let's
Like,
just say
what
I
the
gave
fuck?
your girl a drink. Okay, let's just say I gave your girl a drink that would make her have an abortion.
Then you did
Wait,
that
would you-
against her will. You like
What?
you were
wait,
trying
wait,
to drug my
the
girlfriend.
baby? What about the baby's
What
will?
the fuck? Why are you coming up with these
Time
weird
to
ass
start.
hypotheticals?
Wait a
bro?
minute. What about the baby's will?
Des, why are you making up these
no,
weird ass hypotheticals?
Answer the question. Wait, you make up all these weird little.
I do not make
Wait,
it like this.
Parker,
okay.
Parker.
Okay, it started.
If I kicked your girl
All right,
in the
all right.
stomach,
Where
would
can you
you
send me the
high
link?
five me?
Yeah.
No, because you just assaulted
Why?
her, genius.
Why? I
You
thought that
assaulted
baby.
her.
Wait, I thought that baby wasn't alive.
I think it's life at conception, but I'm not doing it because the baby's
No,
alive.
that's
I'm
not
doing
what
it because
you
you
said
just
in the
assaulted
debate.
my girlfriend.
Hey, Parker, you know what's something else I noticed about you yesterday in that debate, which you got ate up anyways. You know, I noticed that when the topic of
Wait,
God,
tell me what
wait,
point did I get eat up on?
Wait. When the topic of God comes up, you get really angry, Parker.
He's so mad.
You're very
no
aggressive,
actual critique.
Parker.
Can you send it to me on
Parker.
Discord, Matt?
You got a real
thank you.
problem with God, and
I
it
sent it
shows,
to.
and everybody
I sent one
saw
to
it.
you on text.
Parker.
Yeah, I know.
Everybody
I
saw it,
Discord.
Parker.
Can
Everybody
you tell
saw
me
it.
the point? Can you tell me
listen.
the point I got destroyed on?
Listen, all of it, Parker. I don't know who lied to you and told you you won, but you didn't.
Tell me what point. Give me the
Neither did
specific
Dean.
point.
Neither did Dean. Neither did any of those weirdos that were there. Listen,
Wait,
Parker.
wait 1 second. Des,
Yes.
Charlie Kirk literally said that
He
I
ate your
had
ass
the
up.
best point
Yeah,
out
I
of
saw
anyone out
it.
there so
Yeah, I
far.
saw it,
He
but-
literally conceded
yeah,
to me.
Yeah, the sun shines on a dog's ass every now and then. Let me tell you something.
Yo, like
Parker,
Charlie Kirk literally
Parker.
conceded to me. I got him to concede
Wait,
twice. I made
wait,
two
wait,
good. He
wait.
he recognized that I had made points better than
So
his.
are you
twice.
saying you're superior to Parker? Is that what you're saying?
No, I debated him on different issues. Parker could have ran the same
I know what
argument
you're
that
saying.
I did,
can
but
read
I made it
between-
first.
I can read between the lines. You're saying you're smarter than Parker.
No, the argument that I
just,
ran on
just
him.
go ahead and say it. Just go ahead and say
One
it.
second,
Dean.
Des.
You think
The
you're
argument
superior
that
to
I ran
Parker.
on Charlie is an argument
Listen.
that Parker runs
Listen.
every single day. In fact, it's an argument that Parker
Listen.
literally ran 15 minutes ago.
Charlie Kirk is your guys' daddy. That dude took you guys to school.
I think it's time to go to the
You
debate.
actually
Along
can't
with-
give me a single point he did
Listen,
on Des.
hey, Parker,
I still have
check-
yet to hear
check-
one legitimate, substantial critique.
Parker, check your
But good
T
luck.
level. Check your.
Okay. All right. Where is it at so I can listen to it? Here we are.
I Loki, I feel like you could go to YouTube, just type in ABC.
Yeah, no, it is on YouTube. I'm
President
currently
debate.
doing it right now. I need to plug my thing in. So give me 1 second, everyone. I'm plugging this in so I can listen in, everyone. Give me 1 second. I'll plug this in there.
By the way, just for everyone new coming in, once again, we're not going to be streaming the audio because
Okay.
we don't want to get sued.
Okay. Hello? Hello? Are either of you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I was like the only one there. Okay, it hasn't fully started yet, but it's about to start, everyone.
It started. Wait. Whoa! Oh, shit. Sorry. I'm all over the place. Okay. Oh, my phone almost just...
Okay, let's see if I can hear it. Oh, they're running out. They're walking out. They shake hands. All right, can y'all hear me? Hear them talking to each other on my end? A spirited and
No, I
thoughtful
don't hear
debate.
anything.
They're getting started, everyone. All right. Are you better
Oh, this
off?
is great.
She shook his hand.
I'm watching her talk right now about her policy.
I have my AirPods under my headphones. This is awesome.
I know y'all can't hear everyone. I can't play it so that y'all can hear everyone.
Just pull it up on another device and listen alongside us.
She sounds great right now. She's talking about helping small business. Do they have mics muted, by the way?
No. Yes.
That's so rough. The tax deduction.
Coming out swinging with a good policy for small business owners. Great.
Trump's
I love it.
plan. Tax cut billionaires.
5 trillion?
Ooh, I don't
haven't
know where
seen
she got that.
She's gonna get fact
Maybe the whole plan. The whole plan. 20% tariff. Okay, that I mean, he did say 10 to 20%.
She's cooking right now. I'm not gonna lie. She's doing good.
More middle class. Okay, yeah, middle class paying tax cuts for billionaires. Great. That's technically a sales tax.
Trump doesn't sound good. He sounds sick.
Hold up. No, that makes no sense. They're not good for revenue. No inflation? What? Does Trump not know stagflation happened?
He lived through it.
Why is he saying that only African Americans and people who are Hispanic are losing jobs to immigrants?
What the fuck?
Did you notice he didn't say black jobs? He just
Yeah.
said,
He changed it this time. Good for him. He's learning.
That's
Completely
such a lie.
pivoted to the border.
Complete lie. Complete lie.
He actually pivoted away from substance about economic policy to literal fear mongering. Cook.
Yeah, cook. Cook. Kamala is eating right now.
That's actually my line.
Mm-hmm.
Deadass.
I want to see what he says about P25.
For real.
Great. Unity.
Unity.
President for all Americans. Cooking. Can we get some 4+4s in the chat? He has nothing to do. Nothing to do with P2025. She's ready to attack him on that. He hasn't read it, by the way. Cut taxes. Greatest economy. He thinks he did a good job. We did things nobody thought possible. Incredibly great. Tremendous. Only bounce back jobs?
Wait, but I thought he said that the economy was booming when he handed them the economy. How can there be bounce back jobs if the economy was so good when he handed it to them?
No plan. Good.
Good.
Tax for cuts rich. No plans. Best. Miss. Evaluated plans. Trump.
The school he went to. There we go.
Yeah. Deficit increase. Totally right. It would
She's
deficit
eating.
increase.
Dude, she's doing
eating.
so good. She's actually doing so good. She's talking about the relevant policy.
Oh, yeah, totally good point.
Oh my god. Name one.
Brilliant plan, brilliant plan.
Great plan, incredible plan. It will create jobs, give us money. It's like 4 sentences. What? It's not 4 sentences. What? What? Take a look at her plan. She doesn't have a plan.
Look at her plan. It's not there because she has no plan, but look at her plan.
4 sentences. Mm-hmm.
Run spot one? What did that mean?
This is good moderating right now.
Oh, that's an old saying. Like old saying.
What?
Oh, so he's lying.
Tariffs don't increase prices? We're talking about different tariffs. Tariffs on everything.
There's the bacon.
That's true. Yeah, that she needs a response there. She didn't answer the question yet. High trade deficit, that's true. Trade wars, that's true. Yep, innovation. Yep.
I wish that she would respond to his claims about inflation.
Yeah, I know. Chips and Science Act?
Man, I hope she mentions that.
I wish she What? No. She's laughing at that.
Wait, but didn't he just call her philosophies terrible?
Yeah. Wait, he also called her a communist.
Oh,
Trump
what?
called me.
No!
Trump called me.
She's a Marxist, but also stealing your policies?
someone needs to clip that. Oh my god, that was insane. He's a joke. He just said, her philosophies are my philosophies. I'm going to send her a MAGA hat. She's a
Taking
Marxist.
Your philosophies. That is the fucking craziest thing I've ever seen.
Now he's back on to immigration.
What the fuck, dude? Dude, there's no way. Please let her respond to that.
Oh.
Oh, now his worst issue.
Oh, please. Thank you. Thank you.
They're cooking him. He's getting cooked.
Loki, like these commentators are like actual like DNC plants. I'm living.
This is
loving it.
actually the funniest shit.
Oh my god! Oh my god! No, she's actually cooking. Like low key, these commentators. Okay, they are definitely left leaning. Love these DNC plants.
What?
He said West Virginia. He meant Virginia. He meant Virginia.
It's not even West Virginia.
So he just said that a Republican said that because the previous governor of West Virginia was a Republican. He sounds crazy.
I can't wait. She needs to cook him on this. Her response to this bullshit will tell us how strong she is as a candidate. With her rhetoric and with her words and with her debatability, if she is strong, she will dismantle this shit.
Praising a court that people hate is not a good move.
That's so totally wrong. Everyone did not want Roe versus Wade to be overturned. 61% of Americans did not. It'd be up to the people if you left it to the Roe versus Wade.
Please make that point, Harris. Thank you. There we go.
Yep.
There we go. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay, she's cooking.
Yup.
Calls them Trump abortion bans.
Based. She's so cooking.
Oh. That's a good line. Yes, now she's harping on the point that you make all the time. Oh.
Based. Oh, she's cooking, bro. Oh my god, she is cooking this guy.
Oh my god. Oh.
Not true.
He's gaslighting people right now.
Yeah, she needs to say that that's wrong, and most people wanted it to keep it. He won't answer the question. He won't. He never said he would veto. He would veto or not veto. He just ignored that question. He would not veto it. Ask the question again, please, moderator. Ask the question again. Kate, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Yes. Let's go.
Yes. Yes.
Well,
I didn't discuss it with JD. I don't mind if he has a certain view.
Oh! He's refusing to answer the question.
He is refusing to answer it. He won't answer the question. He literally can't give a yes or no answer. Please ask him one more time.
Okay, good question. Good answer. Good question and good answer. Why isn't she harping on the point that he didn't answer the question?
I know, he should. She should. She should definitely.
is it just me, or is Donald Trump talking about fertilization? Like, it's like I don't want to hear that. Oh, they unmuted the mics.
There we go.
Oh, she is.
They unmuted the mic.
He's getting set up. I think Trump is getting set up right now. I'm not gonna lie. Why did they unmute her mic?
Afterbirth. Say, no, afterbirth. Ask him about like the veto.
Why did they?
Either they unmuted the mic,
He still didn't
or she
answer
was
it.
loud enough that it picked it up.
I wish she would answer the question, dude. That's so annoying.
There we go. Now she's gonna cook.
That would have age restrict the live if we had it.
Mm-hmm.
That's facts.
That's a good line. Run on a problem instead of fixing the problem.
Cook. Oh, dear God, she's cooking. Oh, great.
Look at his face. He looks so pissed. She's trying to goad him. That's what she's doing. She's trying to goad him.
Corey, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
She's cooking.
He's so mad. Look at his face, dude.
Oh! Oh! Ah, this is so good.
He's so mad. What?
Get him to talk about rallies. It's perfect. You get
Look
him
at
to
her,
talk
look
about
at her
rallies.
laughing at him. She's like, let's fucking go, Kamala. Let's go.
He ate the bait.
Yeah, he took the bait.
They're paying people. He said, now we're going to be in World War III. Wait, she's actually made him angry, so now he's going to say crazy shit.
Just let him talk. Just let him go. Oh my god, he's gonna mention the cat thing.
Kamala's laughing at him.
Yeah, there you go.
She's literally laughing at him.
He had Laura Loomer on his plane. I guarantee you, she put this in his head.
No fucking way. No,
He
just
looks
throw something I said.
unhinged.
He is unhinged because that made him mad. Talking about the rallies made him mad. It's frozen on my side.
Fine for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna click on it again because it's not working. Yeah, it's frozen on my behalf.
Oh my god! Oh my god, the commentator just cooked him. The commentator just cooked him.
I can't see it. Oh my god, can someone send me a different one?
Here.
Thank you.
Why'd it go out for you? It's working fine for me.
I don't know, just totally frozen for me now. Oh no, I'm losing it.
No. Hold on. I'm coming. Hold on. Give me a second.
There we go. Based. Okay, we're back.
Talk about extreme. Based.
Shows the endorsement of 200 Republicans. Based. She's cooking him.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Look at him.
Oh!
His former Secretary of Defense said that?
Mm-hmm.
She is fucking cooking this guy.
This is so beautiful. Holy shit.
She's cooking this guy. Dude, she's absolutely destroying this guy. I did not think it was gonna be this bad.
He fired him, but didn't he hire him?
Pivot.
She should bring up the fact that he broke the law in Arlington.
He's just pulling out his trap cards.
What?
Oh my god, he's losing it.
Why would they fire the economist for inflation? What the fuck? I got more votes than any Republican.
He did not get more votes than any sitting president.
He did not get more votes.
That was what?
Dude, he's literally denying that Biden had more votes. He's so unhinged.
Oh, great question. Great question. Great question.
Yeah.
Great question. He's not going to answer it, I'm telling you now.
Common street criminals, that's Donald Trump.
Not answering the question.
Of course he's not going to answer the question.
That makes no sense. Crime has gone down globally.
Why is he yelling?
I have no clue. Millions of people, they're coming in.
I hope that she fact checks him on that.
It's brand new, by the way.
Fraudulent statements, they're so bad. Nobody thought that was possible. Excuse me. It was a fraud. Wish the goose. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Just go! There we go.
Let's go!
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh my god, she's
let's
donkey
go.
on this guy!
Let's go. Oh my
Oh
god.
my gosh!
Oh my god.
Kimberly, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Kimberly. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Get him to just rant about this.
The fact that she brought the essay up is amazing. She it's like they listen into like what we told her to do.
I know, no, she's doing great.
She's eating, bro.
Grievance, grievance, grievance.
His documents case is in appellate courts right now, isn't it?
They're appealing the
appeal,
ruling,
yeah. Fake cases.
Let's go. Oh my god. Oh my god, great.
She is like cooking.
I
him
will
like no
say
other.
she is much better than she was in 2019. She has like improved.
Much.
Because I remember
yeah.
those days.
Thank you for the cap.
Oh,
That's facts.
he's trying to talk.
She's cooking him. What? What? They're the threat. Russia, Russia, Russia. How did that go nowhere? You accept that determination? That's a good question. That's true.
Oh my god. Yo, whoever was like preparing her watches our lives.
She's cooking.
Oh my god.
He's even smiling, dude. Oh my god, fried. Actually fried.
Is she gonna make the point? Make the point.
She's really cooking right now.
He goes right back to him.
He said he wasn't given 400 million. Well, yeah, he was.
I was giving a fraction. Small loan, $1 million.
She's been against defund the police?
That's a good catch, Dean. Good catch.
Yeah, she's against defund the police.
Let's go.
Well, police and isn't supportive.
That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny.
She's
funny.
against it and in support of it.
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
Oh no, Minnesota Freedom Fund.
Whoa.
So funny. I got it like nobody ever's done before. He says that every time. Jessica, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. No, she's totally cooking. They'll go back to destroying our country.
The ramblings of an old man.
I'm a big fan of solar, but have you seen a solar plant?
Nice. Oh, great.
Oh, good. Oh, here we are.
Please say that it was stolen, because people hate hearing that.
Great question. Yeah, keep calling the cops a disgrace. That's great for you, Trump. Back to immigration.
So badly. The borders are. She's literally like.
Oh yeah, let's defend the fucking rioters. I mean, that's a good look.
I know, right? He's completely changed it to the border instead of talking about literally like the January 6th.
Biggest pivot I've ever seen.
Border! Border! David! Diego, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. So no.
So no.
He doesn't regret anything. Nancy Pelosi rejected him.
Bro can't take any responsibility.
Nancy Pelosi was responsible. What? I'm just kidding. Someone's gonna clip that.
Yeah, bro.
He's going to be mad about that.
Oh, she's
Stand
gonna
back
be like,
and
that's a
stand
lie.
by.
He's gonna be like, that's a lie.
That's a lie.
She's the biggest anti-Semite I've ever seen. Never seen a bigger anti-Semite. That's what he's gonna say.
Ah.
You notice the demeanor? He was yelling. He looked mad and upset. He looked like the old man on the lawn. And she's calm, and she's speaking very factual and just very calm and nice. It's very different style.
Seriously, can we get a "we're not going back" in the comment section?
He only names Fox people.
Sean Hannity, Laura Ingraham, Tucker Carlson.
Oh my god. So annoying. I'm so annoyed about him bringing up immigration.
She needs to ask him direct questions. What? What is he saying?
Sign of...
She has a perfect comeback. I was going to do that, but you blocked the bill.
He sounds incoherent. He sounds so delusional and a raging lunatic.
Please let her speak. Please let her speak. Come on. Yes, stolen.
He's literally unhinged. Oh.
Oh, so he's really cooking. Oh, so he's really cooking.
ABC, they were terrible. I've never seen them do so very bad. Been treated that horribly. Never been treated.
He said it sarcastically. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for the gun. The more he talks about this, the more he loses. Thank you for the gun, Erica.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Wow. Oh my
Bad
god.
elections.
He just said they can't even speak English?
That's so crazy.
Oh my
They are
god,
fact checking the hell out of him.
They didn't have standing. We didn't have standing. We had no evidence. Exactly. That's on you. What facts? What statistics?
God damn. Imagine that.
Oh,
we have a
shit.
nation that's dying.
That's good. I like that.
He's having a very difficult time processing that.
I like that line. Fired by 81 million people.
There you go. Good.
So now she's saying he's basically
Call him
too
delusional.
old, right? He's like too.
Call him
Confused about
delusional.
facts.
Call him
That's deeply
delusional.
troubling. Biden.
Oh my god.
She's laughing. Most feared person is Donald Trump. Most respected.
Still him out of office. He's still president.
Biden hates her.
Oh.
I think we're gonna do very well.
Great question. Great.
He's talking about Russia. Why is he talking about Russia? He's on the wrong. He's on the wrong war.
He's on the.
She. What?
Well. Oh. Oh.
What?
Terra?
Terra.
Oh, terror.
Houthis, you mean?
What?
Oh, really? Wow.
Love letters.
Okay, 8.
Damn. Poking the bear with a big rod.
How long is this supposed to go on?
An hour and a half.
Oh, it's an hour and a half? Oh, based.
Yeah.
I thought
There's
we were about
supposed
to
to
be
be
over.
there was supposed to be like an ad break, but I don't think they're going to do it because it's already 10:00. Well, yeah, a 10:02. So
It's been running for about an hour.
I'm like, yo, base, we get 30 more minutes? Yeah. Content. Russia.
oh, there's the ad break. Okay, we can give our thoughts while we wait.
Okay.
Actually hilarious, dude.
All right, so ad break real quick. Ladies and gentlemen, this is sure interesting. Unless
This
anyone
is
else wants to
definitely
take it
very
away, I
interesting,
have a lot
everyone.
of
I
thoughts
got
here.
this. I'll go to start it off. Right now, Kamala Harris is absolutely dismantling Donald Trump. It is not like it was last time with Joe Biden. It is not where we're seeing an old man, lack of memory. Appreciate the Andrew. Thank you so much. We're seeing a strong, independent woman absolutely dismantle Donald Trump on his history of violent sexual abuse towards women, of undermining the integrity of our elections, and trying to overthrow our government. Appreciate the naughty chicken. Thank you so much. And caring more about rich people and large corporations than caring about workers' rights in this country. Right? That's what she's called out. She's called out him on every facet of his beliefs. Now, I think she's absolutely dismantling him, and I think this is going to lead to a huge bump in the polls, right? At least 1% under my view.
Yeah, okay. Whoa, holy shit. She has been reading him up and down. Okay, right? Not only, right, Parker, has she been strong with providing her policy, telling the nation about how Trump made the border bill fail, telling the nation about how Trump is unapologetic for January 6th and poses a threat to democracy, but she is reading him up and fucking down. Let's talk about how she brought up that his lead military, like associates and generals, are now calling him a disgrace. Let's talk about how she read him up and down, saying that foreign dictators take advantage of him through flattery and gifts. Let's talk about how she is absolutely getting under his fucking skin by telling him the cold hard facts even when they're at a disadvantage to himself. She's doing great. Their conversation about Israel and Palestine was a little weird. They kind of did the same thing that Biden and Trump did of the arguing who's worse for the innocent people dying. But seemingly Trump wanted to take that cake by saying that she hates Israel. The same message he's been pushing the whole time. But that aside, I think that she has had a phenomenal appearance.
Appreciate the hand art. Matt, what are your thoughts?
All right, so I'll keep it short. She is doing very well. She's doing a lot better than Biden. So, but I think I don't know how much yet this will translate to like polling because we're also stuck in and divided. I think though any person who is undecided or who is rational and looking at these two will have to come away with the fact that she is answering the questions better. She's calm. She's presidential, whereas he is just yelling. He looks upset. He looks mad. He looks just unhinged, and he's all over the place. The fact that he brought up all the conspiracy theories, the fact that he did all those things, the things that people told him not to do, right? Not to do, and he's doing it. I think this is a good debate for her. I'll see what the next 30 minutes hold, but I think the pieces coming out about this debate will be she held her own. She did better than what she was thought to have done, and that Donald Trump missed the mark, and that he effectively lost his debate. But we still got 30 minutes. But that's my read on it so far. Is that this is a level above what happened in June. This is exactly how it should be, because we forget how bad Trump did in June. He did bad. The only problem was Joe Biden did worse. So that's why. And so now you're seeing him on full display because we're not focusing on, someone who's 80, going, having a senior moment. So
Exactly. So I do think it is the case that Donald Trump is absolutely being dismantled right now, and I do think that any reasonable person who is waiting to determine whether or not they're going to vote, would pick
Partisans
Kamala
will see
over
it how
Donald
they want.
Trump.
Partisans will see it how they want.
Yeah,
but if
I
you
agree.
but if you are undecided and you are actually like looking at it objectively,
Exactly.
I personally do not see how you can come away thinking Donald Trump won this or had the best. And like I said, that's the point, right? It's about looking at it objectively. Kamala Harris had some meh answers, like meh, but she never looked crazy or unpresidential or anything. She looked very calm, very or as they say, very demure. Very mindful. Very mindful. So that's the point. Okay, it's back on.
All right, everyone, it is coming back on right now. Do tap that screen to get to 1 million likes if you want to support me, Dean, or Matt. Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $25 for pizza and a good debate with a strong woman. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Some W's for Elizabeth.
Thank you for the goose. Thank you so
right
much.
now. Thank you so much. All right, let's hear it. Thank you for the hand art. That was a fast break. Yeah, how would he? Yeah, I want to hear this. Let's see what Trump says.
Criminal and asset.
Push the hand art. How would you stop it? I want the word to stop. Fake numbers?
250 million? He just said million.
He said billion. 250 billion or more to defend Ukraine.
I thought I heard million. Sorry.
Dude.
What?
What?
That's illegal, by the way.
Yeah, he literally can't do that.
Why?
Yeah,
Wait, if he could do it without being president, why doesn't he do it right now?
Seriously.
Probably because he knows that I'm here to go to prison.
I hope that she brings that up.
Have you noticed he didn't answer the question? Like a dog.
Like a dog. Damn, he can't even answer.
He won't answer shit.
Human. He would give it up. That's so real. Kenichi, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Starting with Poland, and why don't you tell the 800,000 Polish Americans?
Thank you, Kate, for the $5. Thank you so much.
What? He's just yapping, dude. Worst vice president, so better than Mike Pence? Or no, Mike Pence was better? He thinks Mike Pence was better than Kamala Harris. Say from this felon? You have the handout, thank you. I kind of want to see him scream right now.
For real, I don't understand why they keep letting him yap when he's not supposed to be.
Just let him, because it makes him look crazier. I would. Please go on.
Please, Kamala, just piss him off, please.
Yeah, please go on.
Yo, Carrie Lynn, I appreciate you. Oh, yeah, Carrie Lynn, thank you for the champion. I appreciate
Thank
you.
you, Denise. That's actually kind of funny, Matt. Oh, she's cooking him right now.
On 9/11, by the way.
This.
This former president.
This former president.
Why is he smiling so weird?
Because he's weird.
Incredible agreement. So very great.
Okay, Grandpa. Time to move on.
Okay, Grandpa, please stop, please.
Still yelling. She missed an opportunity. She should have brought up the fact that he was taking pictures and video in Arlington. That would have been a perfect name
Seriously.
because that's what she should have done. Oh, a race question.
Wow.
Holy shit.
I don't know.
Wait, did he just say what I think he said?
What?
That she's not black and that she put out. Like, does he not know what that means?
She's gonna bring up. There we go. There we go.
Yeah, that was a really good point.
She's hitting every talking
There we
point. She's
go.
hitting.
There we go. 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 Refuse to rent properties to black people, Central Park 5. Now hit on the Obama birther myth. Come on.
Now Obama.
I called it. She did it. She did the thing. Let's go.
Wait, she's literally using the way that we define it.
Yeah.
We literally the exact way that we use it, rhetorically speaking.
Yes.
Dude, like we run those three like that order.
Dude, what if
Wait,
her...
literally, maybe they listen to us, bro. That's crazy. She watches us. Nah, it's just probably because it's like that's chronological.
Yeah.
Dude, it's like she listened to our fucking advice.
I know, literally.
She hit every point.
Somebody's been watching TikTok. Oh, he's talking.
David, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I think your team watches your lives. So real.
Nathaniel, thank you so much for the $5, and I think y'all giving Harris debate prep. So real.
W.
Many, many years.
Many, many years.
many.
He's not denying that he didn't rent properties to black people.
Literally, he didn't deny it.
He said that she had to reach back 40 years because I've done nothing now, implying that he did something then. She is Biden?
He's trying to get in his talking points, and it just sounds rambling. Like, it just sounds like all over the place.
She's fucking annihilated him.
Oh! Oh! She's cooking. She's cooking. She's giving her plan. She has a plan. What's your plan, Donald? That's what she's gonna say. What's your plan? Look at how she's looking at him, and
That's
he's
so
looking
real.
at the floor. He's losing it.
Destroy this country.
She's losing
He's
it.
so mad.
She's losing it. He's losing it.
He looks so crazy right now.
Taylor, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you.
Wow. They didn't let her speak is crazy.
She'll probably hit on it next time she can talk.
If we come up with something.
Seriously, let's see if he has a plan. That was a great question, actually. Replace it with what? What's the plan?
What's the plan?
What was the plan?
The debate
Where's the
only
cap?
has, what, one more minute? I think the debate's over. Like after this.
What?
This is like the last 2 minutes of the debate.
Yeah, we probably have
so is he
about
saving the ACA?
we probably have about no 5-10 minutes left. Yeah.
He's been planning. The plan is a plan. He saved the ACA?
They're looking at different plans? If we can come up with a plan, so he hasn't come up with a plan.
If we can come up with one?
He just cooked himself with it right there. He
What was the plan?
I have concepts of a plan. I have concepts of a plan.
If we come up with something.
I have concepts of a plan. What plan? Ask him what the plan is,
Concepts and
please, again.
options.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know his plan.
Mary, thank you for the $24 on Venmo for hosting the debate tonight. Thank you, Mary, for the $24.
Mary, thank you so much for the $24 as well. Thank you so much, Mary. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh. Wow, period.
She's doing really great. Oh.
Eight cooked.
Look at his face.
She's destroying him. She's doing so great. What was the plan? What was the plan?
Elizabeth, thank you for the $20 for making you intelligent enough to understand some of these things. I appreciate you for the love, Elizabeth.
Oh.
There we go. W. She has to be watching the streams.
Yeah. I have concepts of a plan. 2024.
Purdy, thank you for the $42 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Purdy. Thank you so much for the $42 on PayPal. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth, for the $20. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. I appreciate you. It means a lot.
I have concepts of a plan.
I'm gonna put that on a t-shirt.
Supposedly China paid him millions of dollars. Like, what?
That's my new motto. I'm gonna have it on a t-shirt. I have concepts of a plan.
Seriously. I have concepts. What's your plan, Trump? I have concepts.
He's still yelling. He said thank you. Thank you. Okay,
Down
now we're in the
the
last
tubes.
bit. All right, this is the last. I'll let you choose that because my view hasn't changed. She's still doing great. What I will say is, after this, I'm going to be watching I'm watching Twitter. I'm going to be watching a post debate thing with CNN, and I'll be watching something on YouTube. It's also post debate with like insiders. So I'll tell you what they're saying about it, because if they say that it went pretty good, and they'll have like undecided vote or like focus group polls and everything, and we'll know after that whether or not it went well. I think everybody will say that Harris won this debate, Trump floundered, and that if you're undecided, more undecided people will lean her way than they would Trump. That's what I think the story come out of this is, that she did what she needed to do. Those who were leaning towards her now have a good reason to vote for her, and those who are undecided now are probably leaning towards her. And so that's where I see the things moving, because if you truly did not like Trump or didn't know enough about Harris or didn't like Harris, this debate I think would make you lean towards her more than it would Trump.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it is the case that she like literally watched our lives or her HQ or her
yeah
thing.
I mean, she is on TikTok because somebody did.
They're on TikTok. They listen to every single point we wanted them to do in this, like almost every single one. So I think it's great. They brought up that he was held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman, the election interference. They brought up the fact that he literally would not rent to black people in 1973, called for the execution of the Central Park Five, popularized the birther movement, denied the fact that Kamala Harris was black, and repeated the same old tired playbook over and over and over again. For Standard, thank you so much. And he did not answer what is healthcare policy. He was asked explicitly on multiple occasions, what is your healthcare policy? And he says, I have concepts. I have concepts. This is the Republican nominee in 2024. And he's been 9 years into running for president of the United States. And he has literally no healthcare policy. No healthcare policy. He has concepts. You can't make this shit up, folks.
Yeah. I have a couple thoughts on here while we're getting ready for the debate to come back here for their final closing statements. I think it's evidently clear that Kamala Harris has cooked. I think it's evidently clear that Kamala Harris has served. I think that it's evidently clear that the orange man is angry. Okay, chat? So something we all need to keep in mind here moving forward from this debate is that there will still be Trump supporters out there that will absolutely never change their mind. They will defend until the end of time that Donald Trump has won this debate. And we need to look at them with a really fucking strange look on our faces. I don't think the choice has ever been clearer. It is dictator on day one versus intelligent woman who wants to protect and preserve our democracy, uplift American voices, and make our lives easier through tax breaks and business incentives for the average working class American.
What I will say, too, is this is going to be the line of attack. So be prepared for it, but this will be the line of attack. They're not going to attack her. They're going to attack the moderators. They're going to say that they butted
That's
in
totally
and that they fact checked her too many times.
That they were debating
and that they were debating and that this was a 3-on-1. The response to that is very easy. You would not have to fact check him if he didn't lie so much. That's facts. That's how you get by that. Okay, but that's going to be but that's what they're going to say. Every person who is on Donald Trump is going to say the moderators talk too much, they fact check too much, that they were combative. They will say all that because they know that they can't really challenge her that much, so they're going to go after those moderators.
That's facts, and that's also an admission that she won the debates.
Oh,
but I just
and
want
by
to
the
say
way,
thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's, Elizabeth, in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Elizabeth, and Emily with the $47. Can we get some W's for Elizabeth and W's for Emily in the comment section? Cammy, thank you for the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much.
I would like
W's
to-
for Elizabeth, W's for Emily in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
I have a couple things to add here, if that's all right.
Go ahead.
Is that okay?
Yeah,
Awesome.
both of you have stuff to add. Go for it.
Yeah, cool. So yeah, one other thing I wanted to add here, folks. If this hasn't made up your mind, I don't know what will. Like I was kind of talking about, I appreciate you guys for the gifts. You guys are popping off right now. You know, something I was talking about before. You know, Matt kind of stepped in and talked about what the MAGA supporters are going to attack, which is the moderators, which is absolutely true. Is this debate has made it clear? Who do you want? Do you want the angry grapist, or do you want the woman that's going to make your life easier? Do you want the emotional old man that has no fucking plans for how he's going to benefit the low and the middle class, the working class Americans with his health care reform? Or do you want the person that does? The debates are back on, so I'm going to shut the fuck up and quit my yapping. We're going into the closing statement, so everyone watch closely here.
Okay. All right. Let's hear it. Matt, did you have anything you want to say before?
Oh, Matt's gone.
Oh, okay.
Also, if you want to support me, Parker, Matt, our Venmo's, Cash Apps, PayPal's are in the bio.
Okay. Focus on the future and focus on the past. Push the money gun. Thank you so much.
Having a plan. Yes, harp on that. Go into your plans, yep. Mm-hmm.
Push the hands up. Thank you. She pointed at Trump when saying that. Watch it. Trump's going to say border, America bad. They're terrible. They're going to destroy this country. World War III. Everything is terrible. Or a third world country. drugs pulling over. There we go. Someone said, what's going on with his right eye?
Great question. Why is it doing that?
Why is he blinking a million times? Chat, I'm actually blinking every time he does. That's it, everyone. That is it. Kamala Harris taking the W. Look at that, everyone.
There we
Kamala
go.
Harris absolutely dismantling
8 up, 8 down.
Donald Trump, absolutely eating that man up for breakfast and
I
for
actually-
lunch and for dinner, all three.
I actually saw something in her closing statement that I wanted to touch on. When she was talking about how we're not going back and that we're going to pave a new way forward, and she was talking about how when she was a prosecutor that she wouldn't ask a victim of a defendant if they were Republican or Democrat, she'd ask them if they were okay. It almost looked like she started to get teary-eyed, and the reason that I point that out is because I think that demonstrates how Kamala Harris actually cares about the American people. In our closing statement there, now y'all could go rewatch it. Y'all could prove me wrong, because I'm pretty sure I'm right here. It seems like she started to get choked up when she was talking about how much she cares about the American people and how she wants to pave a new way forward for every one of us and how Trump would hold us back, in fact, push us backwards. She cares. Kamala cares. It's not Comrade Kamala, right? It's Kamala cares. Absolutely.
Daniel, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. Yes, I totally agree. Matt, what are your thoughts on this?
I mean, the overall is much better than Biden, 1,000 times better than Biden. She, in my opinion, won, but I'm obviously voting for her. I think she had a few, maybe there's some criticism. I think her Israel answer was was okay, but it could have been better. There was a few times, but I think overall she did very well. And what she did good at was she baited him. He took the bait. She got him to look crazy, to look just floundering, to look old, to look like the angry guy on the lawn. So basically, in that sense, she won. And I think the whole goal of this was to, one, make Democrats stay enthusiastic, to relieve the anxiety, because we all have PTSD from that last debate. We needed to be calmed, and we got calmed. And then she was reaching out to those undecided who are leaning her way to say, if you don't like him, here's what I can offer you. And I think she did a good job on that, insofar as I think if you were looking at it objectively and wondering who you thought would be better, she gave more positive and better answers, and he did not. So
Can I bring something up?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so just real quick. So I'm looking on Twitter right now. By the way, for those that don't know, Twitter is the most alt-right media in existence right now, right? Insofar as, these massive platforms, it is the largest Republican news platform in my mind.
Oh.
Sorry, Twitter has been radicalized in a very alt-right direction. Yet guess what's trending on Twitter right now? Trump got cooked. Trump got cooked is trending on Twitter, which is the largest Republican-leaning news publication in the world.
Trump got cooked, everyone. Trump got cooked. Look at that. He
Cooked
got
is
absolutely
trending.
dismantled, everyone. Absolutely dismantled. Trump is cooked. Yeah, no, I just want to say that was an incredible thing to see. I'm really happy to see how well it went. Donald Trump showed to be exactly what we saw, like a conspiracy-ridden old man that believes, again, the election has been stolen because he can't get over his own emotional overcomings, okay? This guy cannot get over basic things like that. He lost the election and he can't acknowledge it. Y'all got plans? No, we've got concepts. Okay?
That's pretty funny.
We've got concepts.
You
Okay?
can put me down there. You can put me down. Yeah. So I mean, hey, I just want to put that in there
Let's
for
hear
all the
what some Trump supporters say.
Yeah, no, for all the Trump supporters in this life, please hop in the queue. Honestly, how about we do that? Let's have some conversations with Trump supporters about it. Luke, how do you feel?
Hold up, wait. He's got a fish in his bio, or in his profile picture. I think we might got one.
Yes, please, Trump supporters, hop in the box right now. Let's talk about the debate performance. I would love to hear y'all's thoughts on Trump's spectacular plans. I mean, concepts. I mean, plans. Fuck. Hello, Drew.
Drew, are you voting Trump? Hello? Okay. All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Same thing
And
with
Matt.
Matt, everyone. Damn, you didn't even let me get there, bro. Fuck.
Sorry.
Fuck. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yeah, Lori, thank you
Current
so
thing
much.
that's
I
happening
appreciate it.
is that conservatives are already, and those who I would say lean conservative are already talking about the moderators. So it's already
Yo, what's up?
begun.
How old are you?
25.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, Kamala got destroyed. What are you talking about?
Name one point she lost on.
Bro,
You must be from Saturn.
He kept saying like that she wants to do, or she kept saying that she wants to do all this and that and that. And at the end, you know what he said at the end. Why hasn't she done any of the things that she's been
Congress,
saying?
genius. Congress.
No, she's
And
not.
because he called up people in Congress to not vote for the border bill. That's
Trump's
why.
literally-
So
Trump-
again, wait. So again, you can't tell me
Name
what
one
point she that. Oh, he left.
He left. He left. They can't defend it. They actually can't defend this one. Oh my God. For the 7.7 thousand people in the live, this is fucking beautiful. They cannot defend this one.
Spencer, how old are you?
22.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
What are your thoughts about the debate?
And he goes
Spencer,
on
I can't
pause.
hear you. I can't hear you.
Oh my God. No, pull them all up.
Neutral about it, if I'm being completely honest. I feel like Trump could have done a lot better. I feel like they both struggled to like make and like answer questions fully. I feel like they would answer it like very
Wait,
briefly.
Spencer,
And
can I ask you one question? Name one
Yeah.
time where she struggled to answer a question.
I would say almost every question. Not that she struggled to answer,
Give me
it's
one
that they
time.
both kind of avoided answering in general.
Spencer,
I wanted
name
to
one
for
time.
both.
One time.
Seriously, name one question that the moderators asked Kamala Harris that she struggled or refused to answer. Because we can name multiple about Trump.
when she
He
was
didn't
asked-
answer
no, 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 hold
a
on.
veto
Okay,
like a
okay.
federal abortion ban. He didn't give us his
Hold
plans
on,
for
hold
healthcare.
on.
Name
You want me
one
to answer?
time she floundered.
You want me to answer?
Yes.
So when she was asked what she would do differently than Biden when it came to the Ukraine-Russia conflict, she did not answer that question. She simply said that if Trump
Wait,
was
sorry,
president,
restate. What did she not answer?
what she would do differently than Biden would right now as president.
Oh, in terms of specifically like getting a
Like how
deal
she would
done?
end it. Yeah, she instead kind of shifted it directly to if Trump was president, Russia would be, or Putin would be in Kiev right now. Not to, and I'm again, I'm not
Yes,
arguing.
I mean, that
she
is
was
something different than what it would be with Trump. But as it relates to what she would do differently than Biden, again, she would stand by Ukraine. She can't do anything differently than Biden because Biden is doing as much as he possibly can.
The
You
issue I
understand
see
that,
with it is that
that's what she's
funding-
saying, that she's advocating for it and she's upholding Ukraine, the same thing that Biden did. And Donald Trump wouldn't even defend Ukraine. That's what she said.
She made it damn clear. She made it damn clear that Biden has brought NATO together and is on the front lines defending Ukraine, helping them out. She even specified that if Trump was president, right, Putin would be sitting in Kyiv right now. Right?
The issue I see with that is that he was president for 4 years, and Putin didn't come up with this overnight the second Biden got elected. He would have tried this already if you claim that Trump was so weak and he would have let Biden take over the entirety of Ukraine. I don't think you can argue that there isn't a mutual respect between Biden or Trump and Putin, because if there wasn't,
Then
he
why
would
do we have
already
leaked
moved in
Kremlin
Ukraine.
documents that say that they think he's easily manipulated?
Yeah.
Well, if he's so easily manipulated, why didn't Putin enter Ukraine before?
Why didn't he enter Ukraine under like Bush or Obama? Was Obama a really strong president because he specifically didn't enter Ukraine?
I'm not making an argument that he was a really strong president because they didn't. I'm just saying that to make an argument that he's weak. There's no substance to it because they didn't enter Ukraine. Like
no, what we're saying is that he's easily manipulated. That's what leaked Kremlin documents indicate. So it's not even what I think. It's what leaked Kremlin documents indicate.
Okay, well, I would still make an argument that there was no war under Trump, so then it's hard to say
that's a lie. That's a lie. There was a proxy war between the United States and Russia and Syria. There was a 432% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East. Trump specifically vetoed the blocking of an arms deal to Saudi Arabia when they were committing a genocide in Yemen.
Okay.
Donald Trump specifically, I mean, we can keep going. I can
well, no. I'm not. I'm talking about Ukraine and Russia. Well, that's what we're talking about because that's the question that was asked during the debate. What she has not said what she would do differently than Biden.
I just told you. She said that she would do the same thing because Biden's already doing as much as he can.
Okay, I want to hear your argument. What does supporting Ukraine do in the long run other than end up getting more people killed? I'm honestly...
No,
I'm
what
not
it does
saying
is it protects the sovereignty of Ukraine.
Well,
right, and it also honors the Budapest Memorandum, right, making the U.S. right look more credible on the world scale insofar as the idea of entertaining denuclearization agreements with other countries. You understand that we did sign a denuclearization agreement with Ukraine in 94 or 96 that specifically indicated that we'd defend them if they were invaded, if they gave their nukes up. They gave their nukes up, and what happened? We defended them since they're invaded. Do you want the U.S. to look like a country of their word, or do you want the U.S. to dishonor contractual agreements that we've made with these foreign entities in the past and serve as Putin's puppet?
No, okay, so I'm not saying that we shouldn't defend Ukraine. I'm also saying that there should be more of an effort to get Zelensky and Putin talking. That hasn't happened yet. We have to agree on that.
Trump said he didn't even support Ukraine's right to win the war.
That's it. Well, he has said he doesn't support either side. He just supports.
Then why specifically?
Wait. Does them talking mean that Ukraine has to give up land because they're not willing to do?
No. I'm not. Again, you're not even letting me finish my point. I keep getting interrupted before I can get it completely out. All I'm saying.
By the way, I asked you a question. Would you like to answer the question?
Restate your question, because I was trying to finish my response from before, and then
go for it.
What? How can we come to an agreement that getting them to talk would be a first step in getting some sort of agreement? I'm not saying that Russia should get to take any of Ukrainian land by any means, but to say that just continuing to pour money into Ukraine.
What would come from talking?
The starts of some sort of agreement. Without talking, you can't even.
What type of agreement would there be done right now?
Yeah, how do you agree with
Russia
the aggressor?
to pull out? I don't know.
So what is Ukraine going to have to give up?
So Russia's going to give up all the land they took.
Well, they're still fighting over. I mean, yeah, I would.
No.
Yes.
So they're yes. Russia will give up all the land they took.
That would be like what you'd have to aim for.
So that's not what's going to happen, though.
Wait, but
Russia's not going to do that.
Wouldn't this essentially just be Ukraine winning?
Yes.
So no, we know that Trump doesn't support this because that would essentially be Ukraine winning, and Trump doesn't support Ukraine winning.
No,
if Russia pulls out, gives them all of their land back, and retreats back to Russia, that's what? That's a W for Ukraine because Russia had advanced upon Ukraine to gain land for Russian expansion. If Russian expansion does not occur, Ukraine wins and Russia loses. So the only talks that Trump would be interested in entertaining are talks that would entail Russian expansion.
I completely disagree with that. I think
show me the contradiction. Because if there is no Russian expansion, Ukraine wins. Trump doesn't want Ukraine to win. What does that entail?
I think you're coming to this conclusion that I'm completely in agreement with Trump. I'm simply stating that I think he would handle it better. He has said that he doesn't support.
I'm asking you a very direct question with all due respect, sir. Please answer the question. If there is not Russian expansion, Ukraine wins. Trump doesn't want Ukraine to win. What does that logically entail?
Well, if that was the case, it would entail that Trump would want Russia to win and keep the I think I see what you're trying to get at, but he has explicitly said he doesn't support either side.
So then what does he support?
He just wants the killing to stop.
Wait, do we not know what he supports, just like we don't know what his healthcare plans are? Does he have concepts about how the world wants to end? The same way he has concepts about healthcare plans? No, I'm just demonstrating to you how Trump is a man of no substance, Trump is a man of no policy, Trump is a man of nothing but fear-mongering and spreading conspiratorial hearsay, convincing the general American public of these absolutely insane claims that are not true, are false, are rooted within conspiratorial hearsay, not rooted within fact, and he has no plans. Rather it be healthcare or what he wants to do with Russia and Ukraine, because he doesn't want Ukraine to win. He doesn't want Russia to lose. Like,
what does Kamala have as a plan?
Here?
What does Kamala have as a plan?
For what specifically?
Ending the war with Russia and Ukraine, other than just pouring more U.S. taxpayer money into Ukraine and sending more of our supplies and equipment. What is the end game solution that she has?
How could we possibly know the end game solution when Trump is a man?
Well, you're expecting me.
Is a man.
But I'm saying you're expecting.
No, she answered. Hold on. Okay, this one I can know the answer. The answer to the question is support Ukraine so that they make Putin have a war of attrition to where he is forced to come to the table because his economy becomes decimated. He loses too many men and people start getting pissed off at him, which is already happening. And that overall, he has no choice but to come to the table. That's what you do. Right now, Ukraine is winning. They are moving into the Donbass, that they are moving into Kursk. They are going into Russian territory. You want to keep them on that offensive so that Putin has no choice but to come to the table. If you say now we want to make a deal, Putin's going to say, I want that region that I have. I want the Kursk region. I want the Donbass. I want there to be monitors throughout Ukraine from my side. That is a no-go for Zelensky. So right now, freedom and democracy are winning in Ukraine, and you maintain the status quo so that Putin has no choice but to come to the table. You do not capitulate, because when you capitulate, those dictators will always try to get those terms on his side. That's the point.
Okay.
Also, I had a question.
If you continue to try to fund.
Spencer.
Okay. Yep.
Could you tell us what Trump's healthcare plans are?
I'm going to be honest with you. This is not like I work a full-time job. Like I don't have time to I have a few things that I was willing to talk about. So the healthcare thing was not. I thought that he fumbled that completely. I'm not going to try to act like he did anything good with that.
Could you tell us what Trump's economic plans for the low and the middle class are?
Spencer, you're just trying. How about this, Spencer? Spencer, how about this? Name me one policy that he outlined in that debate.
Why are we going away from the Russia-Ukraine thing? I didn't.
Okay. Then fine. Then Then you name me what is Donald Trump's plan for that? Then.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that at what point do you get to where Russia just outnumbers Ukraine?
Hey, Spencer,
so
name one policy
that
Trump outlined in the debate. It could apply to Russia and Ukraine. Anything. Name one policy. We're not pivoting away from Russia and Ukraine here because it could be a policy about.
No, I'm trying to ask a question.
Okay, so you don't have an answer, right?
You're not even letting me finish my question.
With all due respect, I think that you're.
It's like a 3-on-1 right now, and I'm trying to.
With all due respect, Parker's being quiet,
3 different things,
and Rockin's just been adding on to what I'm saying. With all due respect, I'm pretty sure that this is just you conceding and agreeing that you cannot answer one policy that Trump outlined during his debate with Kamala Harris. If you cannot outline one fucking thing that the person you are voting for wants to do with America that he shared on the debate stage with Kamala Harris tonight, why would you vote for him?
Because of his stances on others and how they're okay. Hold on, just
okay. If your other Trump supporters will add up more people, this guy doesn't. He's not even responding.
Well,
Spencer, no one can hear
while
you
he's
right
gone.
now,
While he's gone, I have a very informal, very unscientific focus group poll of people who are Trump, lean Harris, undecided, and this is what they said. Like if you're interested in it, okay. Trump voters said Trump lost voters tonight. Another Trump voter said Trump did okay, but Harris didn't answer. So that's a Trump voter. Lean Harris said Trump did worse than Harris, but Harris did okay. And an undecided voter said that they were disappointed with both sides. One Trump voter said that the pet point was dumb and that it was a wash. One Harris voter said that their undecided father in Pennsylvania says that he will likely not vote for Donald Trump. One Harris voter said that Trump stayed on message, which is just a total rambling, which is what he always does. One Trump voter said that his last 2 minutes were his best overall, but the whole debate was a wash, and that the moderators were terrible. One Harris voter said Trump failed, but Harris did okay.
Hold on. Let me just.
I have one more.
Questions for you guys.
I have one more. I have one more, and then I'm done. I have one more, then I'm done.
I'm honestly, I'll be real.
I have one more, then I'm done. A lean Harris voter said, I will probably vote for Harris. She did better, and Trump got more time, and yet he still could not answer the questions. So that's what you got.
Yeah, Kristen, are you voting Trump?
Within the Democratic base and the Democratic elite.
Kristen?
Kamala.
All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all.
Okay, am I done or what's going on?
I'm done.
now?
You can go now.
Bye, Spencer.
Hold on.
We can't hear you when you swipe out of the app, Spencer.
No, I know.
Evan, are
Okay,
you
let
voting
me
Trump?
Thank
ask
you,
a
Bentley, for
question
the $10.
about the whole. Because I want to make sure you guys touch on it because I'm curious as to what your opinion is. When she was asked about taking responsibility for the 13 lives that we lost when we pulled out of Afghanistan, why did she not answer that? Why was that not touched on? She totally didn't recognize the fact that they were the ones that decided to abruptly pull out of Afghanistan. 13 people were
That
killed.
agreement
and it
was
just-
signed by Trump. That was set up by Trump.
no,
That's what she
I'm
said.
not-
I actually know
but
her
the
specific answer here.
The abrupt pullout of Afghanistan was.
Yeah, Spencer, she did answer it. Do you want to know her answer?
She didn't. No. She was asked, "Is she willing to take responsibility?" And she did not say whether she was or not.
Yeah, so she did answer it, right? So
Okay.
her answers, all right, more specifically, was essentially the idea that this was a deal that was set up by Trump, and it was a bad deal, and that she supported Biden going through and pulling the soldiers out of Afghanistan, because that is something that the last 4 presidents have promised, but none of them got done. However, the deal itself that was brokered by Trump and his team was bad. And there's other reasons why it was bad as well, such as the idea that Trump's team didn't even inform them about it. They were following through blindly with the deal set up by Trump, and that she supported the pullout, and it was executed poorly because of Trump's plans. So she was more so representing the responsibility.
Wasn't the deal to eventually pull out of Afghanistan, not just abruptly pull out?
Actually,
and
they
leave behind
extended the deal.
$7 billion
Listen,
worth of equipment.
So they extended the deal. So actually, they had a larger amount of time than what Trump originally gave them. Not only that, not only that, but it is the case that they were forced into these conditions because of the agreement that Trump already set up. Okay?
So, but I still feel like I haven't been given an answer as to why, she didn't take responsibility for the 13 lives. Why? I get it might have been Trump's deal, but they were the ones that decided to pull out.
Because she didn't do anything that would have meant that it was her fault.
By the way,
I
Kamala Harris just got a major endorsement, by the way.
By Taylor Swift, right?
Yep.
And then, Evan, are you voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay, so how do you feel about the debate?
Thank you, Liz, for the $20. Thank you, Liz.
I'll be very fair. I think Kamala did a lot of emotional, and Trump spit a lot of facts. More so rambling.
Sorry.
Now let me ask you guys this, since there's 3 of you guys here. What policies is Kamala presenting to this country?
Great question.
And the people
Why did the other
here?
person leave? What the hell?
Did you not listen to the debate?
Can I take 30 seconds
I'm
on
asking
this?
you guys.
Can I
if
tell
you guys watch it, what her policies are for the people of the United States?
$50,000 tax deduction for small businesses, $25,000 subsidy for first-time home buyers in terms of tax credit.
So why didn't she do this?
Wait, can I finish?
Yes, keep going.
$6,000 tax credit for the first year of a child's life, right? She referenced plenty of things. Okay, she wants to extend access to the ACA. She wants to fight climate change with broader legislation meant to invest in American businesses and American manufacturing related to renewable energies to make us less dependent on foreign oil. She wants to cap insulin at $35 for everyone in the United States. She wants to provide a $2,000 cap for every single individual in terms of pharmaceutical drugs in the United States for out-of-pocket costs related to pharmaceutical drugs.
It's the same thing they say every single election.
No, it's not.
Why now let me ask you, why didn't they do that while Biden and Kamala were running?
Yeah, it relies on specific.
No. Answer my question.
Listen, I am answering right now. Be quiet or I will mute you. Jesus Christ, I'm answering right now. I'm answering right now. I'm answering right now. Would you like me to answer?
I'd like to add on to this after you have the ability to answer him.
Jesus Christ, restate the question and I'll answer. Now stop cutting me off and let me answer.
I'm waiting for your answer, dude.
I said restate the question and I'll answer.
Why hasn't she or Biden done it the last 3.5 years?
Legislative
Why
branch.
all of a sudden now?
They relies on the legislative branch to get those passed so that they can sign it into law. Also, why didn't you ask the same question with Biden as it relates to him being vice president of the United States?
Because Obama is the one who spit and came up with all these legislations of what he's going to do.
Okay, why didn't
and he
Trump?
never did. No,
why
no,
didn't
no.
Trump
Don't cut me
pass
off. Don't cut me off here, Spence.
Spence?
Right. Is that your name, the guy in the middle?
No.
I'd love to ask him a question. I'll wait though.
No, you can go. I'm running.
Parker, Matt, is that okay? I know that.
Yeah. I'm just adding up another person to see if they're MAGA because the other person left.
Okay,
And
Evan.
people are crying about 3v1. Caleb, are you voting for Trump? Caleb, hello? Okay, all right. Go for it.
Okay. Evan, we got to talk, buddy. So you made the claim that Trump came with facts, she came with emotions and had no plans. So she actually shared a lot of her plans on the debate stage. I'll go over some of those things specifically. $50,000 subsidy for individuals opening up a new business, $25,000 subsidy to first-time home buyers, expansions to the ACA, limiting all prescription drug costs to $2,000 per year.
I already told him this. Pablo, are you voting for Trump?
Now let me ask you this.
I was sorry. It was kind of like leading up.
Now, do you think this is going to pass because they try to get
like it was like leading? It's okay though. Like my overwhelming plan was I was specifically listing things that she had said at the debate, and the reason I just went through and listed those things individually, even though I know Parker just did as well, is because of this follow up. What did Trump tell us? He was pressed very hardly by the moderators, by Kamala Harris himself, about what his plans were for health care. And what did he say? He said that he didn't have plans, he has concepts. So please tell me why you would say Donald Trump came with the facts and she came with the emotions when she was the only one sharing plans. And apparently, according to him, quote unquote, he was sharing concepts.
First off, he was just rebuttaling everything she was saying.
And so was she with him.
Everything she was saying is not going to happen. I don't think you guys understand. She's been doing this for years. She didn't even win in her state.
You're not answering the question. You're not answering the question.
She didn't even. I think Donald Trump has.
What was Dean's question? Evan, what was Dean's question?
The question was, what was Trump going to? What was his proposals? Am I correct?
Again, literally, he just referenced specifically Donald Trump not having any plan, just saying that he has concepts, and Kamala Harris saying that she has a plan.
I think
why don't you address that?
I think Trump's first big plan is cutting down on the illegal immigration.
No, we're talking about plan for healthcare. Jesus Christ, dude.
No. We're just talking about what Kamala brought to the table tonight.
Tell me.
And
we're talking about healthcare policy.
And I'm just naming you the first
Evan,
one of the first
policies. It's like he can't hear me right now. It's
Evan,
like he can't hear me.
I
I'm going to
want you to
restate.
listen.
Evan, I'm going to restate one time. Healthcare, right? What is Trump's healthcare policy?
Like I said, let's talk back on the policies real quick, and I'll get into the healthcare. I will get into.
Tell me right now, what's the healthcare policy?
First off, it's the same thing, Kamala. One of the few things: the pharmaceutical, the insulin, extremely cheaper.
So the same thing as Kamala? Wait, so he's stealing Kamala's concepts?
No. While Trump was president, it was way cheaper now.
So what is his policy?
They tried it. No. They tried it.
Evan, we are currently pulling you out of the pits of MAGA hell right now. You have been so convoluted in an echo chamber for most likely the entirety of your life, holding to these false beliefs with no reason, and here we are to challenge them. If Donald Trump genuinely had plans, if Donald Trump genuinely had policy, then why did he tell all Americans tonight on the debate stage that he didn't, that he fucking didn't?
The guy left. Dan, are you voting Trump? Hello? Okay. That person's not even here. All right, let's get this next individual up here. They literally just ran away and left. All right, if you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. I'll bring you up. Can y'all help me get MAGA people up? Yo, what's up,
Yo, what's up, bro? I've been trying to get on this forever. 26.
Are you voting Trump?
Fuck yeah, I'm voting Trump. Sorry, let me not cuss.
So how do you feel about the debate?
Okay, so I think Kamala did really good, honestly, but she really didn't have to do bad. Okay, like that's the goal, was for her to not do bad. Okay, because there's people like you, there's all kinds of stuff going on that's, pushing people towards Kamala, and really all she had to do was not do bad.
Can you say Kamala real quick?
What's that?
Can you say Kamala real quick?
Man, I'm not here to debate on how someone says someone's name, man.
Sean, if you don't want to say her name correctly and you keep doing it purposefully incorrectly, I'm going to kick you from my stream and talk to someone who will. Okay?
Can you tell me how to pronounce it if I'm pronouncing it wrong? Kamala.
There you go.
Okay. I want to say about the debate, I think what his point about her saying she was black is because before she was running for other things and saying she was Indian. But
you can be black and Indian. Is that possible?
Yes.
Also, Indian isn't a race.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess my point is, when I was living under Trump, I mean, I felt better for the future. I feel like with all these bills, I mean, everything's like a trap to keep you poor, and it was better under Trump. Like I had
to keep you poor. One second, a trap to keep you poor? No, tell me what Trump wants to do for the low and the middle class. What is his proposed economic policy that will uplift the low and the middle class? Because I can name 4 things right now in like 10 seconds that Kamala Harris wants to do to uplift the low and the middle class. Let's see who's making a trap to keep people poor. What's his proposed economic policy?
All right, let me say one thing. If she gives a $25,000 grant for homes, well, why wouldn't you just, if you're selling a house, why wouldn't you just raise the price $25,000?
Okay, I can answer that second, but first I would just want you to answer my question. What is Trump's proposed economic policy to uplift the low and the middle class? You said that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden wanted to trap people to keep them poor.
No, I didn't say
what
Kamala
is his proposed
and
economic
Joe
policy
Biden. I didn't say
to
they
uplift
did.
the low and the middle class?
I didn't say they did specifically. I said that, ever since a child, like I've noticed things like when I got on my own, man, everything, rent. I mean,
Can you tell me what his proposed economic policy is or not?
No, I don't know the policies, man. I just know that I feel like I had a better future when Trump was president. And I've heard, I don't know how to cite this, but I've heard that, the gap between the middle class and the upper class was, narrowing. But I mean, like, it's just so important to our future, and I just don't. I don't.
So
feel
Trump
like
has no healthcare
sincere.
plan. Trump has no economic plan for the low and the middle class. Trump has no fucking clue how he's going to make your life better. He only has a clue on how to make his life better, make the other ultra wealthy individuals in our country's lives better, and make the corporations better off. Like, you understand that Kamala Harris came to the debate tonight to tell the American people what her plan was, how she was going to make your life easier, increasing the child tax credit. We could go over a lot of things, but the point that I'm trying to drive home here is Trump didn't. The fact that you can't tell me any of Trump's proposed policy after sitting down and watching him debate why he'd be better than Kamala Harris to be the next president of the United States of America is astounding. It speaks volumes without you saying a word. It tells us that Donald Trump doesn't have any policy that would specifically benefit the low and the middle class, that would benefit the holders of government funded and aided healthcare, because he doesn't care about the low and the middle class. He doesn't care about the average working class American. He doesn't care about Americans' lives. And tonight's debate demonstrated that very loudly.
I'm not sure that the last thing you just said is correct, because I mean, I'm telling you, Kamala did good. Kamala, okay, she did good.
Kamala.
Kamala.
Jesus, it's really not that difficult. I don't know why it's so hard.
Okay, was it Kamala? Okay.
Kamala.
Kamala. Okay, Kamala. Okay. Well, I mean, there's just so much I want to get out.
Madison, thanks for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate Madison for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Christian, are you voting Trump?
There's a bear shit in the woods.
So yeah. So why are you voting Trump?
I mean, basically what the other guy said. I had money.
Actually, how do you feel about the debates? Sorry, my bad.
Oh, I mean, I know you have a thing of how people say her name, so I'm just gonna say Miss Harris. I think that she did better than Biden. I don't think you could do worse than that. But I don't think that they really discussed a lot of like what they're gonna do. It was a bunch of like nitpicking, basically.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't feel like she.
So actually, you didn't give me. So do you think that Trump won?
Well, no. How do you win a debate? It's your debate.
How do you win a debate? Did Trump win the last debate with Biden?
He looked better.
Jeremy, think of the dollar. So Trump didn't win the debate?
You just answered how they win by looking better.
He looked okay. So he won then. He looked better.
Okay. So who won this debate?
I'd say it's pretty. I mean, I want to say Trump, but it's like 50-50. I don't know.
Okay, so what point? Can you give me 1 point Trump won on?
That she's been there for 3 years, and
I didn't ask you, Sean.
Wait. Can you give me 1 point Kamala or Miss Harris won on?
Yeah. So 1 is healthcare policy. 2, the fact that he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. 3, the fact that he has a racist history. Central Park 5, saying they should be executed. Popularizing the birther movement and not renting.
Oh wait, I didn't think of this. She didn't answer one of the questions that the reporter asked her. It was was it about the Gaza stuff?
What about what?
She
People are
answered it.
asking me to announce the endorsement. Chat. We've already announced it on multiple occasions.
Yes,
Taylor Swift
and that,
has endorsed
and
Kamala Harris.
that's another thing. She said all these world leaders want Trump in office.
That's
Putin
true.
literally endorsed her. Like what?
No, see, that's how incredulous you guys are. You clearly can't tell a joke. Or like tell when he's trolling. Putin is a troller. He likes to troll. If you honestly think that Vladimir
walking her in
Putin, if you
Ukraine
think
right now.
okay, one, Ukraine is winning, so clearly you haven't been keeping up with the news because Ukraine is winning, which is one of the reasons why Putin is like
Cassie,
shitting in his
thank you for the
pants.
$20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Cassie. I really appreciate that. And Corey, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Corey. I really appreciate that. And Purdy as well. Thank you for the $42. I didn't see that for some reason. My Cash App notifications are not coming up. But
By the
thank
way,
you
I
so
just
much.
wanna-
I really appreciate that.
I just wanted to say this. I was on Parker's live before, and I just want to say,
And
I
Christmas,
watched-
thank you for the $20
I mean, not
as well.
Parker, Harry, and I watched Parker, Dean, and Harry's live, and I just want to say it actually makes me laugh how mad people get when not Parker, but Dean interrupts him when he shouts out the like $20 and stuff.
Okay. Yeah, so again, can you name me one point that Trump won on in the debate?
Foreign wars. I don't know. Like
What about foreign wars? Give me a specific.
When they were discussing about the Russia and Ukraine thing, what is Miss Harris going to do to solve it, and what is Trump going to do? She basically has no plan to do it. She hasn't said how she's going to do it at all whatsoever.
Jeremy, I've said 4 times already that Taylor Swift has endorsed Kamala. Please, I don't know why you messaged me that. Thank you for the endorse. Okay, so again, she did give a plan. She wants to follow through the same thing that Trump did, or not Trump did, but Biden did, as it relates to supporting Ukraine and making sure that Ukraine has the dignity, right, and the self-determination, right, making sure that they have sovereignty. That's what her plan is. Trump's plan is to literally secede Ukraine to Russia.
So she has that plan, but obviously before the war even started, she had a plan, and obviously Putin said fuck that plan and invaded 3 days later. So obviously her plan is pretty shit.
There was no plan before the war started because the war had not started.
She went to Europe, and 3 days later they invaded. How did she help?
She went to Europe, yeah, because vice presidents go to Europe, but they probably had this planned a while in advance, and they decided to do it. But her being in Europe had no bearing on them invading the next day.
You don't think Zelensky had any idea that he was going to get attacked by
Sean,
Russia?
thank you for the.
No, there was
Harris can talk about it and come up with something to say, "Hey, Putin, here you go. This is what you get." And a deal is made. She didn't do any of that.
There was intelligence letting the Ukrainians know that Russia may be doing something or may be getting, but no one knew at the time that Russia was going to do a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. That surprised people. That's why Biden and Harris got all the European countries together in such force. Why NATO today is stronger than it's ever been. It's because of the fact that Biden and Harris have used diplomacy on their side to get Europe to stand united with Ukraine, because they know that if Ukraine falls, the next thing that will happen is Putin, because he longs for the days of the USSR. He will move back into those Baltic and those eastern states to try to reestablish the old Soviet Union. That's what he wants to do, and you know that, for example, because Trump, what did he do? He didn't say a bad word about Putin. He didn't say a bad word about Hungary's vicious dictator, right? He praised Hungary's dictator. He didn't say a bad word with China or with North Korea. He never says bad words about these evil, evil people. He only says bad things about our various allies. That's the problem. And so, yes, the choice is very clear. Someone who supports freedom and the a future of democracy in Europe, or Donald Trump, who sides with Putin and with Xi and with Viktor Orban. That's your choice.
Now you brought up NATO.
Alex, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Alex in the comment section right now for the $25? Thank you so much, Alex. And Melanie with the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Melanie and W's for Alex in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. And Dana, thank you for the dollars. Get some W's for Melanie and W's for Alex in the comment section. Thank you.
Yes, I thank you, Dana.
Now you brought up NATO, and I just want to say I told Harry this, and Harry agreed with me. I don't hate Parker, Harry, Dean, or any of you guys. I just have things we disagree about. You brought up NATO and the fact of you guys always say that you bash Trump because he says that he wouldn't defend other countries with NATO and all that. But in reality, the only reason he wouldn't back those countries is because they're not paying. So what, say you were a manager at a say Burger King, would you pay an employee if he's not making your fries for your customer? You're not going to pay. You're not going to defend someone if they're not paying for.
That's a bad analogy. That's a bad analogy because a worker and employee has a contract that you provide services based on what you do. We have an alliance. We have an agreement. We have a treaty. We are bound by a treaty, just as they are, to come to our defense and ours to them. For example, can you tell me? No. Can you tell me the only time in the history of NATO when NATO came to our defense? Can you tell me when that is?
No, not off the top of my head.
9/11. After 9/11, George Bush was the first and only president to invoke Article 5. And all of the NATO countries, all of them, even though, right, they could have said no, they all said, we will help you fight the war on terror.
I hate to interrupt you. I have one question. Do you think 9/11 was an inside job or not?
Oh, no.
No.
Okay.
Jesus Christ.
I'm just asking. I hear all these conspiracies.
But you lost my point. My point is that even if they are not paying their fair share, that they are paying, and in fact, Germany has increased the amount that they're paying because of this. Poland, for example, right? They may not be paying into NATO, but what are they contributing? They are taking in all of the refugees. They are providing them housing and food and water and with jobs. They are doing.
But we're not doing any of that.
What, Dean?
I could share it after they're done talking. It's about the debate.
Go for it.
You can go right now.
I'm done.
So Polymarket is do you all know what Polymarket is?
Yeah.
So Polymarket is a massive platform that essentially allows people to place bets on the outcomes of occurrences. And it's basically
I think the $10. Thank you.
And it's a pretty reliable way to determine how the general public feels. And one of the bets on here tonight, they've had over about $1 million bet on it so far, was who will win the debate according to the polls. In the last week, Kamala Harris has been sitting at about a 64 to 60% chance of winning. And then exactly at 7 tonight my time, as soon as the debate started, and over the debate, it continued to climb up from 60% to 90% to 95 to 97% now. So the general public's reaction to Kamala Harris's debate performance was incredibly, extremely well.
Can I ask Parker and Dean something real quick?
What's up?
So you guys okay. So for instance, Dean always bashes Trump for the rapist stuff, as you should, if he's found legally, if he convicted, yes. But put all this stuff aside, and I'll have to ask Harry this when I get to him, but do you two think Trump has anything that is good about him at all? Do you think he has a policy, anything anything?
Operation Warp Speed was good. $35 cap on insulin was good.
Gas prices,
that's not a policy.
Well, I'm just saying compare Biden's gas prices to Trump's gas prices.
Why do you call them Biden's gas prices and Trump's gas prices?
Because that's basically what they are.
No, I just have a question. So I was single while Trump was president. Could I say that Trump made me single?
No.
Because those are something that happened in the country without influence by Trump. We'd say the same thing about gas prices. We'd say that Trump didn't influence gas prices down, and we'd say that Biden and Harris didn't influence gas prices up.
So hold on. I just like gas prices were how they were, right? And I was never really like a big politics guy. Like I watched like probably 20 minutes of the Hillary and Trump debate, and I was like, this is kind of cool.
Thank you.
And I was like, whatever. Trump won. I was like, oh, dope. Trump won. Everything was like whatever. And then 2020 started the election, like the next one started coming around, and my dad was saying, because me and him always talked about politics, he was saying, just watch. If Biden gets elected, he said gas prices are going to go through the roof. He said, and then when the election comes up next year, if he wins, like the next one coming up, gas prices are going to go back down to make him look good. And and it just seems like everything is happening the way like my dad or other people say. Like it's just, it's like they get in office and then it's just a waste of 4 years. Like nothing ever happens.
That's because this is why we need civics in high school and in college because people misunderstand how our system works. The president is not a dictator, thankfully not yet, but he's not a dictator. He's not a king. He can't just snap his fingers.
I wouldn't call Trump a dictator, but continue.
I didn't say he was. I said, he does have aspirations. He has aspirations. He did say like he does want to be one. So I'm just saying.
Continue.
Okay. My point being is that the president has a limited power based on Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution. They can only do certain things, okay? This idea that presidents can just get in and all of a sudden just make big changes and the world will get better is a fallacy. It's wrong. The Founding Fathers gave most of the power to Congress. If you want actual change, vote for whoever you want to win Congress, because that's where the change will happen. The president will help guide Congress to what they want to pass, but aside from limited certain orders that they can do, presidents can't do much.
But then see, that's when like stuff means nothing, because like say Trump gets in office and then Congress is Democratic. I mean, nothing's ever going to get done. Say Kamala Harris or say Miss Harris wins and the Congress is Republican, nothing's going to get done. So it has to start with the president. It has to start somewhere. Congress can't do everything.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and head off for the night. I appreciate you for letting me up here, Matt.
Of course,
Parker.
Of course, it was good seeing you.
Yeah, for everyone hanging out in the chat, actually, if y'all could do one thing for me, I'd only need another 200 followers. If y'all would please go follow @ItMightBeDean. I literally need 255 followers until I'm at 1,000, and I would really like that account to be at 1,000 before I go to bed. So if y'all could help me out with that, @ItMightBeDean, I would love y'all forever. But good night, everyone.
Yo, wait, Dean, before you go, I have a question.
Take it away, man.
I like watching your debates sometimes, and I see that you're not on your regular account. Did you get like banned again, or did you make a new account, or what happened?
Yeah, so I'm actually consecutively banned on every single account I own. So
how do I watch you?
Well, that's the thing. Right now, you don't.
Follow me.
Follow Parker. Actually, no, that's actually pretty
I already
feasible
follow
explanation.
Parker.
Follow Parker.
That's why I'm doing this,
and you'll
but
see
I
me.
just wondered.
All right, Parker's a very nice, generous friend who allows me to co-host with him when I'm in a time of need, especially when all of my accounts are banned. So yeah, I'm with Parker when all my accounts are banned. But if you want to see me back on mine, please go follow @ItMightBeDean. But I appreciate you, man. Have a good one, everyone. Bye, Parker. Bye, Matt. Bye, chat. Remember, follow @ItMightBeDean.
And Parker, before we keep talking about Trump and all this, I have to go back a couple days of one of your lives. Maybe it was a couple days, a few days, whatever. It was recently. You said to everybody that you destroyed Charlie Kirk. You just interrupted him, basically.
Can you tell me one point he won on?
Can you tell me one point you went on? Like,
Yeah, I showed that he doesn't know what a man is under his own worldview and can't define it logically speaking. I showed him how he doesn't think DEI is bad as it relates to the Electoral College. I dunked on him as it relates to like the whole Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris debate as well, but they didn't
he
have that in
disagreed
there.
with you about
I also showed
everything.
that his idea that college is a scam would then indicate that church is a scam, yet he doesn't believe church is a scam.
Oh, why would church?
I debated him on abortion and showed that his own worldview, that he contradicted himself, and that he said that women shouldn't go to prison because they've been mass deceived. But P3DOs, right, in society when it was normalized, even though they've been mass deceived in the past, right, they shouldn't go to jail, even though I think they should. Yeah, then also he contradicted himself and said, oh, but he would give them the death penalty. Oh,
see, that's
okay.
one thing that pissed me off. Why would you say church is a scam?
Well, by definition, it would be under his definition.
Because it is.
So
yeah,
wait,
because
wait,
so like for
so
example,
learning
if
about
it
God
is,
is a
listen,
scam.
let me explain. Right? If it is not true, if Christianity is not true, then it is going to be the case that church is a scam under his definition, because they've been deceived into thinking that there's eternal life from heaven, right? From believing in God, but there actually isn't. So under his worldview, it would be considered a scam. So he has to give the argument for Christianity to indicate that. What I was showing is that his definition indicates that church is a scam, right?
So
And that's why you shouldn't use that definition to indicate what a scam is.
So
What's
people's
up?
beliefs mean nothing to you.
What do you mean?
So I just said people's beliefs mean nothing to
Yeah,
you.
believing in things without evidence means nothing to me.
So you don't believe in God?
No.
Oh, okay.
May I
Okay,
ask-
so what point did he beat me on? I'm still waiting.
Oh, I was just I wasn't gonna say a point that he beat you on. I don't see a point that you won on.
I gave you multiple. Did you want to respond to any of the points?
I don't agree with those. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. So as it relates to the man,
Oh, no, wait,
question,
wait,
me
you
asking
said
him how to
something about
define
the
a
woman
man.
in the murder
He
thing?
defined a man. He defined
No,
a man.
wait, go to either. You said you made a point about woman and execution, something like that.
I know. I'm talking about them right now. Would you like me to talk about it, or do you want to not?
That one, yeah, I would.
Appreciate the hint. Thank you so much. I'm going to talk about all of them.
Okay.
Is that
was
fine or
like
no? Can I
7
not do that on
minutes.
my own live?
Well, I mean, that was like 7 minutes. If you want to, you can.
Okay, so I'll talk about it and then we'll go on to that one. That's totally fine.
Okay.
Yes. So again, he literally said a man is someone with XY chromosomes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does God the Father have XY chromosomes? No, but he said all fathers are male. So how could all fathers be male if God the Father is a male? I mean, is God the Father is a father, yet is not a male because he does not have XY chromosomes.
Mm-hmm. So is that wasn't the woman and the execution thing? No, I was asking.
We'll talk about that in a second. You want to
Okay.
talk about this first?
I okay, yeah.
So
I just in my head, like I just wanted to talk about the woman thing.
We
but in
will.
my
But can you
head, I just
respond
think
to what
it's
I just
crazy
said?
that you think college
Christian,
is a scam.
you know he lost on
or
that.
not college. I don't know he lost.
Jesus Christ! I want you to respond to what I just said, and then we'll talk about that.
What?
Okay, he said a man is someone with XY chromosomes. God the
Okay.
Father, right, is not a man under his worldview. God the Father does not have XY chromosomes, yet he said all fathers are males. So how could all fathers be males if God the Father is a father and is not a male because he does not have XY chromosomes?
May I comment on this?
Yeah.
Yeah, what?
So I
Well, he
believe-
said he wanted to comment.
I believe in a way, they say.
No, I want to hear Christian respond. Sean, you can answer right
Okay.
after. Christian, give me a response.
I believe that God can do anything he wants, and you don't basically
what? So God can do something logically inconsistent.
we call God like Lord Heavenly Father, like our Father.
Does God the Father have XY chromosomes?
It's not for me to say.
You don't know?
I would say no.
That's not. I'm not saying I don't know. I'm saying that's not for me to say.
Is there anything in the Bible that indicates God has XY chromosomes?
It's not for me to say.
The Bible does not indicate that.
Does it indicate
Is God
that?
immaterial?
I don't know. Is he?
Well,
can you not answer a single question? I'm asking you what your
I
worldview
can't. But
is.
you're asking me to disrespect my beliefs. It seems like.
What do you mean disrespect your beliefs?
You're
What do you
asking
mean
me
by
to.
that?
You're asking me to all these questions about God and
Me asking you what your belief is as it relates to your view is not disrespecting your worldview.
I'm just gonna say I don't feel comfortable answering stuff about God. I just don't.
Okay, so if you don't know the answers to these questions, then
I
how
do
can
know
you?
the answers. I'm not saying I don't know the answers.
Then
I
tell
don't
me the
feel
answer.
Comfortable
Jeez,
with answering
can you tell me the answer then?
I don't feel comfortable is what I'm saying.
Why not?
Because I don't feel comfortable. Can't people feel a certain type of way?
Why don't you feel comfortable?
I feel like it just disrespects my beliefs if I talk about it in a disrespectful way.
How is it disrespectful for you to tell me in answer to my question?
Because it's my belief. It's just me. Like,
how is it disrespectful?
How can you not respect that? But how can you not respect that?
How is it disrespectful?
I'm just saying it feels disrespectful.
How does it feel disrespectful? Like, what about
because it does. How can I don't have to have a reason. I can just say it does. I wanted to talk about the woman thing, not the church thing. I just thought it was crazy that you thought church was a scam, and then I wanted to talk about the woman, and then you wanted to go into this thing. Like, I don't want to talk about that.
So what you're doing is you're saying it's disrespectful so that you don't have to answer my question because you know I'm right. Okay, so don't come up here and be like, Charlie Kirk definitely won. You're so wrong with that. But then not be able to answer any of my questions or not even be able to have a conversation with me about whether or not he won.
It's not though. I watch your lives every day. I respect you. I don't.
If you respected me, you'd answer my question and not sit there and deflect.
If you wanted me to answer something that I'm comfortable with answering, then I'd answer it. I'm not comfortable with answering these.
That's just like the most fucking annoying ass thing ever to do, right? Instead of that's like literally you don't have an answer to my question. You're just like, I'm just not comfortable answering the question. Why? Well, you're literally indicating no reason.
No, he doesn't. I don't know what I don't know much about him. I'm not God's savior.
So then you don't know. If you don't know, well then how do you say that Charlie Kirk won the point if I don't know?
I just said no. He doesn't probably
Okay, so if he doesn't have that biology, well then he's not a man. Yet Charlie Kirk still refers to him as a man. That indicates gender is not biological.
Is Jesus a man?
Jesus. I'm talking prior to incarnation. I'm talking God the Father.
All right. I was just saying, is Jesus a man?
Yes. Appreciate the hand art.
There you go.
What's your point?
Same person.
Well, prior to incarnation, right? They're not. Even prior to, even after incarnation, they're not the same person. Remember, it's three different people, three different, just one essence.
May I say anything?
Go for it.
All right, so, I mean, this is kind of what I believe. Well, first of all, to answer your church is a scam thing, church definitely could be a scam depending on who runs the church. It could also not be a scam depending on
It could be a scam to the ones you go to. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, it could be a scam in some cases, and it could truly be people trying to help other people.
Couldn't you say the same thing with college?
No.
Yeah.
Wait.
I didn't say college was a scam.
Okay, so you agree with us then? Well, then that's exactly the point I was trying to show him.
College is 100% a scam unless you're going to be a doctor or something.
No, it's not. Was it a scam for me? I'm not a doctor.
What do you really anything? Yeah, but what did you go to college for?
Economics.
And what are you doing right now? Is this economics?
Yes, literally. I have economic conversations on a daily basis on this live. My degree in economics is very useful to me.
So you can't get better at talking to people by talking to people. You have to go to college for that.
Yeah, actually, going through economics courses absolutely benefit me in my knowledge about economics.
I didn't know you needed someone to help you talk to other people. It's beyond me.
You mean learn? Did you go to public school, Christian?
No. Why would I go to school?
You didn't go to school ever?
I went to high school.
Okay, so you needed people to help you speak to other people?
No.
Okay, then why'd you go to public school?
I was forced to. I either go to fucking class or I get my Xbox taken.
So you're telling me that you would not have done any school in your life, elementary, kindergarten, anything, right?
No,
you wouldn't do any of that.
It's fucking. Why do I need to learn about?
You wouldn't redo that?
Why do I need to learn about a bunch of old dudes in wigs?
Okay, that's actually what Charlie Kirk said was good. Charlie Kirk said AP US history was a good thing, which is exactly what that is. That's the founding fathers.
It was definitely. I'll tell you what, history was definitely entertaining, but school was a joke.
You fucking weirdo! You just said that you don't want to learn about history, and then you just told me that history was a good part of school. Jesus Christ, you cannot make it up.
World War II was fun to learn about. Topics can be fun. School.
Oh my god. Okay, so listen. Again,
you're getting mad at me for something I like and don't like. What is wrong with you?
You were calling it out as not useful and not even a good thing at all, and then now you're arguing it's a good thing.
90% of it is. I said one thing about school.
So you wouldn't go to any school. I just want to let you know that's really ridiculous that you wouldn't go to any school. All of us learn from other people. So absolutely, I needed to learn from other people to be able to have the conversations I do here in the first place. I am not so narcissistic. I am not so self-centered that I think that I could have done everything without the help of any person on this planet.
Wait, so
I have learned everything that I know from other people.
So I'm narcissistic because I think I don't need to go to school to learn how to talk to people.
Yes, absolutely. The fact that you think that you didn't need to learn anything from anyone else in order to be able to have conversations, educated, right? Yeah, I think that's ridiculous.
My parents taught me a lot of things, but like,
you relied on your parents to be able to have a conversation with me? You see what I mean? That's how ridiculous of a statement you just made.
I was born and then I talked to people throughout my life, and I got better at talking. I don't need school to talk to people.
I don't think you got very good at it.
School taught you.
I think I got pretty damn good.
School taught you the language that you're speaking to be able to use proper syntax and grammar.
Don't tell me about grammar.
Yeah. Trump never learned about that one.
Why does grammar make your head hurt?
Like, dude stutters over fucking every fucking sentence.
Because he has a stutter. What the fuck's wrong with having a stutter?
Please tell me.
He has a stutter problem?
Yeah, he has a stutter. He's had a lifelong stutter.
It
Tell me
seems
what's wrong
like
with
he
that.
also has a problem with running the country too.
What problem? You just completely pivoted. What's wrong with having a stutter?
Nothing's wrong with having a stutter, I guess.
So then why'd you bring it up as a bad thing?
Because he is a bad thing.
Okay, so you just sound ridiculous right now. You just clearly got caught in a ridiculous statement, and now you got caught in 4K, and now you're running back on it.
Thank you, Shane, for the $15. Thank you, Shane, so much.
What did I get caught in?
You said that it was bad for him to have a stutter. We asked you why it was bad, and then you completely didn't answer the question.
I didn't.
And also, are you Christian?
Hold on.
You're Christian. You're Christian in making fun of Joe Biden's stutter.
Wait, did I just quote? Did the words out of my mouth say stutter is bad?
You were clearly bringing it up as a bad thing.
Okay.
Don't act like you're not. You're now gaslighting us. That's fucking ridiculous.
Okay, I was.
Everyone knows that you were using it up as a bad. Showing it as a bad quality.
I was saying it as in a bad thing, but he's incompetent. He obviously stutters way more than he should.
Oh, okay, because he has a lifelong stutter. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. He has a lifelong stutter.
I didn't hear him stutter whenever he was with Obama, whenever he was younger.
So you understand that as you get older, your ability to control your stutter diminishes. Okay? So he's had a lifelong stutter, and because of his age, it's showing his lifelong stutter to a greater degree. That's not his fault. By the way, you as a Christian, be quiet. You as a Christian came on my live. You're acting about, oh, we need to be so Christian. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much. And then now you're being ableist. And you're saying because he has a stutter, that's somehow a bad quality that he has.
What's that one thing presidents take to see if they can run the country or whatever? That test.
Appreciate the confetti.
There is no presidential test.
No, there
should be for Donald Trump because he wouldn't pass it.
No, Trump said the word. What was the test?
If we actually had a test, Donald Trump would not be on office.
It was something. It was
cognitive test.
Cognitive test.
That's not. Yeah, no one has to take that. By the way, that's not constitutional.
Why doesn't Biden take one of those?
He did. He had a neurological exam.
And did he do better than Trump on it?
He passed it.
He passed it barely.
No, he passed it.
You're not willing to accept anything.
And by the way, why the fuck?
Wait, now it goes from me gaslighting to me not willing to.
Why are we talking about Joe Biden here?
Seriously.
I don't know. May I go back to something?
Sure.
What's up?
With God and everything, I believe that even if God isn't real, church is a great thing to bring people together as a community. And, I believe in that. And I also believe, they say there's Father Time and Mother Nature. And, whether or not, anything's real, you know what I mean? But the community is the key, man. I mean, and with people learning, from other people. I have a baby, and, his cousin was with us the other night, and he's a baby too. And they were saying night to his cousin. And I could just see the look on my baby's face that they say that to him too. And we're designed to learn. And
Donald Trump did not say that.
I didn't say Donald. Oh, you saw me.
No. Matt sent me a tweet that Donald Trump posted out saying people are saying big win tonight. Most people are not saying that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really think he necessarily won. I think Kamala did what she was supposed to, but do I necessarily agree with her? Kamala. No, I don't necessarily agree with her, and I really believe that why haven't they done anything? Because if Trump does something
They
bad,
have done
you guys
things.
say it's
What have they done though?
Well,
So again, I've
I'm
already
not
said
sure,
this
man.
multiple times. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest
So
investment
why
in
do
renewable
we
energy,
still
and a $35
feel like we're
cap on
living in
insulin for
hell?
seniors.
Why can I still not
Jesus
hardly
Christ.
feed to feed my dogs, man?
Yeah, like why do we still feel like we live in hell every day?
Yeah, because there was
Live in hell.
There was inflation around the world. It was global. It was in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, everywhere around the world. Europe, everywhere. Okay? So to blame it specifically on United States policy shows that you don't understand how the economy works.
So you're gonna blame
Tommy,
it on
thank you for the
COVID next.
$5.
'Cause that's
Jaden,
what
thank you
you
for
seem
the
to
$2.
always
And
do.
Maya, thank you for the $1. You understand that
do you
that's
think
exactly what the
that-
cause of it was. That corporate greed. There was also a Federal Reserve response. There are plenty of things that we can point to that led to the level of inflation that we saw. It was not because of the Biden-Harris administration.
It was because
If you
of
could give me
COVID.
any reason to, yes, there was COVID was absolutely a massive influence.
That's what you always say.
Christian,
Can I say something
I am just
about
describing, as someone that
is
understands how the economy works, I'm just describing to you what the effect of it was. Okay, you can sit there and you can act like that's not a legitimate explanation. Now you
It was
fucking tell me, Christian,
fucking
tell
4
me,
years
what was the
ago.
inflation?
It
What was the
was
inflation?
4 years ago.
Hey,
It doesn't
Christian,
take an economy like
Christian.
ours to build back up that slow.
Yes, it does. The
It
entire
does
globe
not. It
is
does
recovering
not.
from a global pandemic. Answer my question.
What?
You don't even know what I was saying. What caused inflation globally?
May I answer that if he doesn't?
I just said
Appreciate
your
the
famous word, COVID.
Wait, so no, do you agree with that?
No, I don't.
So then
It's
what do you
Biden.
agree with, genius?
It's Biden and Harris.
Appreciate the hand art. How did they cause global inflation?
Because they suck.
Natalie,
May I
thank you for the
ask that?
$5. Thank you so much. No, I
Real
want Sean.
explanation?
Stop talking, please. I'm talking to Christian right now. Christian, can you please answer the question? How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation? Thank you for the hand art.
I just said because they suck.
That's not an answer, okay, Christian? That is like what a
What are
child
they
says.
doing to
Can you give
help
me an
it, though?
actual response?
What are
Tell
they
me how they
doing
caused
to
inflation.
help?
How did they cause inflation?
Well, it seems like Trump didn't have inflation, and then Biden got elected. Gas prices went up, inflation started to
So
occur.
because
what did-
inflation went
what-
up
what
under the
didn't they
Biden-Harris
do?
administration. Okay.
What didn't they do?
Okay, so he doesn't have an answer. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. He just says because inflation went up, it's their fault. Okay, so when unemployment hit 14.8% unemployment, right, under Trump's administration, the most since the Great Depression, was that because of Trump?
I guess you could say. I don't know.
Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much. Oh, so Trump caused the most unemployment since the Great Depression?
No, I don't know. I guess not. I don't.
No,
I don't
so
know
just because
how-
it happens under
I don't know
administration
how
does
you're
not mean it's
happy
caused by
with
them.
How you're living? Like obviously you make enough money.
You're not listening. You're not listening.
You're a content creator. You obviously do well for yourself. But people like in me and Sean's shoes, you don't get it. It's hard every fucking week. It's paycheck to paycheck.
Okay.
In Trump, it wasn't like that.
Oh my
with
God, yes
Biden,
it was.
it's
Most people were
so
living paycheck to paycheck
draining.
under Trump.
It's so mentally draining to
He's
even
lying.
live sometimes. It sucks.
May I answer my question about
Christian. Let me. I will let you after in a second. So Christian, you didn't acknowledge anything I just said. You just said there is inflation now. Just because there's inflation now does not mean it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. You just said even though it is the case that there's 14.8%
Wait,
unemployment
I can't
under
believe I didn't think of this. There was COVID under.
even though there was 14.8% unemployment under Trump's administration, you don't blame Trump because of that. So just because it happens under the administration does not mean it's caused by them. So again, answer the question. How did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation?
By the way, you don't have to mute me like these older people let you do. You just say, "Hey, stop talking real quick," and I'll stop talking. Like,
Can I tell you to start listening to?
There was. I
Can I
listen
tell you to
all
start
the time.
answering questions?
I answer your questions and I listen all the time.
So what did I just say?
COVID was under Trump too. And did Trump have inflation?
What was my question?
Hold on. Say it again. I'm sorry. Say it again.
Are you trolling, dude? Are you actually trolling?
I swear on everything that I love.
How did the Biden-Harris administration?
I just want you to understand how it's
listen.
hard
If you want me to tell you,
us.
listen. I understand,
Okay.
Christian.
Okay.
I understand. I understand it's bad right now. I totally agree with you. That doesn't mean it was caused by the Biden-Harris administration. You're saying because it happened under the Biden-Harris administration, it's caused by them, but you're not saying because 14.8% unemployment happened under Trump, it was caused by him. So why?
I guess because 14.8 unemployment caused by Trump. I don't know. Like that should happen.
So you
I'm
think
just
you think he
saying.
caused it? So okay, I'll give you another example. I met my girlfriend under the Biden-Harris administration. Is that thanks to the Biden-Harris administration?
Well, I got a girlfriend under Trump, so I mean, I could
Christian,
say.
I'm asking you a question. Is it caused by the Biden-Harris administration? No. No.
No,
Just
why
because
would
it
that-
happened
why
under
would
the
that be
administration.
caused?
Jesus Christ, this guy can't track. It's actually impossible for this guy to track.
It's
Just
not.
because it happened under the administration does not mean it's caused by them.
I'm not one of these.
Joseph, thank you for the $11 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Joseph. Dev, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Dev. And Sherry with the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Sherry. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I missed one a long time ago.
Sale, thank you for the motorcycle. Thank you so much.
W. Thank you, Purdy, for the $42. I'm sorry that I missed that, but thank you so much, Purdy. I appreciate you.
I feel like you're treating me like I'm one of these like 50 to 60-year-old like MAGA people.
Yeah, they are drunk.
Hey, thank you for the motorcycle. Thank you so much. Yeah, but okay, but
I'm sorry to break it to you, Christian. Those people are smarter.
Well, what are you not understanding? Like, what's
Have
not
you
tracking?
seen some of the people you have on your life
Yes,
sometimes?
Christian. I talk to them on a daily basis, Christian. And I'm not trolling. I'm not trolling. You are
No, I'm not trolling
You
you,
are
Parker,
worse.
You're
You are
saying
worse.
this to get under, Parker, you're saying this
I'm not
to
saying this to get under your skin. I'm
Parker,
saying this because I genuinely believe this, because you still haven't answered the question.
What question do you want me to answer?
Why do you blame the Biden-Harris administration for inflation just because it happened under the
Because of
administration,
COVID.
but you do not blame the Trump administration just because it
Because he
happened
had
under
COVID
Trump?
too, and he didn't have
Message, thank you.
inflation.
Do you see this guy? He's just like, he can't track. He's actually,
I
Christian,
literally just
when
answered
I
your
say
question.
they are smarter
just
than you, I
answered your
totally
que-
mean it. I totally mean it.
I just answered your question,
You
Parker.
didn't. No, you didn't. You're
I
so bad
said-
at tracking that you didn't even realize you didn't answer.
You
Didn't
said
say
you
he
said
didn't know.
you asked why was there inflation under Biden, right? I said COVID. You said okay. Why was there inflation under Trump? I said COVID, or I said there was no inflation.
I asked you, Christian. I asked you why you blame one but not the other. You have no
because
comprehension,
one did
no
better
listening
when-
comprehension.
One did better at handling the same thing.
Push the hand art. Okay,
I see what he's saying,
because
but
because there are
yeah,
different points in time which things can negatively impact people. After the pandemic, there's a greater likelihood that we're going to see inflation because people are out working again. Push the cap. Thank you so much. And demand rises. Okay.
Okay.
That's why.
Melanie, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry. Melanie, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much, Melanie. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. W, Melanie, W.
So
Could I
tell me,
answer
it's
that?
been 4. Yeah, Sean, hold on 1 second. So it's been 4 years, but yet we're still saying inflation is because of COVID. Why haven't they done anything?
They
So The
have.
Federal Reserve has influenced the increase of interest rates, which has mitigated inflation. We're at 2.9% annually, right? Actually, 0.2% month by month right now.
So when is Miss Harris going to make my $1.82 gas price again?
Thank you, Jody, for the $10.
It's like,
Thank you so much,
Christian,
Jody.
can you tell me what I just told you? Can you tell me what I just told you?
Honestly, you want me to be honest with you? No.
Why am I having a conversation with you if you don't listen to a single thing that I said?
What are you talking about? I'm obviously bringing up points and topics that you've talked about on previous lives, which means I listen. You act like I'm
didn't
this like
listen to what I just said.
60-year-old who has
Christian,
like
Christian,
fucking
Christian.
Alzheimer's. Like I'm
Christian, you
23
didn't-
and I have a brain.
Christian, you didn't listen to what I just said.
What?
On multiple occasions in this conversation, I have had to repeat the same thing over and over again because you're not listening. You're not even attempting to have a conversation with me. So if I have to repeat myself one more time, Christian, I'm kicking you from my stream because you are insufferable. You are worse than all the 60 to 80-year-old people that come on my live that are off their ass under the influence. You are way worse. I would so much rather talk to any of them than I would rather talk to you. You are
That one dude
insufferable.
that you had on the other day?
You don't even attempt to understand what I'm saying. Okay? So I will tell you one more time. If I have to repeat myself one more time on this stream, I'm going to kick you.
Okay.
Is that clear?
Sorry for being a supporter, by the way. My God, I didn't know how you treat your supporters like this.
I'm not talking to that guy.
Don't gaslight us like that. I mean, come on.
Could I answer now?
Go ahead.
So, don't get me wrong, bro. I was born on Earth Day. I'm an Earth Day baby. I'm all for saving the environment. But with this clean energy stuff, I mean, I'm not against it, but I can see how, minimizing fossil fuels, which is what the country runs on. I mean, the diesel trucks, all our cars, things getting to where they are, whether, you want to talk about China or somebody bringing stuff in, tariffs, any of that, it's all gas, man. They use gasoline. I mean, yeah, there's other energies, but they use gasoline. So my point is, if Miss Harris and Joe did anything to lessen our resources as far as gasoline, which we rely on for everything to get to where it goes, everything would go up, in my opinion. And that's because anyone who touches something along the line of where it's going needs to make a buck off of it. And if the gas price to transport it needs to make a bigger buck, then the end consumer, which is me, has to pay a bigger buck.
Okay, I just want to let you know, are you in support of tariffs?
Look, I would say that if tariffs are charging other countries to bring stuff in, yes. And
do you want me to tell you why that's a bad thing? You just said you don't want there to be a lower supply. Anything that mitigates supply is a bad thing. Tariffs decrease imports into the country because they increase the cost and they increase the prices, therefore decreasing the demand on those goods because of the increased price. So it is going to be the case that there is a lower supply of oil in this country if you support tariffs. Did you know that?
Okay, well, let's say we don't support tariffs, but oil was still lower when Trump was
too
president.
bad. Donald Trump says he wants 10 to 20% tariffs on every good coming to the country, which would increase costs on gas, increase costs on groceries, increase costs at the restaurants, increase costs everywhere, literally everywhere, because most of our economy relies on imported goods.
Well, regardless of what Trump's going to do or says he's going to do, did anything that the current people in office do raise the price of gasoline for the United States and or any other country?
No, actually, they decreased it because it is the case that they specifically advocated for the largest investment in renewable energy ever, which makes us less dependent on foreign oil. And it is the case that we have the largest level of oil production right now than any point in American history.
But are you saying that the increased gas prices did not contribute to inflation at all because of...
So the increase in gas prices is due to the Russia-Ukraine situation, which would have happened regardless of Trump or Biden in office, and because Trump signed a deal with OPEC to cut oil production, which led to the United States getting less oil from the global economy.
So did they not do anything at all that impacted, did the Biden administration
Not
do
that wouldn't have
anything
happened
at
either
all
way. No.
to affect, well, I mean, if it would have happened either way, would it have happened less or worse because of anything they did?
I just told you no.
Okay, well, we can agree to disagree on this, but
So name the
from
thing.
what I understand, the whole climate change shift, I mean, I feel like it's right. I want it to happen, but with our current dependence on gasoline, I think that needs to be a major priority. I mean, listen, man, I don't know all the policies. I don't know that stuff. You know, I just hear what I hear, and a lot of people just hear what they hear. But, you know, like, let's say I don't know how to cite this, but I heard that our country's federal oil reserves were, for the most part, depleted under the Biden and Harris administration. But that's like
they brought it, but they did to reduce prices because they increased the supply, and then they brought it back. So they actually made us money. They made us like $20 billion on that.
Okay,
which is the entirety of what the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act gained for our economy. I just want to let you know that.
Okay, and then how long has the Inflation Reduction Act been around?
Oh, it was 2022, I'm pretty sure.
But also that bill is meant to prevent long-term inflation. Like, it was never meant to do short-term. That's what the Federal Reserve steps in. It's for the short-term, which is what they did. Biden specifically passed his bill to try to deal with long-term inflation.
Okay. I mean, you know, there's a lot of things. Can I just touch on, you know, you guys called me crazy about the trap to keep you poor thing. And I'm not saying that was designed by somebody. I'm just saying that's how I feel like it is. I mean, it's like every month there's a holiday that either one or more people are, you know, they learn throughout their lives, depending on how they're raised, to expect expensive gifts from somebody. And if it's not that, it's a child's birthday. And you can't not get that child a gift, or you don't care. So if you're struggling to have money, you know, like, all I'm saying is, I'm not saying this is how it is. I'm just saying this is just how I feel. And I mean, we can agree to disagree on all kinds of things, but, you know, I feel like a lot of weight was lifted off my shoulders when Trump was in office, regardless of what he did or who before him did or anything. And can I say something about healthcare?
So what led to the stuff being left off your shoulders?
I mean, I had money to do whatever I want, whether it's save for retirement or...
What years was Trump president?
16 through 20.
No. So 17 through 21.
Okay.
So not only was it 17 through 21, not 16 through 20, but it is
Well,
the
that's
case
when he was
that in
elected.
2021, the economy, literally when the Biden-Harris administration took over, was over 6% unemployment.
There's a lot of factors that go into that, including the interest rates. Yeah, they made interest rates higher to combat inflation, but it also made these smaller business that Kamala loves so much harder to get loans.
That has to do with the Federal Reserve. That would have happened regardless of Trump or Biden in office.
Okay, but Kamala's saying, we'll give you this stuff, we'll give you this stuff, we'll give you this stuff. But what happens when you can't live without the things they give you? Then you can never not vote for them because
I don't
you
even know
can't
what you're
live without the things they give you.
She's not proposing welfare. She's proposing tax breaks and tax credits. These are yearly things. So, for example, the businesses that get they can write off $50,000 for their startup because they have to pay taxes, and they can write this off as a tax deduction. This is not welfare. It's not as if they're just handing out checks. Same thing with the housing policy, right? You get a tax rebate for it. No one's handing out checks.
Okay, well, look, I just feel like the system's kind of messed up if we're constantly going into more and more debt as a country.
Trump signed us into more debt.
How long that can be sustainable.
Trump signed us into more debt.
Well,
8.4 trillion under Trump's administration signed into law, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. Under the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion signed into law overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related.
Well, earlier you were saying even though they're in the office, it didn't matter some of the bad stuff that happened, but you're saying that's a good thing they did while they're in office, but when they did something wrong or something, not great happened, it was, they're just the president. And then, he asked earlier about civics class.
I don't even know what you're saying. Be very specific.
Okay, sorry, I'm talking a lot. Let me recoup what I just said. When you were talking to, I think his name was Christian. I think that's who you were talking to. Damn, you got me, man. I can't even remember. I'm talking so fast. On a side note, no, I'm not gonna go there. But I don't know, man. I feel like I'm being lied to.
By
it's
Donald
like
Trump? Yeah.
No. It's like.
Can you name one lie that she engaged in the debate?
Well, I'm not exactly, like I said, she did well in the debate. She did do well in the debate. I give her that, man. I think she did well in the debate. But
okay, so
even Mark Zuckerberg admitted he was, pressured, at least pressured. There might be a stronger word for that. During the last.
They said election, you should take down COVID disinformation. That's all they said. They just told them to do it. What's wrong with telling them to do it? They never forced them.
Well, then why did Elon Musk feel like he had to buy Twitter to preserve free speech?
Because he's a lunatic. He's a right-wing lunatic.
Well, it seems like everyone's on the right is a right-wing lunatic. So
no, he is. He literally is a right-wing lunatic. Like, I'm actually serious. He used to be more left-wing, but he's completely gone right-wing lunatic.
Yeah, and that's the same with Joe.
He literally says his trans daughter is dead when she's still alive.
Who said that? I'm sorry.
Elon Musk. Elon Musk says his trans daughter is dead when she is still alive. I literally follow her.
And then you have her shitting on him and posts and shit because imagine what kind of dad you have to be to literally claim that your child is dead simply because you're so brain rotted from being fucking
right-wing lunatic.
Yeah.
So you not feel that any part of free speech was being lost during the Twitter days?
Free speech is being lost. Free speech is being lost with Donald Trump calling for people who burn the American flag to be put in prison for a year. That's when free speech is lost. The Second Amendment is lost when Donald Trump says, take the guns first, due process second.
Oh, speaking about guns, I saw this. I don't know what it was at. But, Joe Biden was talking to a room full of all these people, these rich people that you say Donald Trump is for. And he mentioned that, it was something like, let them try to fight us with their little baby ARs. Isn't that the point of our freedom from Britain? Is that, we didn't agree with their government, so we separated from them. But, you know, if Joe Biden and a room full of these elite people that you say Trump is for are laughing at the American people for if we stand up for what we believe in, and they're laughing at us. There's a whole room full of elite people laughing. I mean, you can look up the video, man. I mean, like I said, I can't directly source anything, but, you know, I kind of follow it, and I've been following it more and more as the election comes up. But, I mean, I didn't vote for Joe in 2020 simply because there were a lot of times where he did struggle to finish the sentence, and it didn't seem like a stutter. And I'm not saying anything bad about that. I just, you know, it seemed to me.
Dude, it's like you guys literally only argument is he has a stutter.
No,
like, that's literally ableism. Do you not know what ableism? Do you not think it's like annoying and rude to people who have stutters, who have to deal with this on a daily basis?
No, I said it
when you
wasn't
come up
a
here
stutter.
and you spread,
I
stop
said I
talking,
wasn't
stop
talking about
talking.
him stuttering.
You just did.
No, I said about him pausing and seeming like he didn't know like what he was even trying to say.
That's literally him stuttering.
No, I'm not saying him. I'm not saying words trying to come out his mouth and not coming out. I'm saying him looking like he got confused with his facial expressions and everything else.
There is such a thing as pausing with stuttering, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
Matt has a stutter. Matt goes through it. Listen, Sean. Matt has a stutter, and Matt goes through similar circumstances like this all the time where people think he's pausing, right? Which is ridiculous because he is the most intellectual person I have ever met in my life. I'm not joking. I'm not trying to hype him up. He's the most intellectual person I've ever met in my life. He knows what's up. It's not that he doesn't know what he's going to say. It's that he, physically speaking, cannot get it out because of something he cannot control. So instead of pointing at something he cannot control and saying it's bad because of that, look at the fact that this is an intellectual person making an argument, giving you substance and information. You're not actually critiquing the substance. What you're critiquing is literally a character, an aspect of their character. So if you actually care about character, you wouldn't care about someone literally having a lifelong stutter. You'd care about someone being held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. You'd care about someone trying to overthrow the government.
And by the way,
you'd care about
the
someone
difference-
undermining women's access to bodily autonomy. You'd care about someone who is literally saying they want to pardon people that pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers. You wouldn't vote for the guy who's had multiple chiefs of staffs, multiple national security advisors, multiple generals that worked with him say he's unfit to be president. Right? Say that he's a threat to democracy. Say that world leaders think he's a joke. Say that he cares more about himself than he cares about the American people. That's what the people that have seen him in situations where he's making the most critical and emergency-like decisions say that he folds, that he has no clue what he's doing, and that he has a lack of experience.
That's what everyone was saying before he got elected the first time, but we didn't.
That's what people are saying after working with him.
All those bad things that
appreciate the
everyone
dollar.
said was going to happen if Trump was president.
Thank you,
I mean,
Raymond.
we were at world peace. You know, like I said, I don't know everything that's going on. I'm not studying this shit with a magnifying glass. I'm just saying, man. Like all
Nicole,
the things everyone
Melinda,
said
thank you for the
would happen
$10.
when Donald Trump was president that were bad, and we'd go to war and it'd be the end of our country. It didn't happen the first time. So why is
Thank
it
you,
gonna happen the
Christina.
second time?
Thank you, Christina, for the $20. Thank you so much. Why didn't what happen?
Why? No, I'm saying if Trump becomes president, why wouldn't all this stuff that everyone's saying happen? Why wouldn't everything have happened so badly with Trump the first time he was president?
Because
well,
during
one
the
thing it
first
did
time-
in plenty of scenarios, like women, literally 1/3 of women have restricted access to abortion. Great victims don't have federal protections.
And also, he had people around him who were willing to tell him no and were actually experts in what they were talking about. This time, that will not be the case. Because why? Because he fired all those people. And those people now don't like him, and they're telling him, people not to vote for him because they know how crazy he is. And this is why memoirs and biographies are so important, because you can read the memoirs, read the biographies of the people who he hired, who are Republicans, who are in the Army and the Navy and the
Literally
Marines,
lifelong
all of them.
Republicans that
Yes,
gave
lifelong
up their
Republicans.
entire
Yes.
careers to
And
call
they-
him out and say he's a threat to this country and unfit to be president.
And
they gave
they
up their
cite-
careers.
They cite
Hold
up, let Matt finish real quick.
They cite all the examples where Trump said crazy shit or wanted to do crazy shit, and they had to talk him off the ledge. Okay, that will not happen this time because he's going to only point in people that agree with him because no one else wants to serve in his administration because it was so chaotic behind the scenes last time. And so I don't want yes people in there because Donald Trump, for example, when he talked about nuking hurricanes or talked about wanting to just blow off the kneecaps of protesters and everything, I don't want somebody to say, you know what, Mr. President, that's a good idea. Let's do that, right? I want somebody who's going to push back on him. And unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the case this time.
Did he nuke a hurricane?
Raymond, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Raymond. Can we get some W's for Raymond in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. It's Sophia with the $200 on
Holy
Venmo.
Shit.
Thank you for the glasses as well.
Damn.
Get some W's for Sophia in the comment section right now for the
Sophia.
$200 on Venmo.
W, Sophia.
Holy
God
shit,
damn.
W's for Sophia. Let's get at least 200 W's. Thank you so much for the $200 on Venmo.
Yeah,
Get some W, Sophia.
And by the way, that Trump did not nuke a hurricane, but the fact that he even brought it up as a possibility, it's something to
not be a joke.
Yeah, he also brought up as a possibility that we should put reptiles and alligators across the entirety of the Rio Grande.
Because he says this stuff all the time. Did he not, while standing in front of the nation with Dr. Fauci and with Dr. Burke, say, I wonder if we can put bleach in our veins or use UV light to kill viruses? He was serious about that. He was serious. I don't know.
UV light to kill viruses?
And Daniel,
not in the body.
$15 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Daniel.
Before it gets in the body.
Thank you, Mary, for the $20. UV light also causes cancer, by the way. Did you know that? Why do you think people wear sunscreen?
Yeah, I do know that. That's why I don't look at it when it's inside of an AC unit, because it's not...
Okay, Donald Trump suggested that we use it on the human body, underneath the human body, in the soft tissues. He said that why can't we inject disinfectant into our veins to get rid of the virus? I'm not making that up. He said that in a press conference. Now, that's why when you look at Dr. Fauci going like this, because every medical provider going, oh my God, what the fuck did I just hear?
American Girl, thank you for the $11. Thank you so much, American Girl.
And thank you, Mary, for the $20. Thank you so much, Mary.
Can I ask, just as a refresher, what is the comparison these lives are always making about margarine in Oklahoma or something? What are they comparing that to?
Taylor Green?
Margarine in Oklahoma.
Like butter? Like butter in Oklahoma?
The butter price and the divorce rate. What is that being compared to when people say that? I've seen it on a couple of.
I assume maybe that the prices of butter are up, and so is divorce rates. I don't know.
Yeah, so that's a correlation causation fallacy.
Correctly, I think if I remember correctly, people on the lives who are hosting were saying that Joe Biden and Miss Harris being president.
Why don't you go talk to the people that said it? Like, how the fuck am I supposed to know what some random person on live
I'm just asking because I thought it was said on here, but I must have been mistaken. I apologize.
I promise you, no. You're fine. Don't worry.
From what I think what it was, which is why I was asking you what it was, because I'm not 100% sure, but I think it had to do with something like Kamala and Joe being president versus inflation and everything bad that's happened can be compared to the price of butter and divorce rate.
Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, is there anything else you'd like to talk about around Sean?
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of things. But did I ever get... Oh, yeah, I did get to answer that. But I just believe, as a community... the Democrats who've left the Democratic Party... I mean, I've been following RFK Jr. a lot, and it seems like the Democrat Party really pushed him out, which is exactly what...
Yeah, because he's insane.
Everyone else is doing.
We don't like insane people.
Yeah, we don't put them at the top of our parties.
RFK has been insane for a while now, going back to the 90s. How somebody with such a storied career in environmental justice can think that Donald Trump is going to be the solution to that crisis? It totally confounds me. It's because RFK is mad. And this is why. Sophia, thank you for the $200. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Sophia. Sophia, thank you so much.
Let's get some W's for Sophia in the comment section right now.
Sophia, thank you so much.
And Jaina, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Jaina in the comment section right now? Thank you
Jaina,
so much.
W Sophia, thank you all so much.
Holy shit, thank you so much, Jaina. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
What about Tulsi Gabbard?
No, she's also insane. she's grifting you. Like, I'm sorry, she She was pretty left. No. She was left leaning. She was left leaning, and all of a sudden, in the space of a year, she goes from left leaning to being a right wing superstar. It's because she's grifting you. That's why she's saying the things that all grifters say. Look at all of the people on the right who make tons of money and placate. They say all the same shit. It's because they know how to say it and they know who to grift. And that's what's happening here. And RFK is playing into that same base. RFK, I mean, his wife is not too happy with him. She's a Democrat and thinks that like he's off the rails, and so is most of his family. I don't want RFK anywhere near the government because his stances on healthcare policy are so crazy because he doesn't trust science. And that's why I'm scared to death, about Donald Trump winning too, because if RFK gets in there, you better bet that our vaccine policy is going to go down the shitter. Children won't get vaccines. I guarantee that. By the way, children will stop getting vaccines. You'll see measles outbreaks, and you'll see rubella, and you'll see the flu come back, and all these things because RFK thinks that because it has a certain preservative in it, then it makes it dangerous, right? And sometimes he asks good questions. Sometimes he asks good questions about why, for example, why is it that childhood obesity has gone up in the United States? That's a good question. Okay, that's a good question. But the problem is his solution is left wing. He wants to regulate what people eat. I'm not joking. He wants to regulate that. You think Donald Trump is going to tell people what to eat? No, the last time we did that, Michelle Obama was asking people to grow like a fucking vegetable garden, and people lost their fucking minds. They lost their minds. Yeah, and so that's why, and so RFK is not going to get anything he wants. He's just mad. He's just mad that the Democrats and Harris would not meet with him and basically shut him out. Trump didn't do that, and he's like, oh, Trump actually listened to me, therefore I'm going to endorse him. Even though Trump, as RFK himself said last year, Trump and him have no agreement. They differ on all their values, and that he would never vote for him. Something changed, and probably because RFK actually got to listen to him, which is because no one wants to listen to him because he's kind of loopy.
All right. But what I come to understand from the news I hear is that a lot of people like Trump because they don't feel that he can be controlled by other people, including other world leaders.
Well, we have leaked Kremlin documents that indicate that the Kremlin thinks it's really easy to manipulate him.
I don't know who is that a world leader. Like I said, I'm not a politics guy.
Oh my! You don't know what the Kremlin is?
No. What is the Kremlin?
Russia.
Okay, and they said that it's easy to control him.
Yeah, it's easy to manipulate him.
Okay, but there's a lot of people it's easy to manipulate too, and I mean I don't know what is his manipulation possibility compared to the other presidents elect.
Because unlike Donald Trump, because unlike Donald Trump, when Joe Biden and Kamala Harris get in front of world leaders, that they will actually tell them off and tell them to stop doing things. Whereas when Donald Trump does it, he placates to them. I don't know like how old you are, Sean. I forgot. I don't know how old you are. 26. But in 2018, he did this with Vladimir Putin. He totally capitulated to him. Right as he was standing right next to him, he had the chance to say to him what should always have been said: leave our countries. Leave us alone. Don't try to interfere with us, or there'll be hell to pay. Instead, he said, "Well, Putin says that there's nothing happening." I don't know why he would lie to us. So let's just trust him, right? Let's just trust him. When is that a good thing? When is that a good thing? That's manipulation.
Truthfully, we don't know what's going on behind closed doors.
I don't care about closed doors. On the public facing, he didn't push back against them. That's a problem.
Jocelyn, thank you for the $1. Thank you.
There was
also, by the way, I kind of want to move on from Sean.
Kamala was doing.
Yeah, Sean, is there anything else you want to end as to closing statement before going to the next person?
Well, I appreciate you having me on here, man. And I mean, I want to hear more conversations about the politics, but it seems to often, go on about other things and, just kind of making us look crazy without, like.
Okay, I'm sorry, Sean. I really do appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much. I'm going to go on to the next person real quick. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Do you tap that screen? Let's run it up to 2 million likes, everyone. Yo, what's up, Paolo, to you?
Yeah, hi. I just had a quick question for you.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't believe them.
I don't believe you.
Don't believe. Everyone follow me here if you have not already, y'all. Also, make sure to go to my main account and check out the videos I just posted. My last Charlie Kirk video is not sending out for some reason. I have like 50% personal profile. It's really weird. I think it's because of I left one of the words. Yo, what's up, Paolo, to you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. All right, yo, what's up, Paolo, to you? All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up, Paolo, to you?
26.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
I just feel like everything was necessarily, I wouldn't say necessarily better under Trump, but we're at peace worldwide. I feel like, did we have any wars going on?
Yes.
Trump?
432% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East. Assassination of a top military general in Iran. There was
with military troops.
Donald Trump specifically. Yeah, there were 65 U.S. military members that died in conflict under Trump's administration.
And under Trump's administration, did he not pull out, or in the process of getting pulled out of Afghanistan?
Yeah, I don't know what your point is.
When he had the negotiations, when he met with the Taliban leader and had negotiations, was there not any American soldiers killed in the 18 months?
There were. I was acknowledging that there were 16, but you kind of cut me off. There were 16 that died under the Biden-Harris administration, but that's a lot less than 65 under Trump.
I mean, at the same time, you look at all the proxy wars that are going on under the Biden-Harris administration. I mean, just because you're not having American troops there, isn't human lives important no matter where they are?
Again, I don't understand why you're saying there's more conflict now. Again, I was telling you about plenty of conflicts. Trump again vetoed like the blocking of an arms deal to Saudi Arabia, right? Which again, when they were committing a genocide in Yemen, killed 85,000 Yemeni children who starved to death. Right, by the way. Not only that, but again, the 432% increase in military drone strikes, the assassination of a top military general in Iran, the proxy war between the United States and Russia and Syria, Afghanistan. There was literally like all of those different things. There was literally a war between, almost a war broke out between India and China. There was a huge conflict and dispute on the border.
But was there an actual war that actually had troops on the ground going,
the self-proclaimed war on ISIS?
What was that?
The self-proclaimed war on ISIS. Also, again,
the war on ISIS wasn't just the United States. Wasn't that kind of worldwide? You had countries in Europe.
Wait, can't you say the same thing with Ukraine?
With Ukraine, but the war shouldn't have even started.
Appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. How would it have not occurred if Trump was in office?
Well, first of all, the whole reason why it started in office was because of the weak president that we have in office.
Okay, so the weak president. Okay, so can you give me any evidence to indicate that because Biden was in office, that specifically Putin invaded?
As soon as Trump left office, what happened?
That doesn't mean it was caused by Biden.
How do you figure?
Because it just because two things are correlated does not mean that one caused the other. Right? Do you think that FDR caused World War II?
No.
Okay, but he was president.
He was president, but why did we get into World War II?
Well, because of Pearl Harbor.
Exactly. We were attacked. So why are we involved in the Ukraine-Russian war if we had nothing to do with
Budapest Memorandum.
What was that?
The Budapest Memorandum.
Okay, but
we signed an agreement with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them.
At the same time, did we not agree that NATO wouldn't approach on Russia's border, and yet we're
in the early 2000s, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia joined NATO, and they're on the border of Russia.
Okay,
thank you, Stacy, for the
at the same time,
$20.
They don't have the same. They don't. With Ukraine, you do realize that with Ukraine joining NATO right next to Russia, they're going to be surrounded by NATO. Are they not?
Okay, so again, that literally already was the case, that they were like on the border. So what about being on the border would have caused this conflict? Also, again, Ukraine wasn't even joining NATO.
Yeah, the only person to blame for these countries on the border becoming part of NATO is Vladimir Putin, because he scared them so bad that they end up joining NATO. Because for decades they didn't want to join NATO, but then he invaded Ukraine, and so 3 countries decided, you know what, he's a big enough threat, we should probably join NATO. So if you want to blame somebody, blame Putin.
Blame Putin, but at the same time, when did Putin start lining up troops on Ukraine's border?
It was like a month or two. So like it was like early 2022, I think. Yeah, like late 2022.
Okay, was that not after the embarrassing withdrawal out of Afghanistan, showing the weak how weak that we were at that time?
I mean, that was in October or September, October. Of,
so you don't think that had an influence on Russia saying, "Oh, maybe we can actually do this," knowing that U.S. is weak, and then we're not going to do anything?
No, because actually, wait, Trump is the one that wanted to do less for Ukraine than the Biden-Harris administration. So again, they would have done less if Trump was in office. If they would have done less, that would have seceded more power to Russia. You act like the Democrats are the pro-Russia side, but that's actually Trump, the side that, the Kremlin was literally paying people to promote. People like Tim Pool, people like Dave Rubin got literally hundreds of thousands of dollars per month to promote pro-Russian propaganda along with Trump.
Okay, but again with Ukraine, I mean,
tell me why. Tell me why the Kremlin picks Trump supporters.
Did Putin not endorse Kamala Harris?
So he's trolling, right?
At the same time, did he not?
What are they doing behind closed doors, and what are they doing in front of you? They're doing that in front of you because you're easily manipulated.
Prove that he's trolling. How can you prove that he's trolling?
Yeah, because he's a liar. Right?
Everybody's a liar.
Because we have leaked Kremlin documents indicating that he thinks that Trump is easily manipulated. So again, he thinks that Trump supporters are easily manipulated. Obviously, he's going to engage in lying in order to get you to believe that somehow Kamala Harris is the more pro-Russia candidate, when Donald Trump is literally saying he would secede Ukrainian land to Russia.
At the same time, though, I mean, going back to
Donald Trump will literally give more power to Russia. Will literally give more power to Putin.
At the same time, I mean, how did you? Again, you're making these false accusations. When has Trump ever said that he was going to do that?
That give them less support?
No, about giving the land to Russia. He literally said inside the debate that he was going to sit them down and actually and get a ceasefire.
No. How did they get them to stop? By Russia getting the land. I mean, that means giving up Ukrainian land.
Say that Trump was unpredictable.
What?
Wouldn't that not, make somebody not want to do the things that they're doing? I mean, the fact that Trump is unpredictable,
because that assumes that Vladimir Putin is a rational actor, and he's not rational. Like, he wouldn't have started this whole war had he not been irrational, right? The whole point is that Vladimir Putin will only accept one outcome. That is, either he takes over all Ukraine or he gets the territories that he has now gained.
But
though...
Go ahead. Sorry.
Even though now Ukraine is pushing back into those regions, Putin seems like he's flat-footed on this issue. The fact is that we would not want... is that Putin will only accept one thing unless the war becomes a massive war... of attrition where he is forced to do it. But like right now, he still has every reason to want to try to gain as much leverage in those negotiations as possible. And Zelensky will not allow Russia to take over any land that once belonged to Ukraine. And so these two things are at a stalemate. The only way that this becomes a solution at this time is if we allow Vladimir Putin to get what he wants.
At the same time, has Putin not on several occasions expressed wanting to have a ceasefire and have negotiations? But the war still continues, and it's the same thing that's going on in the Middle East with Israel and Gaza. I mean, we're talking about negotiations, but nothing ever comes of it. Why is that?
Putin said, "I'm willing to come to the table," but guess what his proposal was? To take over half of Ukraine. Zelensky said, "No dice. That's not going to work." And Putin said, "Okay, fine. Then we're not having." That's the point, right? Is that Putin is not being serious with his negotiations. He knows that there is no world where the Ukrainians will accept basically a annexation of half of their land. Like it just won't happen.
But you want to talk about Ukraine as well? Did Ukraine not pause their or get rid of or stop their election and declare martial law to stop the election from occurring?
Yes, because they're in war, and under their constitution, they can do that. You don't have elections during wartime if you're actively being invaded.
Okay, but at the same time, I mean, when was their election supposed to be?
Probably like last year or something.
When did they declare martial law?
Like a couple years ago, like when it first happened.
Okay, so it was a couple years ago, but yet the war started last year. So, I mean, how does
No, the war started in 2022, and soon after the invasion, Zelensky declared martial law.
Okay.
And again, you don't hold elections when you're being invaded, because how are the people going to go to polling places when they're being bombed?
Literally.
That's a fair point. How about let's move on to the topic of immigration. Do you think that over the past 3.5 years, Kamala, because she's a part of Biden's administration, I'm sorry, Ms. Harris, do you think that they've done a good job at managing the border?
I think that they've advocated for border policy, and Donald Trump.
Why does it wait 3.5 years to advocate for border policy? 3.5 years, election year, all of a sudden they want to be, oh, I'm strong on the border.
They didn't wait 3.5 years.
Okay,
I don't know where you got this idea from.
When did they present the bill for the border?
When was it proposed, or when was it passed?
When the bill that they were talking about inside of the election, where Trump supposedly got on the phone and called up some Republicans to not pass the bill, did that not happen this year?
Yeah, so I know it was it was trying to get passed in 2023, but I'm pretty sure it was proposed in 2022. I might be wrong with that, but
why didn't they have this stance back in 2021?
So why didn't they do it in 2021? That was before a lot of the migration.
The migration happened on day one when Biden took office. Did you not see all the people on the border?
The migration mostly happened. If you look at the data, the migration mostly happened after we saw exorbitant inflation.
Were you not there in 2021? Did you not see the news media coverage of it? I mean, all the migrants coming over to the border, and I'm not saying all migrants are necessarily bad, but at the same time, you got to manage who comes in.
There was news media coverage of a migration crisis under Trump's administration.
Okay,
remember the caravans?
The caravans? Okay, but then again, did Trump not shut down the border?
No, Trump shut down the government.
Trump shut down I'm pretty sure during COVID he was for not locking down. I think it was the Democrats that wanted to shut down the government.
No, that was actually Trump.
Oh, really? That's why states like Texas, we were open, while states like California were closed all the way into 21?
You're thinking lockdowns, or I'm talking the government.
What are you talking about that you shut down the government?
Do you not remember like when they did do the debt ceiling thing, so they kind of like shut down the government?
Okay,
yeah.
How long did that last?
In the past. I can look the last government
shutdown.
2018, 2019 government shutdown. Found it. It lasted December 2018 to January 2019, so about 2 months.
Janet, wait, you said December?
Began on December 22nd, 2018, and it ended 1 month later. So it ended 35 days later.
Okay, so about a month.
Yeah, which is pretty long. I mean, it makes it the longest in U.S. history.
Okay, but was that not between disagreements inside of Congress? I mean, it wasn't just that Trump's like, oh, let's shut the government down.
I can tell you, here's what it says. The United States federal government shut down from midnight on December 22nd, 2018 to January 25th, 2019, and it was the longest government shutdown in U.S. history, and it was the second and final government shutdown during the presidency of Donald Trump. Let's see. The shutdown. Okay, the shutdown stemmed from an impasse over Trump's demand for $5.7 billion in federal funds for the U.S.-Mexico border. The Senate passed an appropriations bill in December without the wall funding, and it was approved by the U.S. House of Representatives. Trump faced heavy criticism from the right wing to not sign the bill. Therefore, the House then followed up with a stopgap bill that did have the funding, and the Senate blocked it.
Okay, so it wasn't just Trump, it was both Democrats and Republicans. So Trump didn't by himself shut down the government. I mean, I think that's where this all comes down to, is a disagreement between Democrats and Republicans.
He led to conditions which did, right? That's what we're saying.
Okay, but at the same time, again, who shut down the government? Was it Trump or was it the government?
I mean, it depends on the causal link. This would have passed, but not for Trump's request for more money for the a U.S. border.
Okay, but and continue.
So that is because of Trump.
Continuing on to that topic.
So the government shutdown happened because of Trump.
What did Trump not get impeached for withholding funds that was passed by Congress?
Yeah, for that was his first impeachment.
Okay, so in that same aspect, why wasn't Biden impeached for withholding the funds for the border wall and not finishing the border wall that was passed by Congress?
Sure. You want to know what the answer is? Quid pro quo. Trump was not just holding up. He was asking Zelensky to give him dirt on Joe Biden in exchange for the money.
Okay, was there ever proof with that? With the whole proof?
He was impeached. That's the proof.
Okay, but was he removed from office?
No.
Okay, so
he was not convicted.
Okay, so he was charged but not convicted. Therefore, where's the proof?
The proof is in the impeachment.
Okay.
He was simply not convicted, which makes sense.
So you could be convicted of murder, but I mean, you could be charged with murder, but then not convicted. Does that mean that you're a murderer?
No, because criminal proceedings are different from a political proceeding. The impeachment process is by its nature a political proceeding. Because, for example, what's the outcome should Trump have been convicted? He would just have been thrown out of office. No jail, no fine. I know that. I'm just telling you what the actual thing is. I'm saying it's different from from what you're describing, which is a criminal type thing. This is a political matter, not a criminal.
I think in any matter you can be charged with whatever, but at the same time, if you're not convicted of it, how can you say that somebody's guilty of it?
Because it's political. It's political.
I mean, it's the same thing that the whole political thing where they were saying Russia interference. That was never proved.
You understand?
I agree with you.
The way actually there was Russian interference. Hold up. There was Russian interference. It was just the case that they didn't prove collusion between Trump and Russia.
Yes.
But there were members of Trump's administration that were seen to have engaged with that interference and colluded with Russia.
And indicted for it, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, and indicted for it.
So in that same aspect, again, so if your family does something and then they're talking to somebody or they do something they're not supposed to, does that then fall onto you? I mean, I just don't get the logic there.
Say that again.
So if, let's say somebody in your family does something that they're not supposed to do, is that a reflection upon yourself then at the same time? I mean,
no.
The thing is you're not necessarily guilty by association. I mean,
we're not saying that.
Fire a whole bunch of people as well?
We're not saying that. We're not saying that. We didn't. We just said Trump was shown to not have directly concluded or colluded with the Russians, but people in his orbit and within his campaign did. That's the point, right? But Trump is out of the picture here. You brought up the impeachment. Trump was impeached. That's a political process, a fact-finding thing. The facts were there that Trump did try to pressure Zelensky to give him dirt on Joe Biden in exchange for releasing this money that Congress had gave to the Ukrainians. That was the impeachment thing, right? He was not convicted of it. Okay, but he still was impeached, right? Because it's a two-step process. So he was impeached by the House. That goes on your permanent record, right? And then he was not convicted. That also goes on the record. And so that's why people say he's a twice impeached president, not a twice impeached, once convicted or something, right?
Okay. But again, we're just going to keep circling back to this. Again, you can be charged with something doesn't mean that you actually did it. I mean, you can say that Trump did this and that, but unless he actually did it, I don't see the point in that. I mean, okay, he got impeached, okay, but was he removed from office? No, because he was never convicted of it. If he had actually done that and he had actually colluded, I mean,
this guy,
would he not be thrown out of office? I mean,
no, it's because you have this image of like a criminal proceeding where someone is deemed guilty and then it necessarily follows that they will get a punishment for that. That's not the political process. It is a dual process where the House makes a fact-finding judgment and then it's up to the Senate to say, does that fact-finding judgment merit conviction?
Let me ask you, during that time, was Congress not primarily Democrat?
The House was Democratic. Yes, was Democratic, and it passed primarily on all Democratic votes. Within the second impeachment, they got 10 Republicans to vote for impeachment, and in the House, and then within the Senate, I believe all Democrats voted yes, whereas maybe only 1 or 2 voted no. But then during its second impeachment and conviction, maybe 5 senators voted yes, so it was more lopsided. But yes, I agree with you. It's a political process. It's political. So people are going to vote on those lines. That's okay because it's not criminal, it's not civil, it is political by its nature.
Exactly. It's political by its nature. I mean, you're talking about Democrats and Republicans. The divide has never been greater. Of course, Democrats are all going to vote for Trump to get out of office. I don't think any Democrats necessarily like Trump, except for the ones that have actually switched over, that were kicked out of the Democratic Party, or I'm sorry, left by the Democratic Party. I don't get the logic there.
The logic is that when somebody is impeached, okay, it's still a fact-finding thing, okay? He was still impeached. It means he did do it because if there was no case there, it would never have passed the first committee, and it never would have been brought to the House because it would have failed. Because somebody doesn't want that on their record of them just voting for some rogue impeachment, right? Which is why, for example, the Republicans will not vote on the Joe Biden impeachment inquiry. It's because they have no facts. They have no facts, and so they won't bring it up for a vote.
They have no facts. I mean, is his son not going to court right now about him using his father's status to gain financial benefits?
No, he was convicted of a pew pew crime. Okay, and now he's going to a federal tax evasion or like tax fraud thing. So it's unrelated. It's not related to Joe Biden.
Okay, and the laptop, is that more Russia disinformation?
No, it's a real thing.
Okay, does the laptop not have incriminating information about his father as well? That was necessarily hidden in the last election?
No, because the Republicans on their impeachment inquiry have access to the laptop. They have access to the stuff on the laptop. And guess what? It's still not enough. Which is why they won't pass and send a bill to the House to throw Joe Biden out of office. It's because it's simply not enough.
Again, about the whole 2020 election, the Democrats were saying the laptop was fake, and all of a sudden, now that Biden's out of the race, now the laptop's real. I don't understand.
We were saying that before. Like we were.
There's a reason. There's a reason why we thought that it was fake. that's because Russia was meddling within our elections, and it seemed like Russian disinformation. Now we know. Yes, maybe we shouldn't have been so heavy-footed on it, but now we know. Like, if there's something in
All
there,
it took was somebody with a brain to grab the laptop and look into it. I mean, it's not something that should have to wait.
It's because of the way in which it
out.
was found. It's because of the way in which that it was found. That about what it had on it. All of those things. All of those things.
Was it not found inside of a laptop repair shop that he necessarily left it there?
It was, which made it suspect because he didn't go back and get it, and because of the guy who looked into it was also kind of fishy, and then the guy who reported on it to Rudy Giuliani was also kind of fishy. It just smelled weird. Right? Again, I'm not saying that no mistakes were made. Right? I'm not saying that. I'm saying if there was evidence on it with Joe Biden, the Republicans now have that evidence. Okay, they now have it, and yet they cannot even convince their own rank and file that there's anything worth, there's anything on it that's worthy. At most, you can say is that Hunter Biden used his Biden name to get on the board of Burisma, and that was like some kind of like nepotism type of thing, or some kind of like name influence, right? Okay, that's not illegal, by the way. That's not illegal. Okay, there's no allegation so far with good evidence that Joe Biden committed any crime by using his name, because I guarantee you that Trump's family also used their Trump name to get into places and to do things like that too. That's not illegal. Maybe it's unethical, but it's not illegal.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think all politicians necessarily do that. I mean, you see people in Congress that don't have $100 to their name, and then they get into Congress, and all of a sudden they're millionaires. I mean, you see that with AOC and everything else. She was a bartender, and now she makes a whole shit ton of money. So, I mean, I get that it happens.
What's AOC's net worth?
I don't even know, but I do know that she's worth a lot more now than she was back then.
Okay,
and she's worth a lot more now than what Congress necessarily pays her.
What's her net worth, Matt? Do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head because I don't care to necessarily look her up. All I know is that she's worth a lot more than what Congress necessarily pays her. All I'm saying is,
well, I mean, they have books. They have
at the same time,
they write
in a presidential election when it's supposed to be important.
Listen, they write books. You know that, right?
Yeah, Forbes says that her net worth is $125,000.
And they're literally saying that she's like fucking. You guys are unbelievable.
She has student loans still. She has very little in savings. Apparently, she only has about $16,000 in savings. So, I mean...
Okay, you just brought up student loans. A great topic to necessarily talk about next is...
Wow, she's such a corporate shill, right?
Okay, cool. Moving on. You're talking about student loans. Was it not promised in the last presidential race that student loans would be forgiven? And yet, what happened with that?
They were, but the Republicans succeeded in getting it to be overturned by the Supreme Court.
Okay, so then in the same instance, you guys like to talk about how Trump didn't get anything passed, and a lot of that is because of the fact that Democrats at every turn told him no. Not only that, he was being attacked on all levels. I mean, I just don't think that both sides are being held to the same standard.
He's always the victim, am I right?
No. The standard is this. When you have opposition, do you negotiate and compromise to get bills passed? Joe Biden did that. Joe Biden passed bipartisan legislation.
Did Trump not sit down with Nancy Pelosi to try to get bills passed? But at the same time,
did he concede on anything? Name me one thing he conceded on.
What was that?
Name me one thing he conceded on.
I don't think he conceded on anything.
Exactly. That's the point.
But at the same time, but you're holding him to the standard. He didn't concede on anything, but neither did Democrats.
They did.
What did they concede on?
Wait, the border wall won. For the border wall.
A border bill, which Trump shut down.
The border bill primarily voted on by Republicans, not Democrats?
No.
What? No.
It failed because Republicans wouldn't vote for it because Donald Trump called them up and said, please don't do this.
And but it was written by a Trump-endorsed Republican.
So then why when it was passed, why didn't Biden continue it? aka a Democrat.
They did. They tried to.
The
And then
wall's not
Trump
finished.
Trump undermined the bill.
Okay, 3.5
And Trump
years
only
later,
built
coming back
3.7%
full
new
circle.
wall under his administration. 3.7% new wall.
Again, 3.5 years later, why are they proposing that? Why couldn't they do that back in 2021?
It was not 3.5 years. You just heard that from Trump today and you're running with it. Really? Are you fucking serious, dude? Do you really just hear Trump say something you just treat it as fact? I just told you earlier in this conversation that was a lie.
Okay, at the same time, is it a lie that Biden withheld funds for the border wall?
Yo, Good Trouble, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. It's good to see you. Thank you so much, Good Trouble. I appreciate it. Good to see everyone joining in from Good Trouble's stream. Hope you all had a great day so far. A fantastic day seeing Kamala Harris absolutely smack up Donald Trump in a debate.
Did Biden not withhold funds for the border wall?
Biden?
Yeah, did he not?
He wasn't. So you mean through like policy when he was president?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could say he did, but he still inevitably conceded on it with the border bill, right?
3.5 years later.
For legislation. That's not 3.5 years later. Was it proposed? Matt, can you check if the border bill was originally proposed in 2022? Because I'm pretty sure it was, but I know that it was like being talked about being passed in like 2023 for sure.
Again, if the funds were already passed, why did they not continue it?
That's 2 years, by the way.
If the funds were already passed through to continue the border wall, why didn't he continue it when he got into office?
Because they didn't agree with it. They don't agree with it, but they're willing to concede on it and make compromise to be able to get a border bill done. That's the point. That's the difference.
Again, he didn't agree with it, so he stopped it, but then all of a sudden he wants to restart it again.
Well, again, as a compromise.
Very early
They don't agree with it.
2023. So it's been almost about 2 years, but yeah, so.
Okay, well, they don't agree with it, but then does Kamala not say that she wants a strong border so that she does agree with it now?
So again, no, that doesn't mean a strong border does not mean that we have a wall. She does not agree with the wall. She just thinks that there should be compromise to be able to get a border bill done. Otherwise, they're not going to be able to get it done.
Okay, so what does Kamala believe in then?
I just told you the border bill.
Okay, the border bill. The border bill. What is the border bill?
What do you mean? What is we've just been talking about it.
Tell me what Kamala believes in. Does she believes in a strong border?
Kamala,
okay. Border patrol agents, less immigration, right?
Yeah, that's literally what she said. There was going to be an increase in border patrol agents. It would make the system go faster. Instead of taking 8 to 10 years to get through the asylum process, it would take 1 year max. And again, please, can you say your name right? Just say Kamala.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Harris. I'll just say Ms. Harris because, it's just the common thing that I say.
It's not difficult. It's really not difficult to say Kamala.
I don't see why that's necessarily something important in a debate. I mean,
I'm like, if you're going to do it, then I want you to say your name
how somebody
correctly.
says somebody's name, I don't think it really matters.
I think it does matter.
How? How does it matter?
Because it is the case that you can say it correctly and you choose not to say it correctly. And I'm telling you, you should respect them.
Okay, so why can't I just say Ms. Harris then?
You can, but you just said.
I said, well, Ms. Harris, you said no, say it right.
You just said her name incorrectly. So I was talking about saying her first name right. Jesus Christ. You're
Okay, Ms. Harris. Again.
Madam President to you, okay?
Madam Vice President.
Madam President.
Soon to be Madam President.
I don't think so, but I mean, you can say the same thing, President Trump. Oh wait, you're going to say former President
We do.
Trump.
We
actually do say that already, by the way.
We say former President Trump because he's a former president.
Okay, and Kamala Harris
Sadly.
isn't a president, so she's a vice president.
She's gonna be.
Okay, and I can say the same thing. Trump's gonna be president. I mean, we have different views.
Do you think that this debate helps him in the election process?
I think that there needs to be more than just one debate, but Kamala will never do that.
Oh, actually, she just came out about an hour ago saying that she wants a second debate.
Okay, so now all of a sudden she wants it again. Flip
She would smoke him again.
Yeah,
Kamala.
maybe she wants it because she knows that like she dog walked them and like people
She did
so
dog
she
walk
could do
them.
it again.
And
So, I mean,
before
that's why.
before that, she was scared with her tail between her legs. She didn't want to debate on
No,
Fox.
don't even act like she was scared.
She
She
didn't want to debate on
absolutely
Fox.
smoked him intellectually. She was dog walking him, running circles around this
Parker,
guy.
let me ask you this.
He literally was. He had no arguments. He was just lost.
Did Trump's
bro.
campaign not propose 3 debates ahead of this debate?
Well, again, is he going to debate again? Appreciate the ICU. Thank you so much.
I think he should. I don't know. I can't speak. For
He
what
probably
Trump is
will
gonna do,
because
but I can
because
speak
he'll
on
be
the
pissed.
past.
Yeah, because he lost. Like
I can speak
he'll
on the
have
past.
to. Like,
Did Kamala not want to do 3 debates?
Kamala, Jesus
Okay, I'm
Christ.
sorry, Miss
It is
Harris.
not difficult. No, don't even act like you're just going to say that now. Sid, appreciate the meteor shower. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Say your name correctly right now. If you don't, I'll kick you.
Okay, Vice President Harris. That
No,
work for you?
say her first name correctly right now, or I'm going to kick you from my stream.
Okay, Kamala.
This guy, dude, like it's like they have to do it on purpose. They're literally they have to disrespect her.
Yeah, I know. They can't help themselves.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Matt, if you see anyone, you can add them up, by the way. Let's get this next individual
I
up here.
tried to with several people, but they didn't want to come up. They talk shit in the chat, but then they're too afraid to come up.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. If you want to support me or Matt, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 20.
Are you voting Trump?
I am, yeah.
And why is that?
I don't really.
This person just said no one is afraid of you two. Can you Can you just join the invite, please? Join the invite, please.
You talking to people in the chat?
Yeah, that person.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah, Janine, are you voting Trump?
I am.
You are? Why are you voting
Before,
Trump?
That's why I didn't get on here.
Why are you voting Trump?
Because I think he's a better president. He's already been president, and
How do you feel about this debate performance?
I think she lied the most of it.
How did you name one lie?
She lied about a record. She lied about the border. She lied about.
What about the record? Give me a specific.
I already gave you a specific.
No, a specific. You gave me something very vague.
What did she do for the border?
Can you give me something specific she lied about?
She lied about everything. She lied about Trump. She lied about.
No, name something specific. Something specific.
How secure, everything that they've done, how Trump manipulated the bill for not getting passed.
Oh yeah, he bragged about it. He said blame it on me if the border bill fails. Janine, he said blame it on me if the border bill fails.
Yeah, but because it wasn't a good bill. Even some of the Democrats didn't even.
It wasn't a good bill. It was a Trump. It was literally written by a Trump endorsed Republican. The Border Patrol supported it.
So Republicans can always they can't disagree with each other.
You understand? This bill would have passed if Trump didn't undermine it.
It wasn't even a good bill, though.
What was bad about it?
It wasn't stopping any immigration. It was still allowing.
It literally did.
It slowed it down. It slowed down. These people were still unvetted.
That means it's stopping some people. So I'm just asking you, what would have been a better bill?
I mean, I think what Trump had proposed before COVID was good.
What was his proposal?
Why was it that they were?
Wait, what was his proposal?
What do you mean? What was his proposal?
What was Trump's border proposal?
Offhand, I'm not sure.
Okay.
So, okay, but why did you even put me on here anyway? I didn't even ask to come on because we talked.
Oh well, you said no one was scared of you, so I just wanted to ask if you're not scared, let's have a conversation. If you're not scared,
I've invited.
I think she's scared.
I've invited multiple people.
So I didn't think you were going to put me on.
I've invited multiple people up here who have been talking shit in the chat, and they don't want to come up.
Okay.
Yeah, so you joined up, and I'll give you that. But do you want to have a conversation? Because you said no one's scared of us. So if you guys are not scared of us at all, then you guys will easily accept our request, right?
What's the point? Well, I can't speak for everybody else. I can speak for myself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, you can stay up here. We can have this conversation, right?
I can stay up here. Cool.
Yeah. So again, why did Trump undermine the border bill?
Well, it wasn't just the border, but it wasn't just the border. It was also the Green New Deal. It was also more money to Ukraine, wasn't it?
They never proposed the Green New Deal.
Okay. All right.
What? Okay. What else?
What else? What?
You said Green New Deal, and then what else?
But it wasn't even a good bill. Even Bernie Sanders and I think I forgot the other guy's name. They all voted no. Why did they vote no?
Because it was right wing.
Because it was literally a conservative bill. No, Bernie Sanders is left wing, and the bill, the conservative border bill, was a right wing bill.
Yeah,
it was literally a right wing bill, and Trump undermined it.
And Trump didn't. Okay, so let me ask you this: if he couldn't even get things passed while he was president, why would he have more power now? And do you think that Obama and other presidents haven't influenced any bills being passed before?
What? Wait. Obviously, they've influenced to get bills passed. I don't know what your point is, though. Wait,
no,
sorry.
saying,
Are you saying that Kamala's not going to do anything?
I'm sorry.
Were you saying Kamala's not going to do anything?
I don't think she's going to do anything. No.
Okay, why did you think that? Because she was the most influential vice president ever. Kristen, think of the Garland.
That's what you say, but what did she really do?
She had the most tie-breaking votes of any vice president ever,
She would have
including
been
on
the
the Inflation
tie-breaking vote. She was in Senate anyway, so she was going to be the one who's going to I can't even talk. Tie-break the votes.
Yeah, of course.
So it's not like
right?
an accomplishment. She voted on that because that was the type. It wasn't that. How's that an accomplishment?
Thank you so much. How is it? Wait, so Trump only got 3 people in office to change up the mechanism of the Supreme Court to overturn Roe versus Wade, just because those people, right, happened to be off the bench. Okay, so he got lucky. You could say that. So it wasn't actually him. You don't credit Trump for Roe versus Wade. It just happened because he was in that position, and any Republican would have done that.
Yeah, I agree with you with that. So, like, I don't know why he's...
okay, so Trump didn't do anything effective because any Republican would have done exactly what he did anyway.
Well, I think that he had the more press to do it, where some Republicans wouldn't because they didn't want to touch that. And he didn't tell. But I'm just saying, I think that most Republicans would want to put those kind of court justices in there. But he actually was more obliged to do it. And he actually had the option to do it. But I'm pro-life, so I can't have that.
Okay, so you still credit him with it because he did it.
I don't necessarily credit with it, but it was.
You don't credit. So he credits himself. So is he incorrectly crediting himself?
No. I mean, if that's what he thinks. Why are you laughing?
So, because if he's correctly crediting himself, well, then your whole point there doesn't make sense.
Well, no, I'm saying that any other president would. I mean, a Republican president would do it, but I'm just saying that he put those justices in there because he is pro-life. But I don't think he was all for banning abortion.
Okay, well, you understand that banned abortion for 1/3 of women in this country, right?
Yeah, that was the states doing, not him. He left it up to the states.
Because he left it up to the states.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's his fault. That's his Trump abortion ban.
No, it's not. No.
Yeah, that's a Trump abortion ban.
It was never even
leaving it up to the states. Cyber, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
It's not even a constitutional right. It should go to the states. And then you vote on it. So you actually have more power to vote for it in your state now than you did before.
Okay. So you said you have more power to vote on in your state. That's not at all response to what I'm saying. It was protected federally, and now it's not protected federally.
I don't think it should have been.
Okay, it should have been protected federally because it provides access to abortion for great victims, for people who have their medical health at risk, and for people who need elective abortions. So like, there are plenty of circumstances that I can point to.
What's an elective abortion?
An elective abortion is going to be an abortion that someone chooses to do.
Okay, so that should not be allowed, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're saying they choose to do it without the context of grape or medical necessity.
Via the state or via the federal government? Who should have the power to not allow it?
I don't think it should be allowed, period.
By whom, though?
Neither state or government.
Neither state or federal?
Yeah.
So you disagree with Donald Trump, who does not want to impose a federal ban?
Honestly.
If a bill got to your desk, and that's always possible, if it does, would you veto it? Because you say that you do not support the federal government outlawing abortion, would you veto it? And he just cannot say no.
He said he wouldn't.
No, he didn't. He said, I won't.
I'll watch it again because I heard him say he wouldn't, and he wouldn't need to. And honestly, I can say the same thing about Kamala.
That's a non-answer, and you know it's a non-answer.
Why didn't she answer the question about late-term abortion?
Question? What do you mean? What question specifically?
Is she for late-term abortion, 8 or 9 months? And she wouldn't even answer.
No, she said she supports Roe versus Wade.
Yeah, that's not answering the question. Does she support late-term abortion? That's not answering the question.
What is Roe versus Wade?
What do you mean? What's Roe? It was a court decision back in, I forget what year it was, but making it a federal. It was a Supreme Court judgment that it should be up to be protected by the state.
It should be protected by the state?
By the
federal government?
Federal government, I'm sorry.
Okay, and protected in what context? Does it allow for lethal abortions after viability?
No. Some states do, though.
Oh, okay, so if it doesn't allow for lethal abortion after viability, well then, if she supports that, well then obviously that's going to be what her view is.
Right, I think that is her view.
Okay,
She didn't deny or she didn't admit or deny it. That she would. Tim Walz is for late-term abortion.
So again, I'd like to hear what his position on that. Those lethal abortions in the 8 to 9 month don't happen. They would be induction of labor.
Each states allow it.
Janine, there's an induction of labor at that point. You understand that, right? Like, they're not going to do a lethal abortion. They'd induce labor.
They have. They have. Did you ever hear the assembly bill in California where they would allow a failed abortion to just be delivered and not take care of it and let it die?
At what week?
It doesn't even state. It says it could be up to 9 months.
Okay, I appreciate the love you. Thank you so much. No, can you show me that? I'd love to see that.
Where can I get? I can't. If I go off here, I'll lose you.
You can go.
I'm looking at it right now, by the way, so I'll be able to fact check you. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, well, that's rough.
Yeah, I think that's some misinformation, honestly.
No, it's not. I've read about it.
Nah, I don't know, Janine. I don't think you know what you're
just go
talking about.
find it, because I have the list here, so you can name the state that allows for 8 and 9th month abort. Okay, California. Okay, California. What is California's standard? I went to. It says viability. So no, not 8 and 9 months. You want to give me another state? You want to give me another state?
Not offhand, no. I have to look it up.
Okay, yeah, because
Minnesota?
Minnesota. Minnesota has a gestational limit. So a limit, it is after 18 weeks, but it's before, looks like maybe 5 or 6 months. Yeah, 5 or 6 months. But it has no limit. But it has no limit.
Problem with that?
No.
Okay.
Actually, the handout, I think.
Yeah, thank you to whoever just gave me that shit for whatever that was.
Because the point is to protect people.
Hey, it said to me, dude.
Oh,
because the point
it says Claire.
Is to okay. Never mind.
Hey, my bad, man.
No. You're good. Go ahead.
Hey, I saw
get a dolphin.
Parker. I saw you on a YouTube video with Charlie Kirk.
Yep.
Hey, that was pretty cool. But dude, there was something you said. It was, I think you said like unalive or something because you got to like censor it on TikTok. That was hilarious.
I said child P3D.
Oh, it was probably that.
That was Dean who said unalive.
Yeah, I saw the other dude on there too. No, y'all did a good job, but I mean, I honestly personally agree with a little bit more of what Charlie Kirk was going after, but I honestly do think y'all did a really good job.
Thank you, though.
But I do have like a couple questions for you.
For sure. What is that?
So, I could probably find a source for this. I don't remember exactly where I heard it, but I had heard that Kamala was the first vice president to...
Kamala, by the way.
Oh, my bad. But she was the first vice president to go into the White House without a policy plan, which is something that I probably would not.
She has a policy plan.
No, I'm sure at the moment she does, but when she entered the White House, from what I've found, she did not have one.
She was vice president. That's like saying Mike Pence didn't have one.
But when he came into the White House...
Or Biden didn't have one as a vice president.
Right, but they came into the White House with a policy plan. It was the Wall Street Journal that was...
You understand? Wait, did Biden have a policy plan?
When he came in as vice president, as far as I'm aware, yes.
No, he just ran. It was the Obama plan. Okay,
right. So, but I thought that vice presidents also had their own sort of portfolios that they come into office with.
No,
I mean there's something that they run on sort of for the platform of vice president, but I could be wrong.
So they have like their own beliefs, but they don't specifically have like I have this policy plan for the American people. You can't just go to like MikePence.com and see the policy list.
Yeah, I'd have to go back to it. It was from a podcast that I was listening to a while back, but I mean, it was from the Wall Street Journal, which I mean, I'd say that's a pretty moderate. Like, I'd say that's a good source. It's nothing too biased.
Not moderate, but they are a good source. Yes.
Okay, what would you say they lean towards?
They are right leaning.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, I could see that. I just
they're owned by Rupert Murdoch. So
I got you. Okay, that's fair. For sure. Okay, and
Janine, did you find it?
Was I supposed to be looking up something? I don't know.
I remember asking you for something.
You did ask me for something, but I thought he was looking it up. What did you want me to look up?
I already had the answer.
Okay, then let me go do my research, and I will, but I might lose you guys. So I don't want to
You
get
just
off.
have to, you just have to come back every minute to see my face, and then you can go back out. Push the
All right.
button.
All right, I'll try.
All right. Because you had to look for the state that allows for lethal 9 and 8 month abortions. All right. Jack. I mean, is there anything else you want to reference, Jack, or talk about?
Yeah. I mean, I'd got a couple more questions if you don't mind.
Go for it.
All right. So I would ask one, like, who do you think did better in the debate tonight?
Kamala Harris by far. Not even close.
Okay. Why would you say that?
She hit basically every single thing that I wanted her to hit. Basically everything.
Okay.
It's like it's almost as if they watched my TikTok live. Like, I'm not trolling.
Okay, nah, that is something that I actually did kind of notice. You do say, like, I've watched you a couple times, and you've said a lot of stuff that she sort of hit on up there, which is good. I mean, it shows that you kind of know what you're talking about, which I appreciate.
Yeah. So I was like, hey, she did great. She showed she was very knowledgeable, like very knowledgeable. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Appreciate the manifesting.
So one
like
thing
one of the more knowledgeable people I've ever seen on the topics.
That's fair. That's fair. I do think she did pretty well, but I just kind of felt like it was lacking substance in some of the places. Like when she talked about immigration.
She gave substance. She gave a lot of substance.
No,
I think she gave an incredible level of substance.
She did, but I just didn't hear anything like on the actual topic of immigration. Like, what is she going to do to fix the problem? Because I think it's fair to say
border bill. She supported the border bill, and Trump undermined it.
Okay, I've heard you mention that before. So Trump specifically shot down this border bill.
Mm-hmm.
And what year was this?
2023. That's the point.
By the way, before you get too far, I'm going to go ahead and go because I got to get up early in the morning and stuff. So thank you for having me on, Parker. I appreciate you. Thank you for talking. Bye, chat. Have a good night, everybody. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay, I mean, now that's I don't know enough about that to say like you're wrong or I'm right, but I'll take your word for it. But just another thing I kind of can't get behind on Kamala is like, what is her official abortion stance?
Yeah. Again, she said she supports Roe versus Wade. That's her abortion stance.
Okay,
and the handout. Thank you so much.
And that's based on viability, correct?
Seemingly viability, yeah.
And what do they define that as scientifically, like week wise?
Typically 24 weeks.
24 weeks, okay, but it
can happen earlier.
It's other characteristics, right?
What do you mean?
Like it's not just based off the time. They're looking like for other characteristics in the child to base viability.
To determine the viability, yeah, that'd be determined by like the doctors.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, so it's tough to enforce that like in a legal way, wouldn't it be? Like I feel like there's probably circumstances where there could be abortions that probably should not have happened. Like there could be viability and it was terminated regardless. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so obviously there could be screw-ups with any abortion legislation. There are specific circumstances where thousands of women have to go through the context of a pregnancy when they've been raped and assaulted, right? There are people who have died because of the particular legislation because they can't get access to health care and abortion in time to be able to save themselves. Right.
Yeah, no, and I
from the death of a pregnancy.
I think that like every time that happens, that's a tragedy, obviously. But I think the other side of that is, and at least my personal belief, because of other things that I do believe in, I would say like the children are like fetuses and like viable life is they're unborn lives that have rights that need to be protected, and I feel like my vote should.
When is it a person?
Sorry.
When is it a person?
I mean, I would agree with you on viability.
Okay, well, I mean, if you think it's viability, well, then obviously you agree with her stance.
Yes, I mean, maybe I would retract that. I don't know about viability. Just
my view is sentience. My view is about the subjective experience.
Okay, yeah. How do you define sentience?
Yeah, it's gonna be first-person subjective experience.
Okay, got you. And how do you identify that in a fetus?
That's likely to happen between 18 through 26 weeks, typically speaking based upon the thalamocortical connections and the what's called the prefrontal cortex, like the development of those.
I got you. That's fair. I mean, I don't really know what to say to that, honestly. I feel that there's a lot of circumstances where, abortions are happening not for those reasons. Obviously, like if the mother's going to die, it needs to happen. It should happen. Rape cases, incest, like you said, but I think there's a lot of times where, I don't want to say people are just not being responsible, but people are sort of just are not.
I don't buy into this idea that like people are getting lethal abortions in these late months. I just don't buy into that idea.
I'm sure they're not in the late months as frequently, but I think in earlier months it probably is happening, and even if it is before.
Yeah, early months I don't mind. Before early months I don't care.
Right, but I'm saying I personally do care in the early months because I still view it as a human life, regardless
Okay,
of something.
okay, but why don't you? Okay, do you think a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual in their family who's brain dead?
I do if there's some sort of consent expressed, prior to the brain dead state, but afterwards, I don't think it necessarily should be.
No, let's say that the brain dead individual never indicated anything prior, right? Should the family be able to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead?
I would say if there's sufficient evidence that they're suffering in whatever state they're in.
You can't suffer in that state because you have no subjective experience.
You can't? Okay.
No.
Me personally, and this could be the wrong moral side of it, but I would say no.
So you shouldn't be able to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
I mean, honestly, man, I don't have enough personal experience.
Jack, hey, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much.
To really make like a solid stance on
It's
that.
irreversible sensation. Like they're never going to come back. Like they're medically dead.
Understood, yeah. And I mean, I think that's just something I really can't comment on until I'm in the position to make that decision. You know what I mean? Like, what would you say? Do you think that it should be?
I think that they should be able to pull the plug on an individual in the family that's brain dead. They're not sentient anymore. They're never going to come back.
Okay, that's fair. But how does that relate to the abortion argument?
That how it relates is showing that like the point in which it is the case that an individual is not sentient, that's when we see them to be dead. Right? Because what we associate to be me and what we associate to be you is not the cellular life. It's the subjective experiences that we have. Right?
Right.
Our ability to conceptualize of experiences. That's what it is.
But
when I'm talking to someone,
dead, they're still alive.
I think they're medically dead. Like their body is still living, cellularly speaking, but they're dead. Because again, their brain is dead. They're never going to come back. It's irreversible sensation.
I would personally still value it as human life, like the brain dead
still
person.
Cellular human life, yeah. So
The
do you
same
think a
way I
family should
value
have to
cellular
spend
human life in the mother.
thousands of dollars in medical costs to keep that individual alive when they're brain dead and never coming back? Should we just keep them on like the machines until they decompose?
Should we? I mean, not necessarily. I mean, I think that's extremely unfortunate. I think that everyone should be able to, live out their natural days. But if it comes down to hospital space for other people who could potentially make it and become healthy again, then no.
So no, they shouldn't have to pay for it. They should have to pay for it.
Oh, you're saying should they have to pay for it?
Yeah.
I guess so. You're using the hospital's resources just under our system.
Yeah, so you're forced to pay for an individual in your family that's brain dead and never coming back. And doctors know they're never coming back. They just have to keep them on a bed.
Okay. No, I mean, I see what you're getting at here because I said you shouldn't be able to pull the plug on them. That's fair, for sure.
And it's not like someone's in a coma where they're likely to come back, right? That's not what I'm saying, because when they're likely to come back, they have a past or present and future subjective experience. So there's a past and a future, right?
Mm-hmm.
But with the brain dead individual, there's no future.
Right, but there's no past for the fetus, is there?
For the fetus, exactly. That's my point. There's only a future, which is the same thing as a sperm. If I'm engaging in intercourse with my girlfriend, I don't think it's wrong, right, for the sperm to die, right?
Right, I don't either.
I don't think that's wrong, even though there was a potentiality of that leading to a life, right? Another life, because the sperm cells are living, actually.
Understood. So would that be considered human life, a sperm cell? Technically not.
What species is it?
The sperm cell?
Yeah.
I mean, we're assuming human, yeah.
Yeah, so is it living?
I mean, I guess it is, yeah.
So what is a human life?
I mean, the definition I'd give you off the top of my head is a human being who's, I mean, I hate to just say like alive, but, functioning circulatory system.
What's a human being? That begs the question, what's a human being?
A human being? I mean, a person like you and me, man. I mean, hard to answer. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm high up here, but I'm like,
I think it's about like our subjective experiences, right?
Right, but I think like you see people that are like bound to a wheelchair. Say you were stuck in a room. Are you having a subjective experience of just being in that room?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a subjective experience. But let's say you had no senses, like no sight, no vision, no hearing, none of it. Are you having a subjective experience?
Yes, you're still having an experience.
Okay, but the brain dead people are not having a subjective experience.
Mm-hmm.
Why not?
Because they don't have the parts of their brain working insofar as that it produces a subjective experience. Like they don't have the particular aspects of the prefrontal cortex, the cerebral cortex, the thymoscortical connections, like intact working
Okay, interesting.
to the degree required to like produce like again a subjective experience. So again, this is all defined by neuroscience. I'm not a neuroscientist.
No, yeah, and
But
I
I
don't
can
disagree
tell
with
you what the most of the papers indicate, and that's why I even give such a conservative idea of the earliest is likely is 18 through 26 weeks. At 18 weeks, it's still unlikely, right? It becomes more probable as you get towards like the points of viability. 20 to 24 weeks is probably the most probable. Appreciate the sunglasses. Thank you so much.
Okay, understandable. I mean, look, I got class in the morning, so I'm gonna get off here in a second. But I see people in
Appreciate
the
you.
comments telling me like, don't like get my business and like their decisions and stuff. And like, I don't want to be infringing on whatever people believe to be their rights. It just happens to be my belief that there's unborn life that needs to be protected. Like, I think there's life that have rights that could be being infringed upon, and I think that there are children that could have been born but are not when pregnancies are terminated.
So there could be rights that you're infringing upon, or there is rights that you're infringing upon.
I think that there are rights in a lot of cases. There are cases where there are not rights because it's not human life yet, but I think that there are cases where there absolutely are rights.
What's more valuable, a sentient woman, adult woman, right, or right a non-sentient embryo?
Personally, I think only God can put the value on those lives, but I would say that they're about equal. And that's not to say that the woman should die if the baby needs to
What's
be
more
born.
valuable, an adult woman, right, that's sentient, or a zygote? Life at conception. Single cell organism.
An adult woman.
Okay, why the difference? They're both living.
Because, correct me if I'm wrong, there's no guarantee that the zygote will become a living like human.
Oh, okay. Well, it is living. Life at conception, remember?
No, I understood. Yeah, that's living. But what are the true odds that becomes sort of a
Sentient?
birth alive human? Yes, sentient.
A birthed human. So is that like, say, a more valuable state?
No, it's just I'm just sort of like, we can do sentience. I mean, either one is fine. I value them the same.
So again, are you saying because it's unlikely to meet the point of sentience, then it's not valuable?
No, definitely not. I just think it's less likely, so I'd consider it less valuable than the adult woman. But I really hate to say that.
So would
'cause
you
it's not
also
my
consider
place.
it less valuable if it is the case that one person? Well, I have a question. At like say 5 weeks, would you consider a embryo less valuable if a person was going to get an abortion because they were less likely to be sentient in the future? Because they were more likely to be killed?
I would not, because I don't. You're saying like,
Wait, but they're less likely to be sentient in the future.
right? If the woman knew that if she were to get pregnant, she would get an abortion.
No, I'm saying the person who's actively going to get an abortion, right? The embryo that has formed within their system, right? That they are less valuable under your worldview than someone in which is at the same stage that is not doing that, because they are more likely to not be a sentient being in the future. So you're saying, again, an embryo at the same stage of development is not as valuable as another embryo at the same stage of development, solely dependent on the likelihood of it being sentient in the future. So again, what you consider valuable is it being sentient in the future, and is not the cellular life that exists at that point. And that's kind of like, okay, if that's true, well then why do you think that a woman shouldn't have the right to control what happens with her body when we're talking about a non-sentient embryo?
Because, okay, so you're saying control the rights within her body, but would you consider the embryo to be her body or another body?
Well, I think that she has control over what happens to it, because it's not a rights-bearing individual.
You don't think
The
it is?
embryo prior to sentience is not a rights-bearing individual, so the ultimate body it is in reference to is hers, right? Yes, there's like a cellular organism, right? But like there are cellular organisms in my mouth when I brush my teeth, right?
Mm-hmm.
That are living.
Okay, understood. I mean, and like you were saying, the value of the life, whether it's, the woman was planning on getting an abortion or not, I would say they're valued the same. Like, I know I said that it would be more valuable if it's more likely to become sentient, but realistically, I would say that they're valued the same, because it's just really not my place to.
Okay, so its value is not different based upon the likelihood of it being sentient in the future. So the zygote, why is the zygote less valuable than the adult woman?
It's not less valuable, but if I were to have to pick for one of them to die, I would have
so
to be the
they're
zygote.
of the same value.
Yes, they are.
So to clarify, I'm going to show you a picture of a zygote.
Mm-hmm.
You think this microorganism is as valuable as me? I do, because I think that both of you were created in God's image. So it totally relies on your God's view. Okay, well then I'll ask you this: were the Amalekite children and infants created in God's image?
I do believe so. Yes.
Why was it okay for God to command them to be slaughtered? 1 Samuel 15:3, God commands Saul and his men to slaughter the Amalekite men, women, children, and infants.
I think that's like asking me why did God allow people to die in war? I think that
no, God commanded them to be slaughtered.
I understand that. I understand that because the people have to die for certain things to occur. I think that's just the reality of it. Because
God had to command. God didn't have a choice of whether or not He commanded them to be slaughtered.
God did have a choice, absolutely, but that's
so then why did God choose to command them to slaughter children if those children are valuable and made in the image of God?
Why did He command?
Why was it good to slaughter those children if they were made in the image of God?
I would have to look into the context because I'm sure that there would be some reason for it, and I hate to just say that like I have no answer, but
it's because God doesn't grant value to the same degree to those infants, which is ridiculous. Weren't they created in the image of God? If what grants them value is that they were created in the image of God, Amalekite children were created in the image of God, yet God thought it was good to slaughter them.
There's so many other people, and think about the city of Sodom and Gomorrah. God killed everyone in that city.
Wait, is there any context in which slaughtering an infant like that is justified when God is all-powerful and all-knowing?
Any context that it's justified?
Yeah, because God could have put them at a different point in history. They would have grew up in a different culture. They would have never done the things they would have done in the other culture, right?
Right. So,
God could have sent them directly to heaven.
Yes, and the Amalekite children, he probably did.
So why did He command them to be slaughtered? Why didn't He just send them directly to heaven?
I don't know. There's a reason behind it. There could have been some.
Why'd they have to get
Earth.
slaughtered before? Why didn't they just get teleported to heaven?
There could be some experience on Earth that they were meant to.
So they had to be slaughtered before they could go to heaven. Why?
Because God works in mysterious ways. Those children could have been involved.
Those children had to be slaughtered. It was for the greater good. Is that your view?
I stand behind what is in my Bible, and I stand behind what my God says.
$6.66. Thank you so much. Okay, so how about Leviticus 25:44 through 46, where God says you can own people as slaves and pass them down to your children as inherited property for life?
I absolutely disagree with slavery in every aspect, but
God doesn't in Leviticus 25:44 through 46, or also in Exodus 21:20 through 21. Appreciate this sunglasses. Thank you so much. You can beat your slave insofar as that they recover after a day or two.
I understand that, but is it fair to say that slavery was different at that time? That it was not.
No.
It wasn't racially motivated like it was in the transatlantic.
Okay. I won't dispute that, but I totally I'm talking in terms of being chattel slavery. It is chattel slavery. Is the motives behind the slavery different in how they justify the slavery? Yes. But Christianity was also used to justify slavery of people who are black in America as well.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
And they used these texts to do that.
Yes, they did, but I think that the slavery, I don't think that it should be interpreted in that way. I think it should be interpreted at the time of when people took prisoners of war. I think that there were conquests, and there were times that God allowed His people to take over other places, take over other peoples, and use them as slaves, or use them as people.
Yeah, and that's all good, right?
No. I would not necessarily.
No, but God said that was acceptable. God said they shouldn't be punished.
God punishes people all the time. I think
but God said they shouldn't be punished.
Who shouldn't be punished?
The people that own slaves and beat them insofar as they recover after a day or two.
Yes, because I think that the slaves He's referring to are the people that are being punished on earth for their acts. I can't think of a reason why God would have.
all those slaves, they deserved it.
They don't. They didn't deserve it. It's just.
Wait, but you said that they were going through punishment. Do we deserve punishment?
Do we deserve punishment?
Do all humans deserve punishment?
For our sins, we do. Yes, we absolutely.
So the slaves were there because they deserved it.
The slaves deserve an eternity in hell the same way you and I all deserve it.
So I'm just asking, do the slaves deserve to be slaves?
No, they don't.
No? Okay, but you just said that it was their punishment, and you said our punishment is what we deserve.
Well, I don't know that it's their punishment. Absolutely, I'm just saying that is one. That's one reason I think.
Yeah, that's still your God.
Yes, that is my God, and I think that there is a reason that He would have those people be slaves, because I don't believe that God would just have random people be slaves just to suffer.
Yeah. There must be some reason that God has to justify owning people as property for life. That's what you just said.
That is what I
just want
believe,
you to
yes.
know that's what you just said. So you can sit there and you can be like, I have this moral high ground of abortion's so bad. Okay, why should it be illegal for a woman to get an abortion, but it shouldn't be illegal for my mom to tell me that when I was a kid that Santa Claus exists? Because that's a lie. That's a sin. Appreciate the hand art.
Yeah, so I think that we have laws for different reasons than there are sins. Like sins and the punishment that God gives us is for completely different. We have laws to keep society in check and keep civil order, but the Bible gives us laws and commands to keep our hearts in check so that we don't sin against God. They're two completely different
So
things.
you don't use religion to justify what's in the law?
No, I do not. Not.
So
not
then
like
why
the
did you
law
say
of
that the
production.
basis of value in the life of the zygote is the fact that it was created in the image of God?
Because
that sounds heavily religious to me.
Well, to me that's morality, but it's legality when we come down to what should be the law.
That's your morality based upon your religion. So if it's your morality based upon your religion, well then why is this sin not illegal but the other sin is?
Because I don't think that the law should, I don't think that sin should have any impact on the law. There's plenty of things that are legal to do, perfectly legal.
Okay, so then why are you saying that the basis of their value is that they're created in the image of God? Because you said that sin, what's based upon religion, shouldn't influence our laws. So if it shouldn't influence our laws, why is the basis of what you consider valuable, insofar as that you want to restrict women's access to abortion, based upon your religion in the image of God?
Okay, because they're two completely different things. I'm saying sin, we shouldn't base our laws solely upon sin. We have laws that you can't jaywalk across the street, not because it's a sin to jaywalk, but because you could get hit by a car and get fucking killed across the street, right? So I think that's completely different than.
Yeah, so again, you just said laws are not predicated off the Bible. So if the laws are not predicated off the Bible, then why is it the case that you think that the reason why a woman shouldn't be able to get an abortion is because the life is valuable because it was made in the image of God?
Because I believe that to be outside of the Bible. I believe that the life is valuable outside of what the Bible says.
Okay, so then what's the basis for why a zygote is just as valuable as an adult woman?
Because it's human life.
Okay, so just because it's human life.
Yes, and I treat human life all the same.
You're telling. Okay, so I have a question. You're in a burning building.
Mm-hmm.
One side of the room, there's two zygotes that in the future will be people like me and you. Okay? On the other side of the room, you've got one newborn baby. You can either save the two zygotes or the one newborn baby from burning alive. Which would you rather save?
Should I just run fast and get them both?
You can't do it. It's either the two zygotes or the one newborn baby. Which one would you pick?
I mean, I see the situation you're putting me in here, and I think, based on my logic, I should say the two zygotes. It's two human lives.
So, to clarify, you'd rather save two of these over... Nikki, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Over this. You'd rather save two of those over this.
Based on my logic, yes. And I'll get back to this, but whoever Brittany is, quit tagging me. You are tweet.
I'm sorry, bro. Two of these over this. That's just unbelievable to me. I can't believe you just said that.
Okay, well, look, this would never logically happen because those zygotes can't exist outside of the mother.
No, again, yes, they can actually. Do you know what IVF is?
Okay, but how long can they exist outside in that state?
Okay, so you say how long? Again, I told you the assumption of the hypothetical was that in the future, those will be implanted into someone's uterus.
But the second those motherfuckers get in the burning building, they are dead.
No, again, because you can get them out before it burns.
With the baby bottles.
Here, do you want me to give you this anyway? Okay, so let's say there's a train, right? And the train goes into two different things. Strapped to the train, there's two zygotes, right? And on the other side is one newborn baby. And you have a lever. The only way you can stop the train from going over one or the other is by moving the lever. Would you move the lever insofar as that it goes onto the newborn baby and kills the newborn baby? Or would you move the lever insofar as that it kills the two zygotes?
Which way is it set to if I do not move the lever?
You die. And your entire family and everything you love.
I mean, that is a crazy scenario, but
I understand. Now answer the question.
I'm not moving the lever. Okay, can I answer that for it? Can I give you my justification?
No, dude.
Look, man. No, listen to me, man. Listen.
You went dude. Instead of pulling the lever to go to the zygotes, he specifically says, "Oh, everything I care about, my whole family, myself, all gone for." Like, come on, bro. That's a ridiculous statement. The two zygotes, right?
In a perfect world, that is what I would do because.
Okay, so you do the two zygotes. The reason why is because the two zygotes are clearly less valuable than the newborn baby.
No.
Yes. They're not. Dude, that's not a person, bro.
Look, I know that this is a temporary life, and I have faith in Jesus Christ, and I will go to heaven after I die. So
Is this
I would
a person?
not move the lever. Is that COVID-19?
Is this a person?
Dude, what? No, that's like a virus.
That's not a person.
What is that?
Well, it's a microorganism.
That is a microorganism?
Yeah.
That shit's cool. No, that was like a virus or something.
Okay. But so is here, I'll ask you this question. Give me 1 second.
All right.
Is this a person?
No, that is not a person.
It is literally a person.
What?
That's a zygote. That's literally a zygote.
Is that considered a zygote?
Yes, I literally looked up zygote. That's one of the pictures.
How is that? That's just an egg being fertilized, isn't it?
Isn't that a zygote?
I mean, I could be wrong, but I didn't think so.
A fertilized egg is a zygote.
Just at the second of fertilization? Like as soon as the sperm touches the egg? Yeah?
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Oh my goodness.
All right. People are saying go read a book.
Janine, did you ever find your source?
Well, I did find a couple sources.
What state?
12 weeks, is like Nebraska, 18, I think it's Iowa.
No, we asked you specifically, name one place that allows for lethal 9-month abortions. And you have yet to give us
Washington,
a state.
D.C.
Washington, D.C. Can you give me a source?
Axios.
What's the title?
I'm gonna have to leave you again. Hold on.
Oh, she left.
Oh no. All right.
Again.
Let's talk. Let me hear some. How does Kamala plan to fight inflation?
So again, what deals with inflation is the Federal Reserve. But way she wants to help with the affordability crisis is the $35 cap on insulin for everyone, $2,000 out-of-pocket cap, getting rid of the effect of medical debt on your credit, allowing for Medicare to negotiate drug pricing for pharmaceutical drugs. She wants to have a $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers, a $50,000 deductible for small businesses starting up.
Okay,
and right now inflation's at annually 2.9%, month after month 0.2%.
Understood. So I think that those are definitely good things, but how do those directly impact inflation? Like, why would those reduce inflation?
I'm telling you to help with the level of affordability. The bad part of inflation is the lack of affordability, right? Otherwise, inflation's not bad.
But if I'm correct me if I'm wrong, but the only way that inflation occurs is when more money enters the money supply.
Well, if you think that's true, well, then the money supply increased to a significantly greater extent under the Trump administration. Look up M2 money supply.
No,
I know it heavily increased. It went from around 13,000 to around, I think it's around 19 or almost 20,000 under Trump, and then it only went up 1,000 under the Biden-Harris administration.
Got it. So genuine question: why did we not experience more inflation in consumer goods under Trump?
It takes years for those things to compound.
Okay, that's a fair answer. I can't necessarily disagree with that, and I know
that's why we were still experiencing inflation years after the main aspects of COVID. Because it takes time for those things to affect the economy.
I agree with that for sure. I think I've heard you say you have a degree in economics. Is that right?
Yeah.
Where'd you get that from? If you don't mind me asking.
I can't tell you.
That's fair.
Doxing myself,
Yeah, I got you. How long ago did you get that?
I just graduated.
Just this past year?
Last semester. Last semester was my
Oh, congrats, man. That's cool. That's cool.
Appreciate it.
All right, man. Well, I need to get off. I need to go to bed. I got class, but I appreciate you letting me up.
Appreciate you coming up.
Yeah.
All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Let's get to 2 million likes, everyone, y'all. Follow me here if you have not already. All right, let's get this next individual up here. All right, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, what's up? 34.
You voting Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
So I think my biggest two, I guess, issues is economy, immigration, and foreign relations.
Okay, so can you name me one economic policy that Trump influenced to get past to benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
Can you say that again?
Can you name me one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get past that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people? Like one economic policy?
Yeah, well, this actually, I forgot what act it was, but I can look at my notes. I will say that just reflecting on, even from the debate, right? Like when the question was asked, were we better off 4 years ago than we were today? And I'm not saying that I'm like a Trumper or a MAGA. I'm actually middle, and I'm just more concerned about what I see versus like,
So in the middle of COVID, we were better?
Brother, it was COVID. Like it was a pandemic. But
wait. You said are we better? Are we better now or 4 years ago? And I'm saying now.
No, okay.
Dude, 4 years ago, you want to know there was 7.8%. 4 years ago, September 2020, there was 7.8% unemployment.
Well, hold on. I meant in Trump's term, let's just disregard COVID. 2016.
The highest level of unemployment was almost 10% in 2009.
Okay, 2016 to 2019, comparing that term to 2021 to 2024. If I think about what was the economy like, what was the foreign relationship like, and what was immigration like, it was better off then than it is now.
Okay, like you're not telling me like what specifically they did that caused it to be better.
Yeah, so I did read some of Trump's accomplishments. And again, I actually didn't vote Trump. Okay, so like I am a Obama voter. I was really hoping that Kamala, or is it Kamala, sorry. I know you're kicking people for saying it wrong. Kamala.
No, because they're purposely doing it wrong.
Yeah, no, I got you. So Kamala, I was really hoping that she would
Kamala.
My apologies. So I was hoping she would be less, I don't want to say like abrasive or less like Trump, but I feel like she kind of was attacking him and was speaking more on the fact of, you know what, there was a pandemic and they inherited this economy. And the reason why inflation was up was because of the pandemic. And like you make these points, like very valid points regarding this, but I don't think she did a good job in doing so. So the only thing I can actually resort to is comparing the economies, the immigration policy, and the foreign relations in those three periods, right? So 2016 to 2019 versus 2021 to 2024, right? It's like that's what.
Why don't you look at 2017 through 2021? That's 2016. Trump wasn't even in office.
Well, he was in office, what, 2017, the beginning of 2017?
Yeah.
Right. I'm probably getting my dates wrong, but what I'm just trying to say is like at that time, in 2017, like when Trump was in office.
And also, you say that she couldn't explain any of these things. She explained them more succinctly than I have here. Okay?
No.
She hit every fucking point. Like when I tell you she hit every point, she hit literally every point. There was nothing that she did not address.
Okay. Well, she actually, okay, in the beginning, I'm gonna go back to this. In the beginning, when she was asked that question, she diverted the question and she stated how she was going to be better for the people, right? And look, I like what I heard.
She gave a plan. What was Trump's healthcare policy again?
Well, in the debate, he was saying that he's thinking of concepts. Wait.
So he's thinking of concepts still? He's 9 years into running for president of the United States. 9 years. It's almost been 10 years he's running for president, and he's still thinking of concepts? Are you fucking trolling me?
I actually
9 years into running for president of the United States, and you guys were sitting there like, oh, they don't have policies yet. Kamala Harris doesn't have policies yet. Donald Trump's 9 years into running for president of the United States and still doesn't have a policy.
I'm not saying that. So let me go back to Trump's
Jesus Christ.
So he actually kept Obamacare because it was not terrible, but it's not the best solution, and we still need private.
What was his policy plan? He has none. He has no plan.
His policy is free trade, right? So he wants.
No, it's not. He wants tariffs.
No, you spoke
tariffs
about
are the opposite
insurance.
of free trade.
He wants private insurance. He wants the ability to have private companies.
Yeah, and so does Kamala Harris.
Okay, did she have that stance prior to becoming the nominee?
Yes.
I disagree with that.
She expanded the Affordable Care Act while vice president of the United States.
Well, right, but okay, yes, so you're right on that. She's for the Affordable Health Care, which is basically Obamacare. She stated that she wants to expand that, which would actually reduce private health care. Is that a correct statement or not?
She never said she wants to. So you're saying right now?
Well, I'm saying back then. I'm saying
in the past, she had different views. Yeah, she had a view where she wanted to do Medicare for all. Okay. Now she has different views because she realizes how we get things passed in Congress. She has more experience. It's moderated her views.
Okay, so looking back on, I'm looking back on the debate, right, and I'm trying to get her to win me over and like my.
And by the way, Ryan, that's not like flip flopping. I just want to clarify this. That's the same thing as JD Vance, who used to have a view that Trump might be America's Hitler, and now he doesn't think that.
But both candidates flip flop.
That's
Trump
not a flip flop
on abortion.
Hey, Ryan, respectfully, that's not a flip flop. What a flip flop is changing on the policy like within like a day or two. Okay, Trump changed on IVF like multiple times. Trump said he was in support of IVF, and then he was against it. Trump said he was in support of a national abortion ban. Now he's against it. Right? Now, this is an evolution. This is him changing on the spot.
I never seen him say that he's for national abortion, but I do believe both candidates have been flip flopping.
That.
No, I mean, if you can, you can actually like post a video about the source. I'd be happy to see that. But I personally, both candidates are flip flopping. Like, what sucked about the debate for me was I don't think it really swayed either side. If you're voting for Kamala from the get-go, you're going to do that. It's not going to swing you, right?
I have an AP News article right here. Trump suggests he'd support a national ban on abortions around 15 weeks of pregnancy. That's a national ban.
Yeah, but
that's one thing. And before that, he said way earlier than 15 weeks. He moderated his view and then changed to leaving it up to the states.
No, yeah, I'm aware.
And his vice president supports a national abortion ban.
Okay, so are we on the topic of flip-flopping or abortion now?
Dude, I literally just gave you... Ryan, I'm about to kick you from my live. I just gave you an example. Are you really that dense? Like, I'm sorry, there's no way like you are not smart enough to realize what just happened. That's not a pivot. I gave you an example.
No. Okay, no, I understand the source. I'm agreeing with you that I do think that Trump has been flip-flopping. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you. But I do believe now that he is...
Dude, I don't think
he's not going to veto, or he is going to veto a national abortion ban. Like,
he never answered that question.
Go ahead.
He never answered that. He never answered whether or not he would veto it.
Well, his answer was, which makes sense to me, it would never get to his table because it's now to the states.
That's a non-answer.
I mean,
that's politics.
That was a problem with the debate, Parker.
That was a politician answer.
There wasn't concrete answers or stance. You know what I mean?
She answered.
What was she concrete on?
Literally everything. She gave a plan for what she wants to do for tax.
Okay, so her plan was...
She gave a plan for healthcare. She gave a plan, right, for fighting climate change. She gave a plan for tackling childcare.
No, she didn't give a plan for climate change.
Yes, she
That's
did.
already intact. From the
Inflation Reduction Act, and expanding access to renewable energy. That's a plan.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying she's just basically carrying Biden's policies.
You know, she helped pass that. Correct. She was the tie-breaking vote of the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I literally just told you she's carrying the policies that Biden that he implemented, right? And also, she's adding other policies.
She did just as much, if not more, than Biden on that policy.
fair. Which
You got the
which actually
$35 cap on insulin put in the bill.
What I think is kind of the irony in that is that policy included hiring, I think it was like 57,000 IRS people to go after servers to basically go after their tax on tips.
It's not just servers. It's enforcing the
Service workers.
It's no, you have no clue how much money that specifically was for service workers. That you're talking overall, right? It is the case that they're enforcing more of the current tax structure. So if you want less enforcement of the current tax structure, well, then you want people to be able to evade taxes?
No.
Okay, so then what's your point?
What I'm saying was they basically made the IRS bigger to go after people that...
They enforce the current tax law.
Well, correct, but then now she's saying, I'm going
what's
to
the
not
issue with
tax
enforcing
tips.
what's the issue with enforcing Trump's tax law?
I didn't say there's an issue.
Because this is Trump's tax policy. So what's the issue with enforcing Trump's tax policy?
I'm not saying there's an issue.
Okay. So then why were you bringing it up?
No, what I'm saying was she was a tiebreaker in that. And then she's trying to hire people
Why'd
to
you
go
bring
after...
that point up, though? Oh, sir, why'd you bring that point up?
Because she made a policy about how she's not going to be taxing service workers or hospitality workers for their tips.
You understand that's Trump tax policy, and he said no tax on tips as well?
Right. So I'm saying she basically took his policy, right? Like it's something that he said.
No. Current tax law is in effect, and all the IRS does is literally it's been underfunded, and it enforces the current tax law. That's it.
Yeah. No. That's actually a very valid point. I mean, my stance on the IRS. I mean, I don't want to get too much into it, but I guess I'm less government.
Can you name one policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
You asked this me a lot.
Yeah, you still have no answer.
Yeah, no. Here, look, I actually do have it. Let me actually pull it up, if that's right with you. Is that right with you?
Yeah, no, I just think it's funny that you don't know off the top of your head.
No, I mean you're putting me on the spot, Parker. Like you do this on a daily basis.
Have you? You have the ability to put me on the spot on anything. I literally, people come on my live, they have the ability to put me on the spot on almost any question. It's open to anyone. I accept anyone to come up and debate me.
Okay, so I actually, back to my points on basically critiquing the current administration. So you mentioned how there's a bipartisan bill that you're saying that Trump undermined, things like that. I guess elaborate why you feel like that's something that is benefiting or not benefiting Trump/Harris.
Say that one more time, sorry.
So a lot of your topics have been about how, like, my big issue is immigration. So I live in Colorado. So like, I know people on here is going to say, oh, like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, I see it firsthand. Now, it's not, yes, the media is overblowing the whole issue, but it is an issue. Like, not all these apartment complexes are getting, obviously like hounded with, these immigrants.
So what was the policy?
You're saying that the Border Act was a border bill that Trump undermined, and it was bipartisan.
If you don't answer my question, I'm just going to kick you from the stream. I don't want to keep asking.
Wait, no, I'm asking you the question of saying.
I asked you a question and you're answering my question, right?
Which question are you asking me?
What is the policy that Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the middle class more than to benefit rich people?
I was hoping to take this time to allow you to convince me. Like, I'm a male voter,
so just
right?
say you don't have an answer.
I don't have an answer right now for you because you're putting me on the spot.
Okay, so I can tell you multiple things the other way around. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act. Those are things specifically that benefit the middle class.
Okay, so then why do the people feel like we can't get ahead? Why is groceries?
Because there was global inflation. And Trump wants to make that inflation worse by putting a tax on imported goods, which would cause groceries to go up, which would cause healthcare prices to go up, pharmaceutical drug prices to go up.
That actually is a pretty hot topic right now. So if the tariffs are so bad, why hasn't the Biden administration scaled back on those tariffs? Why did it still place that in?
Why did say it one more time?
So a lot of people that bash Trump.
Can't hear you. You just cut out. Can't hear you at all.
Hello?
Everyone tap the screens, get to 2 million likes. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone.
Hey, can you hear me still?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. So I hear that a lot of people bash Trump on the whole tariff on China, saying how it's passing the tax to consumers. So if that tariff policy was so bad, why does a Biden administration still keep that intact? Why have they not, basically revoked it?
Because he's talking about a universal tariff. What's currently intact is not a universal tariff, and also I disagree with them keeping it intact.
Yeah, I mean, I get the reason why Trump has it, and I think he's feeding it to his base. I guess I haven't seen the impacts of it impacting me. From my understanding, those tariffs is more for like furniture, electronics, possibly cars, right? What I'm concerned about as a middle class citizen is groceries, childcare, things like that. Now I know Kamala stated that she's doing the $6,000 child tax credit for newborns. And I think about all these things she's trying to say, like with the small businesses, which I'm against that because 99% of businesses fail in the first year. So I think it's a recipe for disaster. But all of these things that she's...
Wouldn't that help with that? Wouldn't giving them a deductible help them survive?
I mean, I guess I'm someone that believes that, if you're... That's subjective. I mean, it depends on the person.
It's completely, totally true. If you have more money, you're more likely to stay around.
Okay, but you also have more money. Think about what the PPP did for small businesses. It just made people go buy toys. I know people who pocketed money and didn't pay their employees.
So don't do tax cuts either because they won't pay their employees. Okay. Now you're arguing against yourself.
Well, hey, look, again, the reason why I am for Trump is foreign relationship, immigration, and the economy. The economy is I think we're fucked either way.
What about the border bill?
Well, that's what I was trying to ask you about. So the border bill, Trump was stricter on the border than the current administration. Now, the argument was the Border Act in 2024, it was bipartisan.
It was 2023.
Okay, 2023. Was it 2023?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know which bill it was then, but the one that I was critiquing from the current administration was a lot of the funds was going towards foreign aid. So
I understand. They split up the bill with
and they
appropriations.
split, and they split
the border bill, and the solo border bill still didn't pass because Donald Trump called people in Congress to not vote for the bill. Nope, thank you for the manifesting. Thank you so much. He actively undermined the border bill so that he could talk about the problem instead of coming up with the solution.
Yeah, I mean that's obviously up for interpretation. I don't know if the Republicans felt like.
That's just a fact.
Well, I don't know if the Republicans felt like that border bill was strict enough.
It was literally written by a Trump endorsed Republican. It was a conservative border bill. There were people on the left. There were people on the left that didn't. There were people on the left that didn't vote for it because it was too conservative.
No, I mean they didn't vote for it because Bernie didn't vote for it because it was for foreign aid, because of foreign aid funding.
No, the solo border bill, genius.
I don't think it was conservative or not. I think it was something that maybe it didn't feel like
that's
it was
what everyone acknowledges,
enough.
But you.
Well, who's everyone?
Literally, I'm talking people who are Republicans. Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell, the Border Patrol.
Lindsey Graham. I mean, most people are against Trump right now. So, I mean, look, I don't know. I'm speaking based off what I read. And what would have been strict is literally if they did stop funding the border. That's one, right? And I feel like regardless, they should have the power. And maybe I'm just dreaming, right? If you see a problem of people coming in our border, just go fucking fix it, right? Now I know, okay, yeah, you need the bill, whatever. Well, I'm just saying,
dude, you just sound so lost.
No, I'm literally just saying, like, you have a whole year or two to fix the situation.
Just fix it. So why didn't Trump just
get a deal
fix
done?
it? Why didn't Trump fix it?
Again, that's up for
There are
that's
lower
up for
border crossing
interpretation.
numbers. There
I
are
don't,
lower.
I don't know. I don't have.
There are lower border crossing numbers right now than there were at the end of Trump's administration. It's not up for interpretation. If you tell me the facts are up for interpretation one more time, I'm just gonna go on to the next person. I don't say facts are left up to interpretation. They're true, independent of your stance. So it's, it's not
hold
true,
on.
dependent upon your interpretation.
Did Trump call these people? You have the phone calls of Trump calling them saying, "Hey, do not, do not pass the bill."
Yes, he called people and they did that. He says it
Do you
himself.
have the recording?
He says it himself, dude.
I do not. I don't. I mean, hey, look. If I'm gonna go,
blame it on
I'm
me
gonna
if
go
the
fact
border
check
bill
this.
fails. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go fact check this.
Look up Trump. Blame it on me if the border bill fails.
Like Google it.
Yeah, go look it up.
Blame it on me if border bill fails.
You see it?
I mean, I like seeing two sources. So I look on both Twitter. I look on both Twitter and Google because Google is
Twitter.
I mean, come on, dude. Google is the most.
Saying that Twitter, dude. Fucking hell, man. Jesus Christ, dude. Not even a rational being. Not a rational being. Not a rational being. Definitely not rational. Not rational. Jesus Christ, Twitter. Twitter, dude. What's up, how old are you? How old are you? I can't believe it, dude. I mean, he said he's in the middle. For real. Trusted news source, Twitter. Yeah, you should go to my Twitter. Jeez. What's up, how old are you? Y'all, guess what just happened? Elon Musk said specifically, while I don't think the debate hosts were fair to out-real Donald Trump, Kamala Harris exceeded most people's expectations tonight. That said, when it comes to getting things done, not just saying nice-sounding words, I strongly believe that President Trump will do a far better job. They're already running the stories. It was the debate hosts. The debate hosts were so rude. They were so against them. What's up, how old are you? Oh my God, these debate hosts. They were so terrible. They were debating Trump. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Go live.
What's up, how old are you?
Hello. Oh, hi.
Hi.
So,
Are you voting Trump?
Oh, I am with a 75-year-old African American woman who is a MAGA head and loves Trump. And so we are having we're having a debate, and I said I'd love to have you speak with her because I don't understand.
For sure, I got you.
Her name is Ree.
Okay.
She's listening.
Yeah. So why are you voting for Trump?
Because I agree with his policies.
What policy?
I believe in the power of abortion should be kicked back to the states. I believe.
Do you think abortion is murder?
Yes.
Should murder be left up to the states?
Yes, it is in the state that it's committed. You commit something in California, you get the death penalty, you're supposed to die. You do it in Arizona, they might not have the death penalty, so you don't die.
I'm against that. Like, for example, can I give you an insane reductio? Like, for example, with people in the past, all right, we talk about like around the Civil War era, right? If you left it up to the states to decide what's murder, you understand they could make murdering people who are non-white legal, right? And in those places, it would have been protected. But I think murder shouldn't be left up to the states. So I think things like that shouldn't be allowed to occur.
We agree to disagree.
So you think at that time it should have been left up to the states, right? Murder should have been left up to the states at that time?
I think that they could they had different things that were by states and other things that were by the federal. And I believe that this is one that should be left to the states.
Yeah, but if that was true back then, well, then that means that they could have literally made it legal to kill non-white individuals.
They could make it illegal to kill non-white individuals today.
No, because it's federally protected.
But they could change all of that, just like they reverse Roe v. Wade. They could do that.
So they would have to. That there's an amendment for this now. So
right, you have to make another amendment.
yeah, that takes extremely vast support. That wouldn't be able to happen on a federal scale. That's just not realistic. Whereas if you leave it up to the states in certain areas, it literally in the past would have happened. And now, today, people have restricted access to abortion because of this. 1/3 of women have a restricted access to abortion. And there's no protections for rape victims. So people are literally sexually assaulted, right? They become pregnant, children even, and they're forced to go through the pregnancy.
The state can vote, can rule that you have to go full term, and then you can give away the baby.
So, but they still. So you think that people who have been assaulted should be forced against their will to go through a pregnancy?
I think they should not commit murder of an unborn child.
Okay.
I believe that they should be able to go through the.
So like a child, like a 10-year-old girl that gets assaulted, you think she should be forced to go through pregnancy?
I have a friend who was, I think, 12. She was raped. She was forcibly raped. She's now a psychiatrist and helps other people and victims of the same crime.
Yeah,
so
but do you think they should be forced to go through pregnancy after they've been assaulted as a 10-year-old?
Yes, because you don't know who you're murdering. If my friend had not, if her.
Well, I don't think it's murder because they have the right to be able to do it because they never caused the pregnancy. Not only that, but it is the case.
I disagree that you don't think it's murder. I do.
Okay, so do you think a zygote is a person? Like a single cell organism?
Yes. I think once it's been fertilized, it's a person.
Okay, so what's the difference between a sperm cell and a zygote that means you value one but not the other?
I value both.
Okay. So if you say you value both, so you value sperm?
Yes.
So do you think it's murder to kill sperm?
Yes. Once it's been fertilized. Once it's been fertilized.
No, sperm.
Right. Well, once it's fertilized. Sperm in and of itself cannot be an infant. It can't be a baby.
Yeah, but neither can a zygote. A zygote requires nutrients to be able to survive. It requires a pregnant person.
Right. So once it is fertilized, or whatever you want to call it, when the sperm and the zygote come together, then it becomes a person.
Yeah, so you think it becomes a person at conception. I don't think it's a person then. I think it's a person once it's sentient.
And like I said, we agree to disagree on that one.
Yeah, but my point is that I don't know the relevant difference between a sperm and a zygote that means you'd value one but not the other. They're both living. They're both of the human species. They both have a potential to be a person in the future.
I value both. A zygote by itself is not a human. A sperm by itself is not a person. Once the two intermingle, then it becomes a person, and that's when I think that.
You mean an egg isn't a person? Okay, so but like again, what's the reason why one's a person but not the other one? Is it because it's living?
I've never said that. I don't think one's a person and the other one isn't.
Okay, so a zygote's not a person either.
Not if it's not fertilized, no.
A zygote is a fertilized egg at conception.
Both of them are viable at conception. Prior to that, they're not.
A zygote is a fertilized egg. It's a life at conception.
But,
But what I'm saying is that sperm is also living.
I'm not saying that neither of them are valued more than the other one.
So you value
Neither
sperm the
one
same as
is
you value a person?
the same as I value an egg that is unfertilized. Once they become, either one of them, once they become united, then they become people. And I was born before there was all the birth control and ways of preventing pregnancy. I understand if you're raped, it's not your fault, but it doesn't make you able to make a decision about that egg. It has now been fertilized. You're murdering someone.
Okay. So I don't think it's murder because I don't care about it until it's sentient. But you do think it's murder. Why should you enforce what you think is bad on everyone else?
I think that it being decided by the state is the solution. There are better bills that they could have passed.
So okay. So you said it should be left up to the states. Again, leaving it up to the states means that in some states murder is legal. Do you think that's okay?
I don't know of any state where murder is legal, but I know that
Ma'am, you think abortion is murder, right?
yes,
Okay, so abortion is legal in some states, right?
in some states, yes.
Therefore, under your view, murder is legal in some states.
Technically, murder is
Okay, so do you think murder should be allowed to be legal in most states?
I think it's up to the people.
And if you think murder should be legal in some states, do you think all murder should be left up to the states?
I believe it should. I believe it is now. I believe if you commit murder in California, you're supposed to get the death penalty.
So do you think some states so do you think some states should be able to allow for killing babies outside of the womb?
No.
Oh, okay, but that's murder. So why do you think that type of murder shouldn't be left up to the states?
I really think we've argued this as far as it goes. You believe what you believe. I believe what I.
No, but you think one type of murder should be left up to the states, but the other type of murder should not be left up to the states. I'm asking you, what's the difference between the different forms of murder? That means one should be left up to the states, but the other one shouldn't be.
What's the difference between having a murder of an adult and a child? There's not really any difference.
Exactly. So they both should be protected federally. There shouldn't be any murder that's legal, okay, of a child or of an adult. The same thing goes if you think that it's murder to kill it inside the womb, right, prior to sentience, and you think it's murder to kill it outside of the womb. Why should one be left up to the states, but the other one shouldn't be?
Because we're in America. There's countries where you can't have babies or you can't have abortions ever. So in America, we can vote on things.
Yeah, so why not be able to vote on killing the baby outside of the womb?
You can vote on that. That's what.
So that should be left up to the states?
It should be left up to the people.
So if Virginia wants, you think Virginia should be able to make infanticide legal?
No.
Okay, so again, you don't think murder should be left up to the states. You think it should be protected federally so that if people
No, I don't think it should be protected federally because there are states that do not have murder charges that can result in death sentences, and I think that they should have death penalties.
Okay, so I'm still not hearing a response like what I'm saying. So again,
I know,
infanticide should not be left to the states, but abortion should be left up to the states. Again, you think they're both murder. Right? If they're both murder, then there shouldn't be a difference in whether or not it's left up to the federal government or whether or not it's left up to the states.
Again, I think we agree to disagree because I'm not going to convince you, and you're not going to convince me. But they can make laws and do whatever the state wants, whatever the federal government. I don't think that I don't think that other people should make the decision of killing a baby because, or an egg that's been fertilized, or whatever you want to call it. I don't think it's right under any circumstances.
Yeah. Again, right? You're not telling me why you think one type of murder should be left up to the states and one type of murder should not be left up to the states.
Because that's what the people voted on. And in
Okay, should the people in Virginia be able to vote on making infanticide legal?
Yes.
Okay, so infanticide should be left up to the states. Push the paper crane.
No, because currently there's no law that says that.
Okay. Ma'am, you just contradicted yourself. You just said it should be left up to the states, and then right after that said it shouldn't be.
No, I'm saying that the people can vote on laws, and they could vote on a law to make it legal.
Okay, so it should be left up to the states.
Based on the law right now, yes.
Okay, so you think infanticide, right, killing the baby outside of the womb should be left up to the states. So Virginia should be able to make it legal to kill babies outside of the womb.
I think that they can vote to do whatever they want to.
Okay, so if they want to be able to make it legal to specifically kill people with brown hair, do you think that's okay?
This is why this conversation cannot go any further, because you believe what you believe, I believe what I believe. I believe they can make laws to do whatever they want to do in America. The way the law is written in this instance at this time is for it not to be a federal law, but a state law.
Okay.
And if you want to revote, if they want to vote, you get signatures.
Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating a woman against her will?
Would I do what?
Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will?
Would I do what?
Would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people for forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will?
And this is another rabbit hole that we're not going to go down, because there have been so many cases of women that have lied and forced men to go to jail under false pretenses.
What's the likelihood of a false report?
I don't know.
2 to 10%. So the likelihood of it being accurate is 90 to 98%. Not only that, but that's just a report. That's not even them being held civilly liable unanimously by 9 people. So would you need that same standard of evidence? Say if we were talking about a gym teacher, do you think someone held civilly liable of violently assaulting a woman against her will should be able to be a gym teacher?
The law states that yes, they should.
Do you think they should be able to?
Yes, because that's the law.
So you think people who have been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting people should be able to be a gym teacher? Would you let them would you let them babysit your children?
No.
Why not?
Because they physically assault people.
Oh, okay. So because they were held civilly liable, you believe they did it. So then why don't you believe Trump did it?
I didn't say I did or did not believe Trump did it.
No, okay. But like you said that you wouldn't let someone be a babysitter of your kids if they were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting someone because they did sexually assault someone. So again, with the babysitter, you believe they did it, but as it relates to Donald Trump, you believe he didn't do it, even though it's based upon the same standard, a civil court.
I never said I believe Donald Trump didn't do it.
Okay, so Donald Trump did it?
I don't know. I haven't been in the courtroom and tried this case. I have no idea.
Okay, all right. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about, Arad?
I didn't want to talk about this.
What do you want to talk about?
I don't want to talk about anything particularly.
She's voting for Trump, and I don't
You're cutting out. I can't hear you.
understand. Oh, I said she's one of my dear friends, and she's voting for.
Cutting out still, by the way. I can't hear you. Oh, they've got some lag, everyone. I might have to go into the next person. Hello? Okay. They're lagging really bad, everyone. Yeah, I do appreciate you coming up a lot. Thank you so much for coming up. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, how do you feel about the debate tonight?
It was crazy.
You think Trump won?
70% people said.
Where'd you get that number from?
We were on the news. It said 70% Trump.
What news?
WNK or WCNC. I can't remember.
You mean Newsmax?
No, it's Pittsburgh News.
Okay. Yeah. I would love to see like that specifically because I've seen no indication of that. Now, can you tell me one point Donald Trump won on?
I believe he won on the part where they were talking about the down where all the people are coming into our country or whatever, into our state.
Huh?
No. All the illegals. I think he was pretty much on that because he did have a point where that.
Okay, so how do you feel about Donald Trump undermining the border bill?
Oh God, here we go.
Because she brought that up.
Yeah, she did.
Are you driving?
Yeah, I am. I'm sorry.
Okay, you got to come on when you're not driving. Bro sounded like he was driving some car from like the 1930s, dude. Jesus Christ. Yes, so how old are you?
Hey, I'm 27.
Are you voting for Trump?
I am voting for Trump.
Why so?
Why? Just because of his policies on the border. He's kind of frustrated of what's going on, and
So like calling people in Congress to not vote for the border bill that was literally written by a Trump endorsed Republican?
I'm talking about Trump's views and Trump's frustration with the border is definitely
What's
that's
his border
something that
policy?
he was going in. Well, I mean, the wall, right? He started the wall and he wants to finish it.
How much of the wall did he build?
I don't know the percentage, but he built some of it.
3.7% of new wall. 3.7%. Wow, that's incredible.
And that just doesn't mean his like physical wall too. It means he went down there to the border patrol. He talked to the people there, and he knows that it's a problem. And he's willing
Talk to the people there.
Not even as president. Not even as president. As running for president. Now, I'll be honest. As a
Wow,
moderate,
dude, that is incredible. He talked to people. Wow, dude, I've never seen a president do that. Never seen a vice president. No, never. No candidate in history has ever done that. Tremendous.
Well, some more than others.
Incredible.
Some more than others. And I will say,
no one ever thought they'd be able to do that before. Incredible.
Well, why didn't Kamala and
Kamala?
What's her name?
Kamala?
Kamala. I can never say her name right. I can't even say. That's one of the reasons why I'm not voting for her either, because I can't. I can say Donald J. Trump, but I can't.
Are you trolling?
I'm not trolling. I am not.
I don't
trolling.
want to take that point serious. You're not voting for her because you can't say her name correctly.
It's
you not only do you sound dumb there.
It's one of the reasons.
Okay, so Kamala. Can you
You're
say
not
it?
really giving me a chance to speak, so I would like to explain my other points, please.
I've given you plenty of places to speak. I just think you're a little bit of a snowflake there.
So, when Trump was president, okay, his main point was border control, and that's exactly what he's going to now. The border is a problem now. Also, so moving away from that point, my number 2 point is that he knows how to talk to people of power. He had there's a saying, keep your friends close but your enemies closer, and he met with the dictator of North Korea. He met with Putin. He met with Chinese government, and that's very communication.
Who's
is
the leader
important.
of China?
Just like what you're
What's
saying.
the name of the leader of China?
The CCP. I don't even. I can't tell you off the.
You don't know their leader's
my
name?
head. Listen, I'm
don't know
not.
Xi Jinping's name?
I'm not here to. I'm not here to debate you.
Who's the leader of Russia?
I'm not here. Putin.
What's his first name?
Vladimir Putin.
What?
Vladimir?
Vladimir?
Is it Vladimir? I don't know.
Vladimir.
Yes, Vladimir. I'm a little dyslexic, so I apologize.
No, you're fine,
I say
don't worry.
things. Yeah. So if you want to make fun of me for that, go ahead.
No, I wouldn't make fun of you for that.
Okay. No, Parker, I'm just trying to have a conversation here, and right now you're just calling me a snowflake, and it's really not professional.
Yeah, this isn't a professional setting. Yeah, you're on my live. This is Parker Get a Jobs live. This is not a professional setting. I said that because it was true.
And listen, I do think Kamala Harris did a good job tonight at the debate. I actually think she did win, but I'm still voting for Trump because Trump isn't a politician. He doesn't just kind of work on the emotions of people. He is kind of an ass when it comes to conversations.
Yeah,
but
is Donald Trump professional?
I think he has good policy, and that's why I'm voting for him.
Is Donald Trump professional?
Is he professional?
Yeah, is saying you have sex in common with your daughter professional? What about saying he wants to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
Wait, what did you say about?
He said he likes to walk into changing rooms of semi-naked teenage
Where
girls.
did
He says
he
he
say
has sex
this?
in common with his daughter on a podcast it was kind of like a podcast setting with Howard Stern, right, on Sirius XM. Do you want to hear him say it?
Never seen all this stuff.
Raymond, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Raymond. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Raymond. Do you want to hear him say it?
Yeah, you can pull it up.
I got you, brother. One second. Let me go to my history. Scroll down. Gotta find it real quick. Do you have anything you want to bring up while I find it? It'll take me about 2 seconds.
No, go for it.
Okay, nothing. All right, okay. 3 seconds until there's the advertisement gone. We'll play everything.
My daughter is beautiful, Ivanka. By the way, your daughter, she's beautiful. Can I say this? A piece of ass. Yeah. The last couple of years, I go out with somebody, and she's like 21, and she's talking about, say, I would say I'm the old man. Have that. You're a guy who likes to have that. You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later. Conflict? Yeah. Now, you're not the type that would say no. Foreign girls, Mrs. That I'll go backstage before owner of the pageant. It's your obligation to do that. So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay, so he never said that he would have sex with his daughter. So now you're just thinking. Listen. I'm not here.
Be quiet. Listen.
To talk about stuff like this.
You gotta be quiet. I'll mute you on my stream. Be quiet.
Please welcome the lovely Ivanka Trump.
Still, even Ivanka seemed confused when talk show host Wendy Williams asked about things the two have in common.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
So what were you saying? Huh? What was that? You can unmute real quick. You're pre-med, so you should be able to figure out how to fucking unmute. Okay, click the profile picture in the bottom right, then click the microphone.
And I'm actually in grad school right now. And listen, Parker, I'm trying to have a serious debate with you, and you're being very childish. Okay, I'm really trying to talk about the debate now. If you want to keep on calling people snowflakes and
wait, do you want to address what I just said instead of just like crying? Because you're being a snowflake right now when you don't address what I just said.
You're kind of sounding like Trump right now.
That's not, no, I'm just calling you a
No,
snowflake.
that's exactly what Trump does. No, that's exactly what Trump does. They divide. And that's why people don't like him.
No, people don't like him because he was held civilly liable.
People don't like him because
People don't like him because he was held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman, because he tried to overthrow the government. He tried to restrict women's access to abortion. He called for a complete total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He didn't rent to black people in 1973. Called for the execution of 5 black and Latino boys at Central Park 5, even though they were exonerated of DNA evidence. He popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya when there's literally no sufficient evidence of that, when there's actually a birth certificate of him born in the United States. Plenty of things. So you can sit there and you can act like people don't like him for no reason, but people hate him for good reasons. Now, do you want to respond to what I just said? He said he has sex in common with his daughter. Is that professional? I'll play it again if you want to hear it again. You know how to unmute yourself? I just told you. He said he has sex in common. Did you hear that?
I've never heard that. I've never heard
Ivanka
that.
seemed confused when talk show host Wendy Williams asked about things the two have in common.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
Dude, what's funny is that I'm actually a Democrat, and I actually was saying why I would possibly vote for Trump as a third party, but now you're just talking over. I mean, there's people who are independents who are trying to see if they wanted to vote for Harris or Trump, and you're just completely talking over me. It's very unprofessional.
Are you trolling? Are you actually trolling?
I'm not trolling. I'm actually.
You said I'm being unprofessional, and I just played you a video of Donald Trump saying he has sex in common with his daughter. Are you trolling?
Never heard that. I was trying to keep my point.
Did you hear me just play it twice? I'll play it again.
So is your background about the presidential debate?
Confused when talk show host Wendy Williams asked about things the two have in common.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Yes or no?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
So is that professional?
I don't even know he heard that. It could have been AI. Okay, I've never heard him say that. I can't see the video of him saying that. Okay,
show you. I'll literally show you.
People take things out of text all the time.
When talk show host Wendy Williams asked about things the two have in common.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
Donald Trump.
Yep, so AI. Mm-hmm.
So do you want to talk?
You're such a laughing stock, dude. You just said that it's AI.
Do you want to talk about the debate, or do you want to talk about
before we do,
what Trump's states?
Oh, wait, so you don't want to talk about that? You just said that I was being unprofessional for calling you a snowflake when you're being a snowflake and you're not addressing the content and material that I'm bringing up, and you're literally just complaining about basic random shit. Okay? I brought up a particular clip of him being clearly unprofessional, saying he has sex in common with his daughter, saying yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass, and saying he walks into the changing rooms of semi-naked teenage girls because he quote-unquote owns the place. And you're like, oh, nope, you're the terrible person, Parker. You're the unprofessional one. Yet I'm voting for the guy who's been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman, said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, did all those things I just mentioned, called for complete and total shutdown of Muslim center of the country, and tried to overthrow the government to put the cherry on top.
So Kamala Harris, why are you voting for her? Parker?
She's got a plan. She's not a
What
not
about
a civilly
the border?
determined rapist.
What about the border?
She's
What's
tried
going
to
on at the
influence the
border?
capacity.
Why are we having a bunch of illegal people? We had a girl who died from an illegal immigrant.
Do you think Molly
She was
Tibbetts?
murdered. She was raped and murdered. Do you think that's okay?
Wait.
Do you think sex with a daughter is not okay, but rape and murder is not okay by an illegal immigrant?
Yeah, so they're bad in both scenarios. Listen, can I finish? They're bad in both scenarios.
No, you can't finish.
Can I finish?
No, you can't finish because this is what you're doing.
Last time you said that it was to your girlfriend, but please let me finish. Okay, please. Can I finish?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So again, right? There are plenty of reasons to not like him, right? And I can give you plenty of them right now. I gave you them, and you didn't acknowledge any of them. Right now, I'll ask you this question: Molly Tibbetts died because she got killed by an undocumented immigrant. Is that because of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris?
Can you repeat that one more time? The Wi-Fi went out.
Yeah, MAGA Mobile. Molly Tibbetts was killed by an undocumented immigrant. Is that the fault of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris?
No, but it is the
So
fault
then why are you
of
blaming
an
this on them?
uncontrolled border. Not directly.
There are less border crossings right now than there was the end of Trump's administration. Did you know that?
Where's that proof?
The Customs and Border Protection.
That doesn't make sense at all.
Hey,
Trump
official. The Customs
was
and
in the middle of creating a border, a wall. I mean, that was his whole policy.
Only 3.7% new wall. Plus, I just want to let you know that it is the case that the Customs and Border Protection is what indicates this. So the government data.
I will also say too, when it comes to not only just border patrol and like the wall and how that was affected, but COVID did a lot with messing up with the construction and Trump's plans. I mean, COVID messed up a lot of
there was
what happened.
there was over 3 years before then. So you're telling me you're telling me because of COVID that happened in 2020, right? You're telling me that it is the case that Donald Trump couldn't get more than 3.7% done of the wall?
Yes, COVID plays a lot of role. It added a significant amount to our debt. Yes.
Most of the debt was added because of non-COVID related spending under Trump's administration. 4.8 trillion non-COVID related debt spending signed into law by Trump. And that 8.4 overall, so 3.6 of it was COVID related. Whereas the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. So 2.1 trillion COVID related. There's no way this guy's real. I actually don't even know if I believe this guy's real. Like, he's actually being serious. Hello? Cameron, I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Oh, it's his girlfriend breaking up with him right now. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. She saw us following less, chat. No, I'm just trolling, chat. All right. Is there anything you want to say before I go on to the next person? Nope. Okay. Forever hold your peace. All right. Let's get this next individual up here. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yosef, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you voting for Trump?
Hell no.
Okay, nice.
Well, you only want to debate, like?
Yeah, only looking for people who are Trump supporters. I think that's honestly, I think that was one of my better comebacks, everyone. That was one of my better comebacks, saying, I'm not going to let you finish. That's what you said to your girlfriend last. Yeah, Princess, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. That honestly was one of my better comebacks on the live. I'm not going to lie. That was it. That was a top 10. Actually, no, I'll give it a top 3. I'll give it a top 3, everyone. Top 3 comeback on Parker's stream, okay? This is what Matt just sent to me, everyone. You know what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you vote Trump?
Yeah.
How do you feel about his debate performance tonight? They just left. Hello? Okay. All right, let's go into the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, Jeremiah, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jeremiah. I appreciate that so much. Everyone, do tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes. We're almost there, everyone. Share the live as well, everyone. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right. We'll change it back to this one, everyone. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Yeah, how old are you?
Hi. I just want to debate with an objective standpoint, and
are you voting Trump?
As of the debate, I am hesitant, but before that, yes.
Okay, so now you're not?
I'm not sure, and that's why I want to debate.
So you think the debate performance was really bad? Jordan, think of the $3. Thank you so much.
I think that overall that Trump showed that he cannot...
And Cameron, think of the $10. Thank you. Good.
I think just overall, the debate showed that Trump's... he couldn't keep to a single topic. There was zero policy talk, and...
She brought up plans.
She brought up plans. She did great during the debate. And like I was a Trump supporter when it came to like Biden. I did think that when it was Trump versus Biden, I did completely agree that I would vote for Trump. But when it did switch, I think there was a big switch in not just like momentum, but her policies are more straightforward. She can debate better. She has proven with her prosecution. But I do think that Trump does have some positives when it comes to the immigration policy. I do believe that maybe the Republicans do have a better standpoint on that. I don't know if the Democrats would actually implement a full immigration policy that would be as effective as it should be. But I think that is the biggest...
So what policy would you reference on their side?
I just think more funding for ICE and...
They mean the border bill?
Yeah.
That's actually what Trump undermined. Trump undermined the border bill to get more funding for border patrol agents. And to make the asylum system go faster. Instead of it taking 8 to 10 years, it took 1 year max. It was literally written by a Trump-endorsed Republican. It was a conservative border bill, and that's why even left-wing individuals like Bernie Sanders didn't vote for it, because they thought it was too conservative.
Well, that's why I wanted to debate. Thank you for debating, and I think that Kamala, after this, I'm definitely on Kamala's side because she's proved definitely tonight and the past few weeks that she is the better candidate.
No, all right. Well, I appreciate you coming. Thank you so much voting for Kamala Harris. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, let's get some W's for them in the comment section right now. That's what we like to see, everyone. That's what we like to see. That's what we love to see, everyone. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. You tap that screen. Let's get it up to 2 million likes. Share the live as well. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I would just like to say you're a bitch.
How old are you?
You're a bitch.
Do you want to debate? You want to have a conversation? Okay, well, you look really scared. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm in my 40s.
You voting Trump?
Yeah, I'm still
Why
voting.
so?
I'm still voting Trump, although I think he lost tonight.
Oh, okay. So he got destroyed, and yet you want to still vote for him?
I don't think he got destroyed, but I do think that Kamala did put on a good show. She was very well coached. She was very well prepared for the moment. I will give her that. I like that she said that she wants to give $50,000 to new businesses, the $6,000 cut for the new families, the $25,000 down for the new homeowners. I think that's really nice. I agree with that. I also think that in the back end of that, we're all going to have to pay for it somehow, some way, because the government doesn't always just give things.
Did you know she has a plan to pay for it? Her plan
No,
to pay for it is to increase income tax on individuals with income over $400,000 a year, right? So she's not going to increase taxes on anyone who makes under $400,000 a year. You make $399,000 a year, no increased taxes. You make $70,000 a year, no increased taxes. Actually, you'd have lower taxes comparative to Trump, because Trump is advocating for a 10 to 20% tariff,
No.
which would cause inflation and shift the tax burden from people who are richer to people who are poorer.
So I think that if the tariffs were wrong, they would have been taken away through the Biden and Harris administration.
Oh,
The fact that
there's
they
not a
kept-
current universal tariff.
not a universal, but the one on China is still on.
Yeah, but that's the one.
So-
The Trump is advocating for a universal tariff.
Right, for all the people that owe us money, right? And of course,
it's not that they owe us money. It's just on imported goods into the country, which would decrease imports, causing prices to go up in the United States, and would lead to decreased exports, hurting American business because other countries around the world would place tariffs on us so that they have leverage.
well, I also think that will create more jobs here in the country, because it would incentivize those big companies to bring their factories here and hire Americans. And that's what happened.
So why don't you do that by investing in the specialization of AI and artificial intelligence or in technology like renewable energy, right? Things like that, rather than relying on old manufacturing by artificially propping up American business.
Yeah, I mean, that's progressive thinking and a progressive way of doing things, and I think both of them can do it, right? I just
Do you want innovation and progressive change, or do you want holding on to the past?
So I'm in the middle with that, because there is progressive change that I do want, right, for the betterment of medicine, science, and people, right. But then there's also other things that I'm not okay with. So there's a fine balance there, personally, and I think
Okay.
everyone should have that fine balance personally.
Sure. I have a question. Would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I think they both have a bad history. Jamal Truelove is a man that spent 10 years in prison and was rewarded $10 million under Kamala Harris here in San Francisco.
Kamala?
Sorry, Kamala.
What was their name?
His name is Jamal Truelove. He was awarded $10 million while she was a district attorney in San Francisco, and she falsely imprisoned him and had the evidence to let him out. And then finally, after appeals and appeals and appeals, he won his case. But she was the district attorney general at that time. But she was the district attorney in San Francisco when that happened. It's a real big story. And, more people did not get arrested in San Francisco under her DA. But when she was a DA, more people got felonies for things that were misdemeanors. So that's what she did.
So an appellate court did not find that Harris and San Francisco police framed and prosecuted Truelove for murder. He didn't commit, but after Truelove was acquitted in a second criminal trial, he prevailed in a civil suit filed against the city and county of San Francisco and city police for framing him for murder, according to court filings. Harris didn't prosecute the criminal case against Truelove.
Right.
But she was a district attorney at the time, and an appellate court concluded that he deserved a new trial because his lawyer didn't take any action in the face of highly prejudicial prosecutorial misconduct. So it wasn't her.
So she wasn't the district attorney for the case, but she was.
No, she wasn't the prosecutor in the
She
case.
wasn't the prosecutor, yeah, but she was the district attorney at the time. But
there was no misconduct shown on her behalf.
Well, once again, she laughed at the man when he got sentenced, right? And he he told her, "Hey, I'm innocent." She could have easily allowed.
How is it her fault if she didn't do anything?
Well, because she was the one signing off. She had to sign off. It was the biggest case in San Francisco. Well, she's a district attorney.
But she wasn't prosecuting. And what was wrong there was the prosecutorial misconduct,
which she was the manager of. right? It was done under
No,
her
she
watch.
she didn't have any control over that though.
No, but she did. She was the head district
Can you give me any source that indicates that what she did, right, was specifically make sure that that person was engaged in prosecutorial misconduct?
Again, it was done under her watch.
What authority does she have?
What do you mean? She was the head district attorney of.
Yeah, but what authority did that give her over this particular lawyer in the sense to engage in the prosecutorial misconduct? Like, how did she get him or her to engage in the prosecutorial misconduct?
She knew it was happening. You can't tell me she didn't know.
Can you give me a source?
Well, that's the job of the district attorney to know the biggest cases, right? That was the biggest case in San Francisco.
I'm sorry, but you're not showing any misconduct on her behalf there. And also, that's not even comparable to being held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman.
Okay, but what all I'm saying is that...
So would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Well, as well as I would vote for someone that would sit there and mismanage a case, right? It goes...
By the way, you don't have any evidence that she controlled those cases.
She had
right, but then at the same time, you're saying that even if she did have control over that case, that's comparable to assaulting someone, sexually assaulting someone,
imprisoning someone for 10 years for not doing something. That's not.
You think that's again not something she had control over, but you think that's worse than sexual assault.
She did have control over it. She had control over overseeing the case. And while she was overseeing the case, there was misconduct done. Yes.
She's not. What was she overseeing? Can you give me any source that she had control?
What do you mean? She's.
I want you to give me a source instead of just saying, what do I mean, and saying it's true. I want a source. I want a source. I don't want a claim.
Okay. She was at the case. The day that he was sentenced, he was there. She was there, and the day...
Can you give me a source?
What do you mean? It's all...
I don't want to hear another claim. I want a source. Go find the source and then come back and tell me. In the meantime, if you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 19.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Because I'm obviously a Gen Z in America right now. Before, when Trump was, actually in office, I wasn't able to vote for him, so it didn't really matter to me. But now it does matter. I feel like Kamala kind of does women a disservice by kind of claiming that
Kamala, by the way.
Kamala, my bad. Yeah. I feel like Kamala does a disservice to women because she claims that all women need rights to abortions, all women need rights to...
How is it a disservice to women to claim that women deserve rights?
Because what if women don't want it, though? I understand the pro-choice. That's I understand.
Haley, most women want abortion to be legal.
But, okay.
What do you mean if women don't want it? If they don't want it, they wouldn't get an abortion.
Okay.
Then don't use it. If you don't want it, don't use it. It's your choice.
Right, but at what point? I guess at what point do you like? Because today in the debate he did ask her and she didn't answer just as well as when she asked.
What was the question?
When he asked her, when's like a time in the, in the pregnancy where you would not allow abortion. She didn't answer it.
After viability, because that's what Roe versus Wade does.
But that's not what she said. She didn't say anything.
She said Roe versus Wade.
But
that's directly answering the question.
But why doesn't she, she says that she was going to do, that she wants to do.
Is Trump going to veto a national abortion ban?
Is he going to veto it? No, he didn't answer it. So I don't know.
Oh, okay. Why wouldn't he answer that when he was asked 3 times?
But why wouldn't she answer that either?
She did.
But what did she say? If you go back,
Roe versus Wade.
She didn't
Viability.
say Roe versus Wade.
She did say Roe versus Wade. I watched it on live.
But were we watching the same thing?
Yes, I promise you she said that. She said Roe versus Wade.
Okay.
If she said Roe versus Wade, type 1 in the comment section.
Well, obviously everyone who's following you is gonna, it's just confirmation bias. That's okay.
Most people in the live aren't following me.
How? Okay,
I can see in my analytics.
Okay, so why are you voting for? I'm assuming you're voting for
Kamala, yeah.
Yeah, but why are you?
Because she's not a 34 count felon, proven sexual abuser, fraudster, election denier who tried to overthrow the government. She didn't try to restrict women's access to abortion. She didn't call for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. She didn't say that she has sex in common with her daughter. She didn't say that to a 10-year-old girl she wants to be dating her in 10 years. She didn't say she likes to walk into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls because she quote unquote owns the place. Yeah, plenty of things.
Okay. I mean, are those just like claims, or are those like?
I can literally play you the videos.
Okay. Perfect.
Of Donald Trump saying those things. You want to hear it?
Did you, was there anything that Donald Trump specifically said in the debate today that you agreed with at all? Agreed with at all?
I don't think so.
No, there was not a single thing that he said.
Not off the top of my head, no.
So
I'm actually not trolling. Maybe he said solar energy was good, but at the same time he was saying that, he was like arguing it was bad, so it didn't really make any sense.
And this is just like a genuine question. Do you think that ABC News was at all like biased in any way at all in the way that they asked their questions?
No, not at all.
So do you think that when they were...
I think that Trump is just saying that because he got shit on.
No, I'm saying, I mean, ABC like analysts were saying that Kamala didn't really do that well either, and she was still giving like, you know...
I think they're delusional.
Okay. Well, I mean, you don't think that at all when they were like fact checking Trump when he was saying things, and they were both lying. They were only saying...
Name one lie that she engaged in.
When she was talking about Project 2025, and he literally looked at her and said that it's not true. That he doesn't know what it is.
He lied about it. So, for example, he said that he didn't know anything about Project 2025, and then also said he vehemently disagreed with it. How do you vehemently disagree with something that you know nothing about?
I mean, well, if you, let's just say, like...
Can you answer my question?
If you don't know something, if you don't know anything about something, how can you agree with it? You know what I mean?
How can you disagree with something you don't know anything about?
But how can you agree with it at all either? If you don't know about it, you can't agree nor disagree.
He's lying. I'm telling you, he's lying. He doesn't actually...
Well,
when he says that he knows nothing about it, he's lying.
Okay.
And the reason why I know he's lying is because he says he vehemently disagrees with aspects about it, which I also think is a lie.
If Trump did this random, which I'm sure he has, if Trump has said this random thing that Kamala was going to say, and she said that, oh, I disagree with it, does that mean that she has obviously seen it, or?
Well, she doesn't have multiple of her staffers, right, in her administration, literally on the team that wrote Project 2025. Her vice president didn't back and endorse many aspects of Project 2025 and help write it.
Do you think that when Joe Biden dropped out of the election, what do you think was the cause for that? And then to put Kamala up against Trump.
Wait, what was the reason why Joe Biden stepped down? Because most people in the Democratic Party...
why do you think? Because he was super,
most people in the Democratic Party wanted him to step down.
But why would they want him to step down, and then all of a sudden everyone's happy about...
They think we have a better chance of beating Trump through other ways.
But if they're under the same administration, I mean, she's a vice president. I mean, what is the difference?
She's more cognitively fit. She's more representative of the American public. She's more liberal, which is representative of the party. There's plenty of things you can point to.
I mean, and how many years in the past 16, 20 years of, presidents, how many of them have been Democratic?
Are you talking about the past 16 years?
Okay, we're about to be 2024. So yeah, I mean, I was born 2005. So right before the 2006 election, I believe. So I'm not sure how old you are, but in the past, your lifespan, however long you've been alive, how many of those people that were president, how many of them were Democratic?
3.
So
two.
How old are you?
2. Wait, hold up. Sorry, 2.
How old are you?
Because it's just Obama and Biden.
Oh, so you were born... Oh, so you're the same age as me. So
I was thinking 3 because I was getting ahead of myself with Kamala.
I see. So it's the same as me. So the problems that we've been having have been nearly the same. I would say Obama did a much better job as a Democratic president than, Joe Biden did. But I feel like with Kamala...
Can you name one thing that Joe Biden did that you disagree with?
One thing, when he opened up the borders, when actually his vice president...
What policy opened the border?
when he stopped the building of the wall.
That's not opening the border. So
But
was the
it's
border
not,
was the
it's not
border
closing
open?
it, but it's also not closing it.
Was the
It's
border,
enabling.
wait,
It's enabling more
ma'am,
illegal
ma'am,
immigrants.
You said that he opened the border.
Okay,
That's
I
not
retract
true
what I say.
because
Let me take that back. He stopped. He didn't close it nor open it. So and it was still open. It was still, you can walk.
so if it was open, that means Trump opened it.
But Trump didn't get to finish his wall because he was voted
So
out.
Trump opened the wall? I mean, Trump opened the border?
He was building a wall to close the border. I think
How
we
much of
all
the wall
know
did he build?
that was a big thing in 2016. That's all everyone would say. Trump in a wall.
Haley, how much of the wall did he build?
I am not sure. I live in Arizona, and it's
3.7% new wall.
and so why didn't do you
52
think
miles.
Do you think that Joe Biden, wants to close the border? Do you think Kamala?
There are less border crossings right now than there was at the end of Trump's administration due to the recent Biden executive order.
So what source are you getting that
Customs
from?
and Border Protection.
From where?
Customs and Border Protection.
And how do you feel about Border Patrol and them stating that they do not endorse nor support Kamala and Biden? Does that...
They also don't support Trump. But they did support the border bill, right? And the border bill clearly did say clearly was supported by the Harris administration, right? But was not supported by Trump because Trump undermined it, even though the person who wrote the bill was a Trump endorsed
What I'm
Republican.
asking you is, in the past 3.5 years, what are you expecting to be different with the same administration? With the same administration, what do you
in the
think is
past
going to be...
3.5 years, or in the future 4 years?
Well, because of what has been happening in the past 3.5 years, what do you think is different, or what do you think is going to be different in the next 4 years if the Democratic Party wins?
It depends on Congress.
No, I'm asking you, what is going to be
we're not going to have a
different from...
civilly liable rapist in office who tried to overthrow the government.
I'm asking you about Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris is going to be president. It wouldn't be Joe Biden.
What is going to be the difference in between the past 3.5 years and the next 4 years? What will be the difference if there are two different people from the same administration? What's going to be the difference if she is the president? What's going to be the difference?
It depends what bills get passed by Congress so that she can sign it. There could be a signing of Roe versus Wade, right? Codification of that. There could be signing of policy relating to the tax policy in terms of the credits, the small business, the housing.
She's been
a lot of these
vice president
policies
for
that
the-
are brought up.
She's
A lot
been-
of these policies that are brought up, right? These are things that weren't brought up by Biden, right? The $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers. Appreciate that, head mustache. Thank you so much. The $50,000 deductible on your taxes for small businesses. Joe Biden never brought those things up.
So if she's the vice president and she's been the vice president and she's wanting to be the future president and she wants to make all these changes as being directly next to Joe Biden in these past 3.5 years, why hasn't she had anything to do with any of these things that she wants to do in the future? Why hasn't any of these things been done?
You could say the same thing about Trump.
But
right?
he
Why
hasn't
is he?
been
Why didn't he pass
but
no
he
tax
hasn't
on
been
tips?
But he hasn't been the president for the past.
But why didn't he do it
3 years.
then?
Why didn't he do what then?
Why didn't he do it then when he was president?
Why didn't he do what then?
Why didn't he specifically do no tax on tips?
Because in 2016 to 2020, you didn't have being taxed on tips wouldn't
Trump wasn't
make.
president in 2016.
Excuse me?
Trump was not president
Okay,
in 2016.
in January of 2017, my bad. 2017. In that time, from that time that he was president, being taxed on tips wouldn't make it a huge difference because of how much money you were making in relation to how much you were spending. Now, because of
What?
inflation, if you got taxed on tips in 2017, you were still going home with a good amount of money. Now, when you're getting taxed, you're not going home with the same amount of money.
Haley, people make more money now, median wages,
You
according
make
to
more money
inflation.
now.
That's not true.
You
No,
make
it is
more-
true. You can
yeah,
look up.
The wage
That's
has
not
gone
true.
up. Of
I'll
course.
explain. Can I explain?
Of course, the wage
Can I
has
explain,
gone
or do
up.
I need to mute both of you?
Go ahead, Parker.
So go look at the St. Louis Federal Reserve. You can literally see real median wages since Q4 in 2019. It is the case that real wages are higher now, 368 versus 362 back then. So it is higher.
Well, whatever that stat is, that doesn't work in California. California is its own world.
Okay, well, do you want me to look up real median wages in California?
Promise you, don't work. 16 something an hour. When he was in, I mean, and again, you can't live off $16 an hour. I don't think anywhere in the U.S., but if you can, I don't know. I just got a California state of mind.
So we don't have recent data on
exactly.
It seems 2024. Wait, we do? Is this for California? No, this is for everyone. So yeah, I don't have data right now for California. I have data for the whole country though.
There ain't
Birthday
no
confetti, thank you.
So, but why hasn't the federal minimum wage?
Wait, so are you not gonna accept data from the whole country?
I mean, I live in California, bro. Like y'all.
I don't see how that's.
Different. That's different. No, I mean, shit. We're paying $5.69 for gas out here. Y'all don't know them numbers. You know,
I live in Los Angeles, and we're not paying $5.69. Where are you at?
I'm in the city, Frisco.
I live in Los Angeles.
I'm in Northern California, San Francisco, Silicon Valley. Look at
I live in Los Angeles, and I pay around I pay around $4.20, $4.30.
That's 5 hours away from here.
Okay. Yeah, but you understand that Los Angeles has more people, right?
Yeah, but exactly. But we pay more than y'all do. Our rent is way more than y'all. What you mean? What's the most expensive?
Doesn't mean gas is going to be more, by the way.
Yeah. We pay more than everybody in this nation. Look it up.
Okay, if you pay $5.69, it's probably just you're in an extremely rich area.
It's not a rich area. San Francisco.
Wherever you are in San Francisco is the rich area if you're paying $5.69.
That is not true.
Okay, you're not paying $5.69 in a typical area in Los
I just
or
paid
in any big city.
$5.69. What did you talk about?
Gas is not a really reliable source when it comes to inflation because it's constantly moving every day. It's constantly moving every day. So I don't think that's an argument for either side, Trump or...
Yeah, and it is the case that gas prices have nothing to do with the President of the United
States. It does not. It's not a good argument at all.
No, I'm not talking about the gas. What I'm telling y'all is that this little stat that he just gave you ain't really real because
I'm sorry, but you're just denying reality. What I just told you is from the St. Louis Federal Reserve.
Right, but
St. Louis Federal Reserve, it's the real median wages. Real meaning it accounts for inflation. Okay? I gave you the best possible measure because the median doesn't take into account averages. If I just gave you real GDP never stagnated. It's gone up since Trump's administration. Okay? So real GDP never stagnated. Real median wages did stagnate and they had a slight increase. But real GDP went up. So like I don't know what your point is, right? And real GDP is accounting for inflation again.
Gas is constantly changing no matter where you are. I live in Arizona at Flagstaff. It could be, closer to $4 one day. The next day it's, dramatically different. But
Atalia, how am I gaslighting?
You guys are gaslighting so hard because y'all are not the ones to actually accept and face the reality of what it is today. I don't know if you guys...
About what? I just referenced what it is today for real median wages.
But you're over here telling the other guy you're not paying $5.69, but you don't live where he lives at all.
Yeah, I said if you're in a normal area, you're not paying $5.69. You can look at average gas prices by area. They're nowhere near $5.69.
But if he's telling you he pays $5.69, how are you?
Then he's in a rich area. So then he's lying about me.
Hold on, I'm talking.
He's lying to me. He's in a rich area.
But I'm talking.
I don't care. I don't care.
But I'm talking.
I don't care. I don't care.
You don't care that I'm talking, but you accept me out here. That's
shit.
why I'm saying y'all are gaslighting as fuck because he's telling you. Yes, it is because he's telling you. I pay $5.69 in this specific area. Yet you're over here telling him.
I said if he's telling me the truth,
you're saying, well, you live in a rich area. How do you know where the hell he lives at?
Because of how supply and demand works. Economics. If there is more demand in a particular area, they can increase the price. Otherwise, they can't increase the price. Else they would lose out on profits. That's how just basic economics.
Okay, I get that, but still, you're telling him what he's doing, what he's paying, and what's coming out of his pocket.
I'm telling him he's lying to me. I'm telling you he's lying to me. All right, he's either lying to me
who are you to say
about
that?
the amount he's. I'm telling you right now. It's called reason and logic. I'll explain.
Take a picture,
so then he
send it to him later on because that's kind of stupid.
Listen, do I need to mute you? Jesus Christ, listen to what I'm saying.
Do you need to mute me, dude? You're over here muting you're over here.
Yeah, I can mute you. I can, he's lying. He's either lying about the price that he's paying, or he's lying about being in a rich area. Because the only places that have $569 for the prices, if I were to go to a place, is like fucking Beverly Hills, okay? You're not going to be paying $569 unless you're in a place like Beverly Hills, or a place like Silicon Valley, or a place that is extremely, extremely rich, okay? You paying $569 is utterly ridiculous. I know people who live in San Francisco, all right, and I know that they don't pay $569, okay? Currently, like right now, today.
So I could tell you that I was very upset because I just got back from vacation. When I went on vacation, it was at 5:39. I just got back from vacation.
Where'd you go to vacation?
That don't matter where I went. I'm telling you, I just got back after 2 weeks from vacation, and it's now 5:69. You understand? And you know what pissed me off is that I went to Palo Alto. I know you know that's where Stanford's at, and they're paying $449, and that's a rich area. And I was like, how the fuck is it that these rich ass people is paying less than what I'm paying? In Palo Alto, if you know, from San Francisco, it's an hour, almost about an hour away.
Where are you paying that's $5?
Okay,
go to
I'm
a different gas station.
I'm not a liberal and I don't support any of that, but I'm telling you, GJ, however you pronounce that, America has one of the lowest gas prices right now. In other countries, the gas price is nearly $7. I don't think you understand that gas prices have no relation into who is president.
That's what I'm saying.
I really don't care, but what all I was saying
if you don't care, then why are you? This is a place
because he was saying that there's.
Hold on, Haley, but you don't even know what you're talking about either because you're over here stuttering and pausing a lot of stuff.
I have a stutter. I have.
Wait, what the fuck?
Don't really know what you're talking about. Look in your.
Yo, what the fuck? Do not make fun of someone's stutter. That is so ridiculous.
I have a stutter. I was on here earlier. I've been stuttering the entire time, and that's just something that you're born with, okay? I'm saying that gas prices are not a valid argument when it comes to presidency because nor Trump or Kamala or Biden or Obama or anything, it doesn't matter. We have the lowest gas prices in the world almost right now. Nearly. In fucking I have friends in other countries on, the opposite side of the world. They're paying almost $7 a gallon for gas. I don't know the conversion on that, but it's still not what we're paying. We're paying, we're on good days, we're paying, on the lower end of $3. I live in Arizona, like I said,
I don't see
in Arizona, it never goes and never exceeds, $4. It's always below $4. I've never seen it exceed $4 except peak COVID, and that was the whole that was its own whole thing. But now that's not a valid argument. When we're talking about Trump and Kamala, it's about policies that directly affect America and its foreign relations. I think that Trump has done a great job when it came to foreign relations with other countries like Russia and
North Korea.
Exactly. And I think that he did a good job staying out of wars and out of conflicts with those countries. Now we're sending money to foreign countries that we're sending money to countries and we're not even helping our own people. We're sending, lots of money to, Ukraine.
Let me give you like a broader view in terms of how I view this, because I'm very anti-war. I'm very pro cutting our military budget in half. We could still have the biggest military in the world, and then we can bring that money back here home to take care of people, end homelessness, make sure there's universal child care, paid paternity leave, paid maternity leave, paid vacation leave, like basically every other European democracy has had for decades now, it seems. And we can also expand access to healthcare. But as it relates to in terms of the military budget, we spend that on military bases around the world. Right, and we reallocated our military budget to send money to Ukraine because of the Budapest Memorandum, because we signed an agreement with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them.
Could you repeat that last part one more time?
Yeah, we signed an agreement with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them.
Okay, and that's great, but Russia still has lots of nuclear weapons. Now, World War II would be, if there was a potential World War III, it would be so much more deadly. A lot more lives would be lost because of the nuclear war power that, countries have, and we don't even know about.
I
people
agree.
are not just airing out, I have this amount of nuclear weapons. I have, presidents and people are not just airing out what they have like that.
I think it depends
Especially-
on the country.
I think it does depend on the country. I think it does, but I think a lot of the countries that we think are just, sitting on the sidelines are not. People are going to choose a side when things get bad. People choose sides. That's just how it works, and that's what Trump was trying to do, was to keep us out of any sort of conflict where anything would, ever have to get that way. And now it seems that like under Joe Biden's administration, we have seemingly made America, a topic of, this. I've never even heard of World War III before, Joe Biden was our president. I never even thought that.
I did. We've been talking about that for a really long time.
Forever.
Cold War. We've been talking about that even under Trump's administration.
Yeah, they've been talking about World War III
I'm talking about World War III. It's been a very
talking
long
about
time
that
since
forever.
World War II. Okay, but in my defense, I'm only 19 years old. When I was learning about these things, when I was going through the pandemic, that's when, there was a transition from Trump to Biden. I didn't see the topic of World War III show up until, then that correlation does not mean causation. I understand that. And I'm not saying that is like directly, just because of Joe Biden, but I feel like Trump did help us out a little bit by keeping us, in good standings with these foreign countries. I feel like Joe Biden has kind of given us a way to like.
How are we in good standings under Trump's administration?
Because Trump, Putin actually respected Trump. There was no, I'm not. I don't know. I don't know their conversations word for word. I didn't hear them, and I also don't know what Joe Biden has said to them. But I know that Russia. I don't know why so many Americans are considering moving to Russia because XYZ. This is just via Twitter, not any real statistic for you guys in the comments. Just a heads up. But I think.
So listen, I could tell you that coming from, I'm first generation immigrant, right? Coming from that side, everybody under Trump was scared to cross that border. And I know under Biden, there's a couple cousins that made it, and they could keep coming back and forth, no problem.
I would say one thing is that actually there are less border crossings right now than there was in Trump's
but
administration.
you're talking about,
and also to mention that there were
elections.
increasing levels of border crossings.
Let's not forget.
Can I finish real quick? So there was increasing levels of border crossings every year until Title 42 was enacted because of COVID. So like there were more people continuously coming under the Trump administration over and over and over again, year after year after year. And actually the end of Trump's administration, again, more people than there are now.
So are there accurate numbers of how many people have come into this country?
Yes.
There's people standing at the
Customs and Border Protection.
And they're counting every single person that is walking.
You understand it's all predicated off of estimations, right?
I know, I do understand that. I do understand that. I understand.
Let me tell you that there's what you're saying is true, that right now there isn't that many people coming, and the only reason that's happening is it's because it's election year and they need the votes. But obviously we do know what happened the past 3 years and how many people were just, and it's not just Mexicans, it was people from all over the world. There was hella Chinaman coming in here. There was hella Africans coming in here through Mexico.
Dude, Chinaman is a weird. Is that a slur? I'm not even sure. That's
just saying that they're men that are Chinese.
Yeah, Chinaman.
Yeah, but I do think that's like a weird way to refer to people.
What you mean? That's how we talk.
It's like saying American man. You could say American man.
The Mexican,
I still think that's a really weird, and I also I think there is
I think you think it's weird it's weird because people have made it seem that we're saying a nationality is racist.
No, because
you can say American man. Does that sound weird?
Listen. It's just because of how the term has been used throughout history. Okay.
Chinaman? I guess that's not. That's also not grammatically correct either. That's not grammatically correct either. But
oh man, you guys are young as hell. Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, I'm just telling you that it's just not a good way to use it.
But see, I talk to Chinaman all the time, and that's how we talk over here.
If I just told you you shouldn't say it, you probably should.
But I'm not going to listen to you when I'm listening to Chinaman.
Okay, well then I'm going to kick you off my stream. Okay, if you're not going to listen to me, well then I don't care to listen to you. So Either of you want to give me
My question is still in standing of why and how you think that Harris will do better or do different than Biden has done.
So what will Harris do different than Biden as it relates to what?
And not what will she do different? What's the chance and what's the risk of her not digging us deeper into what Biden has done already?
In terms of what thing? Like border?
I mean, it's more so like I'm not talking about like gas or things that are uncontrollable by both people. I'm talking about things like I feel like. Well, I know Kamala said this in the debate today. She said that, people are not going to be taking away your guns, XYZ, because she said her and her husband own guns in her home. I feel like I'm not too young to be on here. I can actually vote. If you have a problem with that, you should probably vote to change that. I don't know. Anyways, Kamala and her husband own guns in the house. Why does it seem
like Kamala, by the way? But
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
No, I know you're not doing it purposefully. That's why I'm not mad at you.
It's okay. I'll say Harris. Harris and her husband own guns in their home. Why do people feel like she is going to be very strict about the gun laws? What are her policies for Second Amendment rights? Because I understand the school shooting that has just happened recently, and I know that's a big thing, especially for the election about to happen. It's kind of a good turning point for the people who are not in fan of not a favor of sorry.
Yeah. So she wants red flag laws and universal background checks. That's what she's advocating for. Whereas Donald Trump has said explicitly, take the guns first, due process second. Take the guns, due process second. Yeah. Do you want to see an article that indicates that?
No, I actually do believe you. And I'm not saying because I think that the gun laws are great nowadays, because the kid that shot up that school recently, rest in peace to those people, his dad actually gifted it to him. So it doesn't really matter what we're doing. I believe you. I believe you, Parker. I believe you.
I was just showing, just in case anyone
It doesn't really matter the process, really, because, his dad gave it to him, bought it for him as a gift, quote, gift. So and for that, in that case, what do you do about that? A man who is an adult, probably went through a background check. I'm saying probably because I don't know this man, but bought a gun and he gifted it to his son. What's a situation like that? That's like
they would, and actually that person was charged.
I understand that he did get charged with manslaughter. I know that. And mental health checks, whoever just said that in the comments, mental health checks, do you know what manipulation is? If someone wants to kill and wants to buy a gun, they will just, fake their mental health check, whatever.
Here's my point, is that why is the rate of school shootings so high in America, whereas it's not as high in other countries around the world? Like you said, you have friends in Europe, it seems, right? Because they had $7 gas.
On the other side of the world, yes.
What is it like for them in terms of school shootings?
I think they actually make joke about America with the amount of school shootings, and I don't think it's because there's not. I think it's slightly because there's not enough regulations on who is buying the guns. I will admit that there are not. We're letting a man, grown man, buy a gun, and then we don't know what he's going to do with it, right? He gifted it to his 14-year-old son. You know what I'm saying? That's.
Can I ask you a quick question? Common sense gun reform. Do you think violent sexual offenders should be able to get access to guns?
Violent sexual offenders. I mean, that's like a. Violent sexual offenders, no, because we literally can post sex offenders' addresses and plaster them all over.
Yeah, so they shouldn't be able to get access to guns. Yeah, totally agree. So then here's my point. If they shouldn't be able to get access to guns, why should they be able to run for president and gain access to the nuclear codes?
I mean, I heard this point earlier. I was actually watching your live before I requested to join because I wanted to actually talk to someone who is, mentally there. But I see where you're going with that, with the whole, Trump sexual assault. And I am not saying that I don't believe or deny those people that he may or may not have affected, because I wasn't there, probably wasn't alive when it happened. But it's like when you accuse someone of doing something, okay, this is not, I'm not even going to say the situation, but if someone was, charged with doing something and it was so obviously true that they did something, that they did this thing, it was so obviously true, the facts are there, but they still didn't get in trouble for it, then it's just like, did that just mean that, oh, he's not guilty, he didn't do it because the court said that he didn't do it?
If someone's a serial killer and they've murdered a bunch of people, but the courts never found them guilty, are they still guilty?
Do you think OBJ?
OBJ?
No, OBJ. My bad.
You mean OJ?
OBJ. Yeah, OBJ.
Yeah.
No,
I would
OJ.
accept civil courts. Yeah, like I would accept that civil court. Absolutely.
You think so? You
like,
don't.
For example, here with Trump. What's up?
Did you ever like fully read in about OJ? Like, do you know, or is that just like?
So I know parts of it. Like I know things about like the glove, right? The fact that that he was seen wearing the glove like before. Right. Yet like the whole basis of like them denying it was the fact that like the glove supposedly like did not fit. So I've like seen certain things, but like and like his book, like If I Did It and stuff.
Right.
Like things like that. So there are things that like point towards it, right? But like I do accept the civil court, right? The jury determination. Now, like for example, like the especially with Trump's scenario, there was 9 jurors that unanimously determined that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll in a civil court. But and also something that we should take into account is that Donald Trump was a part of the jury selection process.
Okay, that's kind of.
So if he was a part of the jury selection process, it's likely that there were some unbiased people. Right, because he made sure to find some people, maybe even that were biased towards him, right, or unbiased, so that like he had the best shot of not being guilty. But then like they still unanimously determined that he was guilty when they didn't have to be unanimous.
Right. Well, I'm not talking about the whole. I mean, whatever was said in those court cases, whatever. I'm saying if you read facts, bullet pointed facts about oh my gosh, I keep saying OJ's case, everything that he did, you're looking at that and you're telling me that you do not believe that he killed him.
I'm saying I do.
You do believe that he did.
Yeah.
So if Trump gets, since he was charged, and I'm assuming what you're saying is it actually.
Civil court.
Yes, civil court. It was proven.
Wait, so
to be
do you think OJ did it?
Do I think OJ did it?
Yeah.
Personally, I do.
Oh, okay. So you accept the civil court with OJ, but you don't accept the civil court with Donald Trump?
But they didn't.
I don't accept it.
They didn't ever, and like OJ never actually faced any, besides the social media harassment and like publicity he faced. I mean, that's what happens when you're a big person. You go to, prison, whatever. He didn't actually face anything, that made him, have a bad life. He actually probably had a better rest of his life because he was so publicized about it. He got to write a book off of it. He made money off of killing someone and then getting his way out of it. He made money off of writing a book about if I supposedly did this and then never.
Okay. Yeah. So I want to ask, the other person that's on the live, the other guest, you said that you believe he didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
And what makes you think that?
Because I feel like why would you come out years later and now make an allegation or a case against him? I just don't believe it. I feel like if something happened.
You're talking about Trump? Okay.
Yeah.
So, you know that most victims either don't come out or come out years later? So
That's not always true. I've had something happen against me. I came out right away.
Wait, but that's how it was for you as a victim. But like, you can't say that you should assume that like it should be the same for every other victim.
Yeah, but I know like
multiple
if you're
people
in
my life.
Power,
can I
even with him being.
So I know multiple people in my life that have been assaulted, and did they come out right away? No, they did not come out right away. Now, does that make me not believe them? No, I still believe them. Okay, so like, what reason do you have to not believe them?
Because I feel like with all the hate that Trump has gotten during his presidency, people now want to just put more on top of that, more fire to fuel it.
Really? Can you tell me what the victim's name was?
There was Stormy Daniels.
Nope. Stormy Daniels, that was consensual. I can't hear you when you scroll to the apps. Go look it up.
Okay. Anyways, I'm not gonna lie. The whole reason why OJ was even a part of this was because I was, comparing, just because there's facts there or even maybe not facts, sometimes the law is messed up. Our judicial system, our justice system is not always the best. We know this. We've seen cases in the past where people have been clearly, they went to prison on things that they did not do. And people who clearly did things did not go to prison for things they clearly did do. And it's unfortunate.
What's the likelihood of a false report?
A false report of
grape.
Oh, I'm not standing with that girl. I'm not saying that. I'm saying in the chances of, justice systems showing that, oh yeah, this person definitely did this, but he's not going to get trouble for it. Oh, this person definitely didn't do this.
Oh, that's way more likely. It's way more likely that someone did something and that they don't hold them accountable rather than them being held accountable being wrong. Oh yeah, I totally agree with you. I was misunderstanding you. I totally agree.
And to everyone in the comments, that's the whole reason why OJ was even brought up is because I personally don't know the victims' names of Trump's victims. I feel sorry for those victims. I feel that's awful. To this girl that's also in the live, that's like me saying I don't give a shit about what happened to you just because I don't know your name.
I personally don't care, like, if anyone cares about my stuff.
But do you think these girls that were victimized by Trump or any other politician?
I'm really sorry about that, by the way.
I don't feel like they were victimized by Trump. So
okay, but you don't even know what her name was.
I know that there were sex allegations. I didn't read into everything, but when I started doing my own research, I don't care about their names. I don't care about their names. Once I started
you don't know her name. Can you tell me one piece of evidence?
Once I started doing my own research,
I wonder what that research was.
There's people who are just trying to add more fuel to the fire and trying to get him convicted. And to be honest, I don't care if he's a convicted felon. I'm still going to vote for him.
Okay.
It doesn't matter to me. He's done way more.
Yeah, this is like a personality trait at this point. So I'm asking you a question like, can you name me any piece of evidence in the sexual abuse case, right, that was submitted?
Yeah, there was one against Jean Carroll.
I'm asking you any evidence.
What do you mean any evidence? I'm telling you that the one I read about was Jean
If you don't know something, then don't bring it up. If you don't know
Haley, I don't want to hear you because you didn't know half the stuff what he was talking about and nobody interrupted you.
But I'm interrupting you because you don't.
Okay, but I don't care. I don't care. I'm not. All I know is I don't believe him, and that I don't believe them.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I don't believe you that you got raped.
I don't care if you do.
Okay,
I don't care if you
I wouldn't
do.
use like a reductio like that, but like the point that we would make is that I think it's terribly absurd to say this because I think that I could ask you what standard of evidence would you believe?
Any voices, anybody saying anything.
I feel like if you needed to come out at the time that all of that happened, you should have came out then. I feel like it's so irrelevant now to come out from the 90s to 2020s.
So there. Okay, so I'll give you an example. Like there are child rape victims that were abused when they were children, right, and didn't come out till they were way older in life, like until their 30s. Do you believe them?
Do I believe the child? Yeah, I mean, that stuff has happened, yes, but we're talking about people in power.
No, but like if they told you, like.
But we're talking about people in power. Those people, the people that I have close to me that have gone through that, yes, I believe them, but there's nothing that can be done about it now. You can go to therapy and get healing for it, but you can't do nothing about it now.
I have a question. If there, like for example, Jean Carroll, she did come out with it, okay, but she came out with it to her therapist, and actually there are therapist notes and there are medical records that are written down that were submitted to the state from 1996 when it happened. Not only that, but she had multiple friends that she told at the time testify as she told them back then that it was Donald J. Trump. But she didn't come out with it herself because it is the case that people in her family, she didn't know how it would affect that. She didn't know how it would affect her job, which actually when she came out with it, she lost her job, by the way, because of how much people don't believe victims, how much people blame victims and shift the blame onto them, and how hard it would be to hold a powerful man like Donald Trump accountable. Right? Because so many men that do these things are not held accountable. So I think it totally makes sense for her in the position she is to not come out, right? To many people.
I guess I see it differently because I feel like if you were in power, I would have still came out. So
okay, you might say you did that, but like, can you understand that people might be different?
Whenever it happened to me, little old me, I'm pretty much a nobody. When it happened to me, I came out right away. I told my parents. I ran to their room.
I know, but that's you. But how can you say that someone else wasn't victimized?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that me personally, I would have done that. I can see the difference.
Sure, but why don't you believe
that? Let me speak really quick. I can see the difference why somebody wouldn't come out, but that doesn't affect my right or my what is it? That doesn't change the fact that I'm still going to vote for him.
And good job. That's great. That's the choice you have to live in America. That's the choice that you get.
Let's talk about that though. Like, so you're saying you would vote for someone who sexually abused a woman?
I'm going to vote for him for what he does for the economy. Yes. If you want to say that, yes. I have my own beliefs.
I'll ask you this question. If he sexually abused a child, would you vote for him?
But he didn't do that.
No, but if he did do that, would you vote for him?
I'm not going to answer that because he didn't do that.
No, but if he did do that.
He did not do that, though. We can't put more extremes than what it was actually. Hold on, I'm getting.
I can tell you, if someone raped a child, I wouldn't vote for them.
And unfortunately, whatever your name is, I don't know how to pronounce it, but you saying that people need to come out right when it happens, that's the reason why people don't want to come out, because forcing people's stories, that's traumatic. You know, I'm sure
we have a lot of power on us. So when we talk about something and when we make or present those claims to people, then I feel like we are going to be the ones that are believed. There's so many people
But do you know how many people do not believe? They don't believe the victim. Like, I don't know if this is a statistic. I'm just going to estimate. I feel like more than not, they don't believe them. And this is not in the cases where women
didn't even do anything.
This is not in the cases where women are blatantly lying and there has been, proof that they are lying. This is in the cases where there are real victims and they don't come out. And when they do come out, they get, unaliving threats, all these types of things. When you get put on the spotlight like that, and when you come after someone like Donald Trump, any politician, literally any man that has been in politics in the past, I don't know, I'm going to say a good long while, they all have either claims, allegations. I'm not going to say all of them. That's kind of too much. I'm going to say a generalized, a lot of them probably all have claims, allegations. Some may be true, some may not be true. That's what happens when you get put in the spotlight like that. And for you to say, oh, well, they should have came out when it happened. Well, that's the whole point about when stuff like that happens. It's called trauma. You have to heal. You have to learn. The reason why people...
Yeah, but they also teach us in school that if something happens, then you...
The reason why people even say anything...
Can I finish or no?
No, you can't, because what you're saying is so...
All right, 19-year-old. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. What you're saying is that the reason why people come out when people like Trump or any other politician who has done something wrong or anything of the sort, the reason why people come out and say stuff is because they don't want people to, feed into whatever they're saying. Now, I'm not saying Trump is a perfect man, because let me tell you, there was a lot of things that I dislike about him, but there's more things that I dislike.
And why are you defending him?
I'm defending a woman's right to not get raped. I don't know what you're...
What? Well, that's why you're voting for him?
No, I'm voting for him.
I just asked you, why are you voting for him?
I'm voting for him because
you're voting for a woman's right to not get raped.
And
of course we have rights to not get raped, girl. That's called human rights.
It sounds like your baby needs some help, girl.
I have my child, girl. Don't worry about my child. He's good.
Great.
So go ahead. Leave my child out of it.
I'm voting for Trump because I personally think he is better than Kamala. Sorry.
Do you believe that Eugene Carroll was sexually assaulted?
Do I believe that?
Mm-hmm.
Did she testify to that?
Yeah. Not only that, but there were medical records from 1996. Multiple friends who literally said that she said Trump at that time.
I do believe her.
Would you vote for someone who's done that to a woman?
When you put it like that, it does sound it sounds terrible, and it is terrible.
Hey, what if you had a son who was alleged and he didn't do that? Then what do you do?
You know how many cases
if somebody blames my child for something like that? Hold on, I'm not done. If somebody blames my child for doing something like that, and I know for a fact he did not, you're damn right. I'm not gonna believe that girl. I don't care. That's the thing, is that women can also manipulate. Do you realize that?
So here, let's listen to this for a second. So 2 to 8% are false reports. So most likely it's accurate. But I just want to say this, right? what are our experiences that we have with Donald Trump? Because you could say you could have experiences with someone to indicate, oh, they have this character, they're not likely to do this. The character of Donald Trump is very clear, right? He said he has sex in common with his daughter. He said yeah to Howard Stern calling
He
his
did
daughter a
not
piece
say
of
he
ass.
had sex with his daughter.
He says he has sex in common with his daughter. I played the video. I'll play the video for you as well. He said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. He says he likes to walk into the changing rooms of semi-naked teenage girls, right? Because he quote unquote owns the place. And he bragged about it in front of Howard Stern. He says he grabs women by the vagina. He doesn't have to ask, right? He just starts kissing them. He doesn't have to ask, right? He said specifically that he wouldn't have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, mistook her with his ex-wife. So
Parker, in your defense,
that's his character.
Parker, in your defense, and you can, and I won't say anything mean or wrong if you do, but is there anything that you have heard, seen, or know for a fact that Harris has done in the past that makes her character, makes her character, you know what I mean, like
worse?
Diminishes her character? Is there something that you know for a fact that she has done? Like you're saying about Donald Trump and his
not like those things.
I'm not saying in direct
like I'll give you an example. I'll
correlation.
give you something I disagree with her on, like heavily. She wants to fund Israel, right? I disagree with giving funds to Israel.
Okay.
Okay, what do you
Right.
think about her putting a lot of people in jail for marijuana charges and then
I
laughing?
gotta kick you now because you can't say that on live. It's TikTok TOS. You can't say M drug.
Okay, well that does bring up a good point, and I
can respond to this. So actually, none of those were possession, right? You're talking non-violent drug offenses, right? There was a small portion of non-violent drug offenses, right? Only a small portion would she have prosecutorial power over, right?
Right.
She in those circumstances, she's literally doing her job, just to clarify, and now she's against this, right?
Right,
So, for example,
that does kind of follow along with her agenda because she has switched up, as we saw tonight in the debate.
Well, it's not that she switched up. It's that over time you grow as a person. Over time your views changed. The same way Trump used to be a Democrat.
So, and in the way that she's grown with giving millions of dollars to Israel, I know you don't support that, but
I think that's bad. I think it's really bad. I think that shows bad character. Right? But that is something that's also supported by Donald Trump. And then we have all the other things with Donald Trump. So although I heavily disagree with Harris on this issue, like very strongly, right? That exists with Trump and even more with Trump that I consider worse.
No, and I agree with that. And I guess it's just there are other things that are going on within the election. There's so many other factors. Roe v. Wade is an extreme factor in this election right now, especially because earlier this year they overturned it. When was that? Was that last June?
It was 2022. And that was because of Trump putting 3 Supreme Court justices in office with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade.
Roe v. Wade was overturned. I live in Arizona. I thought that it was overturned earlier this year, not 2022.
It was 2022.
Could you look?
No, I know for sure.
So how many states have completely banned abortion? Like complete abortion,
across the board in every circumstance.
You can complete.
Like even in circumstances of self-defense.
I'm just saying because I just want to know an estimate of how many states have completely banned abortion. Complete ban.
I don't know what you're referencing. Are you referencing even in circumstances of self-defense? I'm gonna say
no to this. I'm gonna say no. Not in circumstances.
So not in self-defense, but even in terms of rape?
Right.
I'm pretty sure there are 12 states at least. I think it's 12 to 14 states. It's one of those numbers, 12 or 14, that don't allow for abortion in terms of rape.
And is there a week, is there after 6 weeks,
it depends. It depends on the state. So
right.
Some have a heartbeat belt, 6 weeks.
Right. Okay.
Some do earlier. Trump, for example, had one that was 6 weeks in Florida, and he was like, "Oh, but it's too early."
So do you think that men should have any say in this abortion and the Roe v. Wade overturning slash.
Do I think men should have any say? Well, I believe in democracy.
No,
so
but
like that
I
would
think-
include like men like having views. But do I think men should want to restrict women's access to abortion? No. Should men have views on abortion that align with pro-choice legislation? Absolutely. And if they don't, I think that's a bad thing.
So they should only.
So I think they
men
should have views as long as it's the position that allows for people to have autonomy.
So what you're saying is you only agree with men having an opinion on women's bodies.
Yeah, I disagree. I disagree with them being pro-life.
Okay. So you only think. So just let me get this straight. You only think that men can have an opinion when it comes to aborting the baby.
I think only men should have an opinion when they're pro-choice. Like I don't think people should be pro-life.
So
you know what I'm saying?
So someone who, so a man, who wants to have a child, right? You think that a man who wants to have a child with, let's say, his wife, his wife doesn't want to have the child. You think that his opinion doesn't matter because he doesn't want her to get an
Yeah,
abortion?
it's not her body. I mean, it's not his body.
So you think, because, having a baby obviously takes two people, right? A sperm and an egg.
Okay.
That
If I
takes
got
two
my
people.
girlfriend pregnant, it's her body. It's not mine.
Right, but you would
I don't
only have-
think like a guy in a relationship should
But
have a
you-
say over
but-
whether. So should the guy have a say if she has an abortion? Can he force her to get an abortion?
But it's the exact same thing. You're saying that he can only have an opinion when she is either choosing to get one or not. You're saying that's
he should have the opinion that he should respect her choice. If my
But
girlfriend gets
what
pregnant,
if-
I respect her choice.
So
if
let's
she
just
she
say-
wants to have the kid, I'm gonna be there to support her.
Right.
If she doesn't want to have a kid, I'm gonna be there to support her.
I'm not saying that this is a huge case, but for you personally, and I'm actually maybe not personally, maybe in just your generalized thought, if some man was, planning with his wife to have a child, then she decides after she has already been, she has already become pregnant that she no longer wants it, she can just abort the baby and he can just be like, okay, well, that's.
Yep.
Even though he
totally.
wants it, even though he's not, his
Yep.
body doesn't actually allow him to produce a baby, even though he wants a baby.
Yep. It's not his body. If you want to have a baby with someone, go have a baby with someone that wants to have a baby. Don't force people that don't want to have babies to have babies.
So, but and then I mean, I'm gonna assume that you're a biological man at birth. That's an assumption because
Yeah, I'm a biological male. Yes.
I don't know I don't want to get these people all in a bunch here, but I'm going to assume that you're a male at birth. If you have, a want to be a father someday, a father figure to children, and you find that person, let's say it's your girlfriend, and, what if you can never fulfill your wants of having a child, but you want to be with this person, but they don't have any, desire to have a child. How do you fulfill your life as a person? Because and this is basic psychology.
I would have.
This is basic psychology.
Here's what I would do. Right. In the first place, if it really means something, I want to have a kid, and it's like totally like I can't do otherwise. You break up. That's just how it works. You can't force that person.
And that's true.
Right,
That's
but the
true.
point I would make is that you want to get into relationships with people that want to have do the same thing as you. Like I talked to my girlfriend about this, right? Even before we were girlfriends, it's like, oh, in the future, do you want to have children? Right? That's a relevant question to ask, because if you don't, right, that's definitely something that like, oh, okay, maybe that's just not going to work between us. You know what I mean? Like we have different desires for what we want in the future. We have different goals in our life. And again, you don't want to like put people in a condition where they're given some ultimatum of, oh, you have someone you already love, right? And now you have to decide to live with them, even though either they don't want to have a kid or they do want to have a kid and you don't. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's not good for either side. You want to get involved with people that have the same types of goals as it relates to certain things like that as you do. That's where it's like super important to have the same values. Be with someone that wants to have kids if you want to have kids. If someone doesn't want to have kids, make sure your partner's on the same goal with you as that,
That makes sense.
It's a really
because
important thing.
That would lead to a very, successful life, probably, in your mental and, relationship wise. But and let's just say the opposite. If a woman, you know, if a woman became impregnated, whatever you want to say, and she wants to keep the child, you know, then she could just, you know, go ask. If let's just say she's not married to this man, she can just go ask, you know, the man who got her pregnant, you know, you need to pay me child support. You know, that's usually when people do, you know, when they go through the right process of, you know, going through the court, most of the time people pay child support. That's just how it goes if they go through the correct court processes. So
like, are you saying whether or not like a guy should have a choice of whether or not he like pays?
Yeah, because you're saying because she has.
I think you should be. I think you should be able to sign your rights away.
So, okay.
Now, do I think they should do that? No. Like, I think that they should like step up, right? But
right.
Do I think that you should have the legal right? Yeah, absolutely, you should have the legal right.
So because the whole point was just saying because we can't say or men can't say anything about a woman's body and whether that they should have a child, but I feel like there should still be a part where men can decide. Well. Since
like whether or not they want to like pay financially, yeah, you just have to indicate this all beforehand. You can't just like you can't go and sign the, you know, the birth certificate and then be like, oh, now I don't want to do it. You know what I mean? Like, that's not how it works, right?
Also,
once you make that obligation as it relates to like signing the birth certificate, then yeah, you have that obligation. And Lauren, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Gerard, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. And Jordan, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I still, for everyone in the comments saying that this isn't a debate, my question is still standing on why, you know, Harris would make anything different from what the Biden administration has done. I've been kind of going in circles because we had other guests on here who were constantly intervening, and that's why we're at where we're at. You know, that's just how conversation works. Also, to the person that's in the comments that talking about grape in marriages, I never said.
Here being my point is like, again, if you believe that someone has been raped by another person who's running for president, why would you vote for the person that has committed that crime?
Well, you know, I mean, Harris isn't doing anything either by giving millions of dollars to Israel to kill other people too. So I mean, she's acting.
Okay, but that's a separate issue. But not only is Trump wanting to fund them more and wanting Israel to finish the job, right? It has given no acknowledgement of the suffering of innocent Palestinians, where she has, right? But it is the case that Donald Trump has been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. You believe that he sexually assaulted a woman. Not only is that true for both sides, but it's also true that one sexually assaulted one compared to the other. Okay, so like holding all else equal, if one person has sexually abused someone and the other person is not, which would you rather pick? You pick the one that hasn't sexually abused someone.
No, it's the one who has sexually abused people or one who's funding a country with millions of dollars to mass kill people. But Trump isn't in office. But Trump isn't in office right now, so he's not actively doing that.
Okay, that doesn't mean that he doesn't support that. He's also urging Netanyahu to not accept a ceasefire. Also, by the way, you understand that this is not something that just happened in the past recently. The continued killing of Palestinians and ethnic cleansing of them has been happening for generations. Okay, over 70 years.
I know.
I would look into the Nakba, right? There's 750,000 Palestinians were ethnically cleansed. Okay, so I just want to acknowledge that it's not something that's new, and that there are generations of presidents that have continued this. Okay, so this isn't like something crazy new for Kamala. And actually, with Kamala, she's way better than what we've ever seen. When have you ever heard someone recognize the suffering of innocent Palestinians as a president of the United States? I don't know. I don't know. There isn't a time I can mention.
But do you understand?
This is a unique circumstance, right?
And this is an extreme unique circumstance because of how much the media and how much young adults like us are debating about this stuff. This didn't happen back in their time. Like, this doesn't happen. This never happened. That's why the younger popular vote is very important. And I think. And I'm not going to lie, I think she does say things that, make it sound like she is a better candidate. She says things that, would make her sound better, just as I think Donald Trump probably says things that would make him sound better. Because
I don't know what. Like, I'm actually serious. I used to be a Trump supporter before I learned like all the shit I've talked to today, right?
okay, but I
But
don't,
like,
I don't, I feel
what
like I
specifically?
don't want to support someone who is actively and has actively been supporting, a mass genocide amongst.
Okay, wait. Now you've gone to like a left wing perspective. You're not like a right wing individual
Okay.
for this. So again, Trump supports that to a greater degree. Trump also vetoed a deal that would have blocked arms going to Saudi Arabia when they were committing a genocide in Yemen, right? And he also got rid of the sanctions on an individual that was helped committing a genocide in the Congo. Okay, so there's multiple genocides that he's actively helped perpetuate that extend to an even greater extent than what you'd be able to associate with Kamala Harris.
So
there's only so much you can do as a vice president as it relates to calling out these types of things. And I do think that Kamala Harris could do things more. Like, what she could do more is she could specifically argue against the funding for Israel, that if they do not stop committing these war crimes, then they do not get funding. Okay?
Do you think that just because this is literally the terms, like this is how I'm taking it?
It's one or the other.
You think
Donald
that
Trump
just
is way
because-
worse than Kamala Harris.
You think that just because she has, she has, I don't want to put it in the words that would make TikTok take it. You think that because she has funded less unaliving of people, because that means she's better, because she has done less of it, but she has she's still giving money to unalive people, but she's just done less of it, so that makes her better.
Yes, objectively, yes, under my view.
So, okay, but I mean, does that? I guess you can't have the same viewpoint as me, but
Wait, would you rather 5 people die or 10 people die?
I would rather. I don't. That's not a very fair question, though.
I know, but that's just life. Life is not fair. There are bad things that happen, and I really wish that they didn't, right? And I want to be able to limit as much as I possibly can. But when we're talking about Harris versus Trump, we can't fix every problem by voting for a president, but we can fix some problems. There are lots of problems we can fix by voting for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. Not saying I agree with her on everything, and I absolutely have massive critiques of her, like I've mentioned to you, okay? She's not perfect, not even close. But comparative to most United States presidents, this is literally the best we've ever got.
So do you think...
I'm not joking, this is the best we've ever got.
In your personal opinion, do you think that because Harris has, because Harris is not Trump nor Biden, do you think that because she is a different candidate that she is, winning this popular vote? Do you think that that is a good reason why she would win, is because she is neither Trump or Biden? Because we know that there is people don't like Biden and people don't like Trump. Do you think that she has an advantage because she is a one woman, and two, because she's a different candidate?
I don't know if she would have an advantage because she's a woman. Does she have an advantage because she's a different candidate that's more cognitively aware? Yes.
I do think that she does
like
have
that. We saw that immediately with the polls. Biden was losing 5 to 7% in basically all the swing states. Okay, he was going to lose the election, like totally going to lose. Okay, you have to, as a Democrat, be up 3 to 5% in order to win, right? Nationally, up 3 to 5% because of the Electoral College. Okay, Biden was going to get wiped out, right? So, like objectively speaking, she had a huge shift in the polls, right? Her approval rating went from very low, literally, to being put in front of the American people and shooting up, right? Like if you go to 538, look up 538, right? There's average polling, right, for Kamala Harris. Let me see if she's already crossed. Kamala Harris, she's 0.6. She's about to cross favorability and unfavorability rating, which she hasn't been like that since literally 2021. And Donald Trump is not even close to that. Like Donald Trump's down 9.4%.
Donald Trump
there's
has not been favored in,
9.4% more
a very
people that
long
think
time.
that he's unfavorable comparative to favorable.
People have been saying that they have hated Donald Trump since his, when he was going into the election with Hillary Clinton. Like, it's just been a thing. You know what I'm saying? That's just been a thing that people have said, is that they dislike Donald Trump, and that has been going on for a very long time now.
Okay. All right. Well, but the point that I'm making with this specifically is that, like, there's been a massive shift in the amount that there's support for
There's
Kamala
a
Harris
massive
and for the
shift
Democratic
because
Party. She went from 36.4% favorability rating to 46.4 on average.
and I see a lot of people when they do post about their support for Harris, the first words that they say are her gender, her race, her ethnicity. I don't see
Bro,
I don't
where? Bro, I don't see
Bro,
these
don't
posts.
act like you don't see people on Twitter.
I actually don't.
You don't see people on Twitter being like,
Seriously.
"Yeah, I'm voting for Harris. We need a woman XYZ." You
No,
don't.
I haven't seen that. Maybe I have a different.
You've never seen
No, I've never
anyone
seen that.
say anything about Harris's gender ever.
No, I've seen people say things about her gender,
No,
right?
but
But like
you're-
I never like oh, the only reason I'm voting for her is because of her gender.
Oh, I mean, I guess that's good, but I've seen a lot of it, unfortunately. And it's because people don't like Trump, people don't like Biden, and now that she is in place, they are voting for her because one, she is neither of them, and two, because she is a woman. I'm telling you, so many people, obviously there's a lot of people in America, so I can't say everyone, but there are a lot of people that go on social media and say things like that. Oh, I'm voting for her because she's a woman. That is literally, I don't know if you've ever seen Mean Girls, but it's like, I'm voting for Katie Heron because she pushed her in front of the bus. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like that. It's not because of anything she's doing. It's because of, she's a woman. She is, not the same ethnicity as Trump or Biden, XYZ. I feel like that's not a very good reason to vote for someone.
Yeah, I've never said it was a good reason to vote for someone because they're woman. But I did say that the woman that we're voting for is highly qualified, way more qualified than Trump. She's not been held civilly liable of sexually abusing someone. She did not call for complete total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. She didn't say that she would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. She didn't say she has sex in common with her daughter. She didn't say yeah to Howard Stern calling her daughter a piece of ass. Right? These are all things that I wouldn't have to, vote for.
Has she been on the spotlight for the past, however long she's been in the political?
She has a
world?
longer political career than Donald Trump.
And yet this is the only time we've ever heard about her is when she magically was, Joe Biden's vice presidential nominee.
So people heard about her, but maybe you didn't. So
No,
obviously she has more national recognition as vice president and as presidential candidate than she had as district attorney.
So she's
than she had as prosecutor.
she's had a longer political career than Donald Trump
District
has.
attorney, attorney general,
Right.
vice president, senator.
And yet there has still yet to be it takes a long time to work your way up to be a presidential nominee, obviously. But in all this time that she has apparently been in a longer political career than Donald Trump, she has yet to do anything to change the things that she wants to change and claims to change in the future.
She hasn't changed those things. She's actively fought for those things during her career, like the entire time. As prosecutor, she fought like pharmaceutical companies that were exploiting consumers. Right? She fought people who were grapists, people who were fraudsters.
Some color that might not look nice. It's not going to look so good. So
someone else's live is like
what we're doing.
What the fuck just happened, chat?
Well, I appreciate everyone. I think the live is glitching because someone else's live is showing up. So thank you, everybody.
Okay.
And
I appreciate you coming
Parker.
up. Thank you. Okay. TikTok's glitchy as fuck. What the hell just happened? By the way, everyone, I've almost been on for 9 hours. I've almost been on for 9 hours, everyone. It's been a great day. I've had a really fun night. Had a really, really fun night. Should we just try to get one more person? I'll go like a few more minutes to get to 9 hours. 13 more minutes. Go to sleep. Should I go to sleep, everyone? I am working overtime for y'all. I love y'all. I love y'all. I love y'all so much. No? A lot of people are saying no. Okay. Okay. Here, we can do a little poll real quick. All right. Either one more or I'm gonna get off. Smiley face if you want one more. Crying face if you just want me to go to sleep, everyone. Polls can't be posted due to active alerts. Oh, I can't do it. Okay. All right. All right. I don't know. Yo, thank you so much. I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. All right. We'll do one more, everyone. We'll do one more. We'll try, at least. Do tap that screen to get to 2.5 million likes. Also, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio for, working overtime out here. All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Yo, what's up, how old are you? I have faith in you 9 more hours. I could go for a few more hours. The only reason I'm not is because it would just be like a really terrible time. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
To be honest, I am not like most people. I'm not even going to look at comments like this because it's so funny. I was supposed to go to sleep like 3 hours ago. I got work in the morning, but
Bro,
I saw.
Go to sleep.
No, I really am kind of like unbiased. I really don't care at all. It's just I look at it as how was Connor's life under Trump and how was Connor's life under Biden and Kamala. And I kind of look at it as, gas was so cheap. I was just getting a car around that time, so it was sweet. And, COVID could have some sort of effect on that. Like I said.
Hey, Connor, I have a question. Are you white?
I am white. I mean.
So like in slavery times, would you vote for slavery to stay around because it was better off when you were able to own slaves?
Don't see how that has to do with me voting for a president.
I'm just asking, would you always vote in your self-interest?
Yes.
Even at the extent of other people?
Yes.
Okay, so you would vote for slavery.
If it benefited me?
Yeah.
If I was to live in slavery times and it benefited me?
Yeah.
Yes. That's not. You can't. If something.
Connor, you gotta be trolling.
Okay, Parker, you think?
Connor, you gotta be trolling. You did not just concede to slavery, dude.
Parker, you think that Kamala is going to make your life better? Obviously, she makes your life better because her campaign's probably paying for you.
Connor, come on, you gotta be trolling. You think Kamala's campaign is paying me?
Dude, they're paying hundreds of millions of dollars for entertainers to go and put her name out there. Yes.
So how much do you think I'm getting paid?
Well, you got supporters Venmoing and you Cash Apping you, so probably good enough money to be.
Yo, Cherry, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Megan. Thank you for the $1. Debbie, thank you for the $10 for Get a Job. Thank you so much. Andriana, thank you so much. I appreciate the $11. Thank you so much. And Natalie with the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Natalie in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Natalie.
Goodness. Okay, so back when Haley was on here.
So, like, do you think those are all DNC shills? Or DNC?
So when Haley was on here and you said how Kamala, when she was voting or putting people in prison for marijuana, but she could change her viewpoint because people change.
You can't say that, man. But you're my last guest, so it doesn't matter.
Well, it doesn't matter. Anyway, so you said Kamala can change her viewpoint, right? So people change. So...
Wait, I just want to let everyone know, by the way, everyone, I do apologize, Connor. I just realized this. I haven't been getting notifications from Cash App all night. Literally all night. So they haven't been sending out, so I do apologize. Nishana, thank you so much for the $10. I really do appreciate that. Victoria sent the 5. Light and Love, thank you for the 5. Kristen, thank you for the 5. Tyrell, thank you for the 5. I do appreciate that. Stacy also sent it earlier. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm going to make sure to try and contact people, but it literally I'm so sorry, everyone. Andrea, thank you for the $25. I appreciate it. That is fucking insane. I literally didn't even see any of these. I'm so sorry, everyone. TikTok or Cash App just literally didn't send. Yeah. No Cash App notifications. I think Cash App might just not be working right now because I have them on. I'll look it up right now though. I got you. I wondered why it was quiet. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
I got Cash App earlier, at 9 p.m. and didn't get a notification, so it's probably been an all-day thing.
Yeah, my notifications are on, so I think it might be just related to Cash App right now.
It has to be because I got some earlier tonight and did not get a notification for it.
Oh, okay.
But like I said, I'm not really here to debate. I'm just here to learn stuff because you are obviously a very knowledgeable dude. Like I said earlier, it was funny how I saw you on the Jubilee media thing with Charlie Kirk, and then three scrolls later, you were on my For You page, which you've never been on here before, which is kind of crazy.
That's cool. It's probably because the related content.
I just like to learn things, man, and I saw what you were mentioning earlier, how Kamala didn't flip flop her viewpoints on marijuana. She just grew and changed.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can we just not past that?
Sorry. I'm not on TikTok.
No. I'm not even talking about that because I'm gonna get age restricted anyway. You just said that you would vote for slavery.
No, I would vote in my best interest, myself.
Yeah, which again, if you benefit from slavery, you would vote for slavery.
If it benefited you, what would you vote?
I would vote against slavery. Okay.
I'm
not trolling. By the way, I just want to let you know, right? Literally, under other administrations, right? Even if I made more money, I would still vote for the candidate that I think is better for the country. Because I care about what happens to the country more than I care about what happens just to me.
So you'd be okay living as a homeless person as long as your country is
if everyone in my country, like this is an unrealistic hypothetical, was able to live in bliss, I would put myself in a worse circumstance. Yes.
Oh, for sure. I'm not saying I need
I'm willing to sacrifice.
I'm not that greedy. I'm not saying I need to be a god at the expense of other people. No.
There's obviously going to be points where you're like, okay, I'm willing to support, what happens for everyone more.
For sure. I even said that if Kamala gets the presidency and we happen to go to war, we could go to war with any president.
Yo, Kaya, thank you so much. I appreciate the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Kaya. I appreciate it. And Connor, thank you for the $1 for We Don't Claim This, Connor. But yeah, so I don't think World War III is more likely to happen with a Kamala Harris presidency.
No, I'm not. Like I said, it doesn't matter what president. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. And okay. I do kind of see when people say, I don't want to be drafted because why won't they go fight their own war? I wouldn't matter. I would fight for my country because I love this country. I would die for this country.
You know who dodged the draft on multiple occasions and faked having bone spurs?
Probably Donald Trump, because he wants to better himself like most people do.
You know who served this country for 24 years?
I'm sure you're going to say Tim Walz.
Yep.
Well, so did J.D. Vance, if we're going to...
No, he served for 4 years, and that was...
Serving. So it's somebody that serves more time better than somebody that served less time?
Well, they serve the country for a longer period of time, and also I think that we could acknowledge the difference. I'm not really for comparing and contrasting
exactly
your experiences, right? But I'm just acknowledging the fact that there was literally more time under Walz. I think that we can acknowledge that there was more time without trying to take away from other veterans service.
I don't think that should even be so. Somebody that went and fought in World War I for 7 years or however long it went is less of a person than somebody that served 20 years now.
I'm not saying they're less of a person. I'm just saying they have less experience doing that.
Okay, so we want J.D. Vance because he had 24 years of just being in the Army. Okay.
I'm just acknowledging that we have someone who didn't dodge the draft. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Someone who fought for this country.
Yep. J.D. Vance did too.
That's what I'm acknowledging.
I'll acknowledge that J.D. Vance fought for the country too. I think we can agree on that. I don't think that one person serving longer is a higher person, or I'm not saying you're saying that, but I don't even think you should.
And by the way, I just want to acknowledge, when I say fight for the country, I think because we can say this on both sides, because nor Walz nor Vance were in active combat in that type of manner, right? But they were in combat areas.
Yeah.
And Walz trained soldiers. Walz was a 4-star. I mean, not 4-star. Was one of the highest star generals.
Yeah.
Or not generals, higher star ranks. I'm really bad at referring to this because
Yeah,
like I'm not very familiar with all the specific language, but
it gets very confusing. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, no, there's like a lot of hyper specific language for like the military.
I could not really care anymore about who the vice president is because from when I can remember up to these last few years, the only vice presidents I can actually remember was Pence and Kamala, and I can't recall anything either of them did. So that really affected us.
Wait, say that one more time, sorry?
I said, from when I am old enough to remember, the only vice presidents I know are Kamala and Pence, and they did nothing for me. I know Biden was vice president, but
actually, she was the most influential vice president ever.
Then
And
why did
actually,
she have the lowest
Mike Pence did a lot for this country. Mike Pence, with one thing, and this is one thing I agree with. I really disagree with Mike Pence. I don't like Mike Pence as a person, but he absolutely showed up by specifically not caving into the demands of Donald Trump and his literal mob on January 6th. Okay. So, like, I think he stood up for this country and he stood up for this democracy when he said that he did not have the authority to like not certify the election results and to certify false votes.
So you said Kamala was the most what vice president?
Most influential vice president ever.
Then why was she the least approved or lowest approved president, like vice president?
I think that's a lie. I don't think she was the lowest approved president ever. I've seen no evidence supporting that.
Not any of the polls or anything?
No, I don't see any polls that say that. I promise you that I don't see anything.
Well, so it's just media making up media again.
Yeah, that's kind of just like something made up.
A lot of media nowadays.
Yeah, you can definitely see like the approval ratings for when it was. Yeah. So.
Okay. Well, yeah. All I really wanted to hop on here and talk about was when you said that people can change, and if people can change, why couldn't Trump have changed from those views from whenever all those quotes you quoted are from? People can change.
But what I'm saying is you can change. Those quotes are crazy. Those quotes are like not things I think you can come back from. So changing in typical does not mean that, like, I think that I would accept a rapist, right? Like, there are certain things that you can do where I'm just never going to ever be okay with it, right? Or ever be okay with like accepting like an apology or anything. Like, I think that people who do that should be in prison for the rest of their lives. Okay, if you sexually assault someone, you should be in prison for the rest of your life. I don't think there should be any ifs, ands, or buts for anything else other than that. Think of a good night. Thank you. The fact that someone could do that and get out, I think, is ridiculous.
That happens all over the country. I believe.
And I think that's a fucking travesty.
I believe our judicial system is screwed, and it favors white men. I'm a white man, and I 1,000,000% agree on that.
So a court system that favors him is somehow discriminating against him?
When did I say they're discriminating against him?
Okay, so do you think that would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
I am voting for Trump, so yes, that answers your question. And I'm not voting for Trump that raped a woman. I'm voting for Trump that serves America.
So you would vote for someone who sexually assaulted a woman?
I don't like the way you're phrasing that to like try to get an "I gotcha" moment. It's not like it's two bad. In my opinion, it's two bad people. They're both bad options. And whoever's president isn't running the country. There's so many people behind the scenes that do it. It's not just one person. Not one person's ever going to solve all the problems, ever. I don't think there's a right option.
Okay, so no one's going to solve all the problems, but why would you vote for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris? And you're like not really providing like a...
I lean towards his viewpoints more than Kamala's.
You lean more towards his viewpoints. Like,
Kamala.
Can you name me one policy Donald Trump influenced to get passed that would benefit the middle class more than it benefit rich people?
I'm just now coming into adulthood, so I told you when I first got in here, I'm unbiased and I don't pay attention to politics. That's why I'm here to learn.
Yeah, so I mean, if you don't really know much about politics, you don't know any policies, why would you vote for someone who was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, tried to overthrow the government by getting their vice president to not certify the election results, and trying to get their vice president to not certify the election results, and sending false slates of electors to the electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win?
I think he tried to get Pence to do what he was going to, or tried to get Pence to do what he wanted him to do, because there was some suspicious vote counts in very crucial swing states.
There weren't, right? No evidence indicated that.
Yeah, no evidence. We can say that. But
that's a fact. No evidence.
You can. That. Okay. I mean, we're obviously not going to see eye to eye on that. We never will. But
okay, what can you give me any court case that indicated that?
No, because it's not going to go to court.
They did go to court. 60 plus court cases indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. 34 of which, right, were Republican.
Even if they did get approved in court, do you think they were going to go a couple months backwards in time and be like, "Oh, Biden, sorry, you're not president. We actually found that."
Yes. If there was election fraud, they would come out with a thing of, "Oh, there was widespread voter fraud. Joe Biden wasn't the rightful president and didn't win the election."
And would you accept that and believe it?
Yes, I would absolutely accept that if that's what the courts indicated. But that's not what the courts indicated.
It's not, and I agree with you. That's not what the courts indicated, and it didn't happen.
So the courts indicated that there was no sufficient evidence to overturn the election.
And I agree with the courts because that's what the court found.
So then why would you vote for someone who tried to overthrow the government by sending false slates of electors to the electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win?
I am voting for Trump because my life was better off with him as my president.
Okay. What was better off? Because
gas was cheaper, groceries were cheaper.
Wait, but like, how was that caused by him? Lower. Those are all Federal Reserve deals with interest rates.
Yeah, in his 4 years they were lower, and these 4 years they were way high. They were double.
So you say his 4 years? Oh, yo! Thank you so much, Chicago John. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. What were you? What you said? Sorry, say what you said again.
What part? You were the last one that talked.
I apologize. Sorry, I just read that off and I forgot what we were saying. Can you restate what you were referencing?
I think we were on gas and groceries.
I was asking you why was it caused by? Like, how do you know it was caused by them?
It was lower during their 4 years. I look at it as dumbed down as it gets. If it was in their 4 years, I see it as them. If it was in Kamala's and Biden's 4 years, I see it as them.
Okay, so do you blame Trump for the multiple hundreds of thousands of people that died under his administration in the United States? Do you blame Trump for the 14.8% unemployment?
I don't blame him for COVID deaths. That's kind of like...
So if you don't blame Trump for global pandemic, why do you blame the Biden-Harris administration for global inflation?
For global inflation?
Yeah.
Did prices double everywhere in the world?
Prices went up actually more around the world than they went up here.
I don't know. That's why I'm here for you to tell me about it.
Yeah, if you can look up global inflation rates. They went up more there than they went up here.
Dang.
All right.
Well, I know one merely vote is not going to change the outcome. So whatever happens in November happens in November. Our lives are going to continue. You'll still probably be on TikTok. You'll probably show back up on my For You page another day, and we'll check back in. November's what, 2 months away now? So 2 months from now, I'll look up Parker, whatever your name is. All I see is L Parker. Look you up and see if it's changed to Kamala as president. Here's why she's a good president. Debate me, or Trump's a horrible president. Debate me on why he shouldn't be president, and see good arguments there.
All right.
All right. It was nice talking to you.
Appreciate you coming up.
Appreciate the talking and everything.
Of course, appreciate it. All right, everyone, I'm gonna get off for right now. I do appreciate everyone who came on tonight. Y'all are amazing. Everyone who came tonight. No, I meant like not as a guest. I meant like everyone who came through tonight. It was a good night. Kamala did great in the debates. I'm really happy to see how well she did there. As always, if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Follow me here if you haven't already. You can check out the video I posted to my TikTok. I recently just posted a debate between me and Charlie Kirk. My last video literally isn't sending out on TikTok for some reason. I don't know why. When I look at let me look at the analytics. I think it's like 60% fucking personal profile. So I don't know why it's not sending out. I'm gonna be posting the other videos, but yeah, apparently, or actually, no, it's 42% personal profile and only 31% For You page. So that tells me it's not sending out for some reason. Also, I got an originality violation on my one at 1.5 million because of a originality violation, even though they told me I could post it and it's literally me in the video. You know, TikTok is super weird, but I'm going to be posting like some of the other clips. You can go check it out on YouTube as well. You know, post some pro Parker comments in the Jubilee comment section, because the Jubilee comment section really hates me. You can also go follow me on Twitter. My Twitter is kind of doing decent now. So yeah, no, I appreciate everyone coming up. Love y'all so much, everyone. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Let's see if there's someone I can raid real quick. Send everyone to. As always, if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone. Is there anyone I can send everyone to real quick? Is there anyone live, y'all? No, I don't see anyone. All right, have a good night, y'all.
I know who wants to play with me towards the end of the stream and who's been watching the stream for a while, just so I know. You know, maybe I'll be adding some people towards the end of the stream and playing with you guys, so we'll see. All right, we're going to try a different landing spot this game, and we're not going to go to the place in the middle with all the cars, because it gets a little chaotic there. I must say it gets a little chaotic. We're going to go to this little cave here, and we'll loot up these little spots back here. You are welcome to still come and try to stream some. We are playing Unreal Ranked right now. And we are getting contested, so let me try to get this just as fast as possible. Might be a little scuffed, actually.